All right. Have my microphone connected now. How's everybody doing today? Are y'all ready for our no jury day today? I think it's quite possible that we will not have a full day if there's no jury. I don't think there's going to be a full day's worth of motions and whatnot. But we shall see. Don't forget to hit the like button, everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in. So a couple of days ago, it looks like there's two big things that are happening right now that are really bringing up a lot of attention to people, for people. And one of those things is the Shamel Drinks murder. Everybody keeps pointing out the fact that the brake lights on Drink's car flashed and that it looks like the car moved and so on and so forth. I don't really know why that's such a big deal to everybody. I just don't know why that is what the expert said he would have died instantly, so he would not have been able to make any voluntary movements. That doesn't mean his body wouldn't have moved at all. It just means that he wouldn't have been in control of it. We've all seen video and images of, I come up with the frog legs. Let me see here. The frog legs that I've seen on Twitter, on X, where, this thing is totally 100% not alive anymore, but the legs still move. I mean, it's so the idea that somebody's body continues to move when they're not conscious anymore, or they don't have voluntary control over their body, that doesn't really, people are very convinced by that, but I'm not. You get somebody, now does that raise reasonable doubt? That's a different question. I think the fact that there's a third car is much more, for me personally, for reasonable doubt than the fact that Drinks' car moves like 5 feet after they say he got shot. The fact that the car moves is neither here nor there for me. The fact that the brake lights flash or whatever is neither here nor there for me. But the idea that that happens, or that there's a third car there that pulls up, that does raise reasonable doubt, particularly when you put that in conjunction with the car that does the U-turn. The third car by itself, for me, it raises some doubt, but the reasonable doubt comes up when you consider that a car does a U-turn right there. Because you could reasonably conclude that that car that was going up saw something, heard something, and bucked to you. It's not a conclusion. Like, people want to say, oh, the third car did it. No, you can't conclude anything. You can't draw a conclusion. I mean, it's not a solid conclusion, but you can certainly say that there's a reasonable doubt. So that's really, we should all be thankful for our legal system, y'all, honestly, in our criminal law, where you have to raise a reasonable doubt. Because as we can see here, Shannon doesn't have to prove he didn't do it. Shannon doesn't have to prove who did do it or somebody else did it. Shannon just has to introduce in your mind, there's doubt, a reasonable doubt that he did it. And that's a much lower burden than proving I didn't do it or that somebody else did it. And I will say this. You know, Shard has been one of my favorite cross-examiners this whole time. The fact that I came away from my first viewing and I didn't, and Shard did not point out that third car. Shard did not ask questions so that I, an ordinary viewer, would have the opinion I have today. The opinion I have today is based on having heard what everybody else said, meaning you all, meaning the people. I'll be honest, I'm confused as to why Shard did not raise the reasonable doubt that I now have in the trial. He did hint at some of these things, but he didn't really go far with it. And I think from his hints, it's clear he knew and he had in his mind all of these reasonable doubts that everybody has talked about. So it's not that Shard just missed it. It's not that Shard, he's just, looked at the video and he just didn't see it. No, he saw it. He everything everybody said, he knows it. So, but I was even watching the Cuff Boy video just now on this, and he's like, and I'm paraphrasing, he's like, Shard could have done more with that. And this is after I have been saying this now for a couple of days. He might be saving it. It might be a plan. I don't know. I don't know why you want to save that, but I'm not a high level attorney, defense attorney, etc. So I'm not criticizing, but it is. I think everybody who's objective, who's honest, would say, yeah, you could have done. Shard had a lot more material there, and he didn't use it. So is he saving it? I suppose. I also speculated yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I speculated yesterday that there may be some other reason that Shard doesn't want to just point that out directly. Speculation alert. I have no information or knowledge about this. I'm just speculating. Could it be that somebody was in that car? Who here was with us yet? You know what? Y'all, I'm gonna bring something up since we're here, since we have a nice little group in this morning. Y'all hit the like. Once we get to 100 likes, I'm gonna play something from yesterday. I have not watched anybody else's breakdown video of this. I have not watched anybody else's breakdown video specifically of this besides, like I said, I just watched I just watched the Cuff Boy video. He didn't really break the video evidence down a lot. He did, of course, review it. But I haven't watched any breakdowns. I do have one that we did yesterday live, and that was a give and take and a back and forth with the community. If we can get 100 likes, y'all, let me see. Let me see how many likes. I need to go to my phone. All right, we're at 83 likes, y'all. Come on, get some likes in here, and I'm going to. Oh crap! Now my phone turned off. I guess y'all are gonna get this for free. Then hit the like button, everybody, and I'm gonna bring this up. Okay, so I want to show y'all what we went over yesterday, and I'm gonna show y'all what we went over yesterday. And for anybody who was on the stream, you're gonna see this is gonna be a bit of review. But for anybody who wasn't on the stream yesterday and who maybe hasn't seen this, y'all are gonna make your eyes open a little bit. Give me 1 second. For anybody who hasn't, now other breakdowns may have spotted this. They may have not. But some people found this to be suspicious. Some people didn't. But let me show y'all something that we talked about yesterday. This is something that we saw while being on live. I had never seen this before. If you notice, if y'all can see my mouse, look at this. I think this is the car here. This white vehicle here. When this car pulls up, and I'm going to back it up some. When this car pulls up, you're going to notice that a man gets out of the front passenger side, He walks around the back of the car. He gets in the driver's side. So whoever was driving, we don't know who was driving. Was it him? Was he driving? Did he scoot over, get out the passenger side, and come back around and get back in the driver's side? We don't know. What did he just change seats with somebody? We don't know. Okay. But this is the type of thing I shouldn't say I would, because I'm not in Max Sharp's shoes, but this seems like fertile ground to point out to the jury to start sowing that doubt. Thank you. We have 113 likes, y'all. Can we get to 200? Will 200 people like the stream, please? So what we're going to watch is this white vehicle pull up to this gas pump. You're going to see a man get out of the front passenger side. He's going to walk around the back of the vehicle and get in the driver's side. Now, a lot of people say, well, I switch seats with my wife all the time. Okay, so maybe apparently wives, they like to climb over the seat. Fine. My wife likes to do that too. But you know what we don't do? We don't go to a gas station, pull up to a pump, switch seats where I get out the passenger side. First of all, let's be honest. How many women on here drive when you're with your husband? I don't know. My wife never drives when I'm with her, but maybe other couples that happens. My wife almost never drives. But anyway, how many times do you pull up to a gas station, pull up to a gas pump just to switch seats? Just to switch seats. One person never gets out of the car. They climb over from the driver's side to the passenger side. The other person walks around the car, gets into the driver's side. You pull up to a gas pump. You don't get any gas. You don't go in the gas station to buy a drink or chips, snacks, whatever, right? You don't do any of this stuff, and then you pull off. So watch this vehicle that just pulled up here at the top. You're going to see a man get out. You're going to see a man get out on his passenger side. He's going to walk around. You see him? So he walks around the back here. He's going to get in the driver's side right here. Tell me how many couples or how many people, if you're rolling with your friends, would this just be something that might just happen? You say, hey, why don't you pull into that gas station, pull up to a gas pump so we can switch, right? If you're on a road trip and you need to switch at a gas station, you're probably getting some gas too, right? Or buying some snacks, or somebody's going in to use the bathroom or something, right or wrong. You're not just going to pull up to switch at a gas pump, at a gas station, and nobody goes into the gas station or buys any gas. Nobody comes out of the gas station like you were there to pick them up, so they just come out and get in the car. You literally just pull up to the gas pump, switch sides. Whoever's driving doesn't get out the car. They hop over from the driver's side to the passenger side. The passenger walks around, gets in the driver's side. You sit there for another minute or two. Then you pull off. So you can see the passenger getting out, going around the back. At the very same time, Mr. Drinks is over here. At this very same time, Mr. Nichols is over here. And at the very same time, Mr. Stillwell is down here somewhere. So this guy he comes around. He absolutely does get into the driver's side, into the drivers. You'll notice nobody else gets out of this car. Nobody does anything of any kind of financial transaction with the gas station. There's no transaction. There's no purchasing of anything. Nobody comes out the gas station to get into this vehicle. Nobody gets out of this vehicle to go use the bathroom. Nobody, it's just nothing. Oh, hold up. Hold up. We don't know that. We don't know that. This car just disappeared. Oh, hold up. Actually, that might be wrong. They cut some of the tape. Watch this vehicle, this van. It's just going to disappear. So there's part of this tape that's missing. Watch this van. It stops right here. Or maybe, okay, they fast forwarded it. They didn't cut it. I think somebody's fast forwarding this in the courtroom is what it is. Okay. Or are they? See, now I have my chat in the way. I can't really see it. Let me see. See if I can determine if they're fast forwarding it or not. I'm tripping, y'all. Okay, so let's see this van. It stops. They did not stop the video, y'all. They cut that out. So we really can't determine what might have happened with this car. Yesterday, I was pretty certain that you could determine that nobody got out of this car because I thought that this tape was complete. But now we can see from the way this van disappears that they cut something. Watch how they stop it here. But the video is still playing, as I can see from the timestamp at the bottom. And then this van just disappears. So we don't know how long. We don't know how long that was. We don't know what happened right there.
And what time is it?
Okay. So, y'all, I think this is suspicious. A lot of people are saying, yeah, I switch seats like that. Somebody just said, I do that, especially if it's dark. Okay, so you just pulled into a well-lit gas station. My wife switches seats like that, y'all. That's not the point. The point is that you don't normally pull into a gas station and pull up to a pump to switch seats. All right. You might pull into a gas station. You might pull up back here where there's no cars. You wouldn't normally just pull up to a pump. This is just something's weird about this. All right. Something's weird about this. Venom says there's something else y'all are not seeing. What is that? What? Okay. So let me look at some comments, y'all. So I was just on a rant. Yeah, men won't. Men. This. If these are just guys in here, it would be very strange. Well, sometimes you got like a playful friend or something who thinks everything is a joke. You can kind of see somebody like that doing it. He gets out and talks to one in the white car parked by the building. Who is it? He. Who is he? Okay, here we. But there's something. Okay, what is that we're not seeing? No, they don't. The cars on the street are in the same place. Okay. They looking only on what they want. Oh yeah, by the way, another thing that it bears showing is that this white car was also one of the occupants. First of all, there probably is an occupant of Nichols' car that we don't see. Hold up, y'all. There's probably an occupant of Nichols' car that we don't see. All right. There's so many comments. There's probably an occupant of Nichols' car that we don't see because when they pull up, Nichols gets out the front, Farley gets out the back. Nobody ever gets out of this passenger side. Drinks goes in his trunk. That's why they cut the tape. I saw that yesterday. My thought was that Drinks, it looks to me like what he did was he was going to pump gas. My interpretation, Drinks is about to pump gas. He reaches in, he tries to open the gas thing or whatever. He pulls the trunk thing, trunk opens, he just closes it. Then he reaches back in and opens the gas cap. So look, you're going to see him open his door. You're going to reach in, trunk opens. So my first thought was, oh, he saw Nichols in them. He going to grab his gat. That was my first thought because a lot of times you keep your heat in the trunk. So he opens the trunk. They don't cut the tape here. He closes the trunk. See, it was an accident. Then he turns back around, reaches back in, and opens the gas cap. So, Lakeisha, I don't think they cut the tape there. I think he reaches in. He means to open the gas. He pops the trunk by accident. He just goes over it. You can see very clearly that Drinks himself is going to close his own trunk. So, I don't think there's any cut there. You're going to see him reach in his car, try to pull a lever, opens the trunk, He goes to pump the gas. He notices, oh, my trunk's open. Closes the trunk, goes back around, reaches in, pops the gas cap. So if that's the trunk opening you're talking about, I don't think that is suspicious. I don't think that's suspicious. Okay. Let's see. I'm not from Atlanta, but I would be suspicious of just how many white cars. So back to this white car here, y'all. This white car here, Farley, who's riding with Nichols, speaks to somebody in this white car. He sticks his head in. Some people have said maybe they're selling weed or whatever. Who knows? He sticks his head in or by the driver's side. But the funny thing is the person you see up here as pumping the gas, that person wasn't in the car at that time. That person comes out of the gas station after. But Farley does say something to somebody, or he sticks his head down to the driver's side window of this car before this driver comes out of the gas station. So apparently he says something to somebody. Some people are suspecting maybe he bought some weed or what, who knows? Okay. Welcome, Ontario Chappelle, a new member. Appreciate you joining with us. Appreciate that. So yeah, so there's a lot of white cars here, but there was a theory. Guy in white shirt. Thanks for bringing this into the light. Appreciate you appreciating me. Okay. I heard that someone watched this on Zoom and see a flash, but they're saying they have the wrong guy. Y'all, there are flashes. We can take a look at this in a moment. There are flashes, but you can't tell for sure that it's a gunshot. That's the problem. There are some flashes, but you can't tell. I thought it was a third white car at the light when the SUV did the. All right, so because court will be starting soon. It'll be starting in the next couple of minutes. I do have court up, by the way. Let's just fast forward to the light, okay? And let's try to see what we can see here. Okay, that's not it. Hold up, need to back it up a little. Okay, let's see what we can see at the light, y'all. I don't know how people can determine. Oh, you may be able to determine that it's an SUV from
10:01 in some seconds, and then the third car.
Now, y'all notice they cut this off before that third white car comes by
at 10:01.
Don't we want to see these other two cars that come by? They cut it off. So we don't know the car that does the U-turn. We never get to see it. We can't link that back to a car at the gas station. The car that comes, the third car that comes up after Stillwell and Nichols.
This is from the FedEx building. It's on the west side of Windsor. The top left-hand corner is where you see the light shining. That's the intersection, the red light intersection just before you go under I-20 at Windsor Street.
And is this the light right here where the hand is circling?
Yes.
Third car is played.
1 hour and 1 minute into the video. At approximately 1 hour and 44 seconds.
Yeah, he mistakenly popped the trunk. That's almost certain because he closes it immediately. And of course, we've all done that, depending on the kind of car you have. All right, we're just waiting for them to get to that part. I think that's drinks there.
The car that just pulled up to the light now is stopped. That's the red vehicle.
One thing I did point out yesterday, again, something that I don't know, I haven't heard many people say, is
This part right here?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go to court, y'all. Court is about to come on now, so
Yes.
we gotta go. But
The Audi.
Notice that Quay pulls up behind Shannon. He does not pull up beside him immediately. He's gonna pull up
first car to
behind
follow
Shannon.
the red car out is the
Then
Audi.
he's gonna go around.
The white Audi. It's right next to it.
Behind Shannon right now, y'all. Quay is not beside Shannon. It's not 1, 2, 3. It's Nick. It's Drinks with Shannon beside him, and Quay's behind Shannon. Then you're gonna see him pull around.
Yes, and then the Ford Fusion is right to the right of that.
That right here.
That's correct.
You're gonna see him pull around. Watch.
Is there traffic going?
He's still behind Shannon. Now watch. You see his brake lights turn off right there. Now he's gonna pull around to the right of Shannon.
Yes,
watch.
there's traffic now.
See him
trying
move?
to go on to I-20.
Now he's beside
eastbound.
And so
this is a car. I can't tell if it's an SUV or not.
the 2 white cars are red light.
That's correct. It's red light now. And the Audi takes off through traffic, through the red light.
All right, y'all. Court's about to start, people. So I would certainly like to continue that analysis with everybody. Let's see here. So did anybody talk to the person that was walking on the sidewalk? That person would have been in a great position to see what happened. I think the state has set these young men up. That's my opinion. There's reasonable doubt that the state at least is wrong. That's my point. Now there's reasonable doubt as to whether the state is wrong about their position. So I don't think you need to prove they set them up. And in fact, that would be harder to prove than just proving that they're wrong. You know, it would be harder to prove a setup than it would just. Can the defense call their own expert to analyze the same video? I hope they do. Yes. When the state presents their case, they have experts. Yes. So maybe that's when that's going to come in. We do see the person walking. That person, I don't find suspicious because they're far away from the action, but they could certainly be a witness to what happened. I'm going to just scroll down, y'all. Let's see. The same time when the car made the U-turn, I really think at this point, people, that it seems pretty clear that there's reasonable doubt as to what happened because of that third car. If that third car wouldn't have pulled up, then we wouldn't have reasonable doubt. That third car pulling up, and then while the third car is beside Drinks, there's a car that does a U-turn. You could sow reasonable doubt there that the third car pulls up, they let off some shots. The car approaching hears the shots and sees something happen up ahead and turns around and goes in the other direction to avoid the trouble. I mean, that's a very easy case to make with the limited amount of video we have, and it is a reasonable doubt. Sometimes I feel like I shouldn't put my input because I was called out names. Well, what was the question? If you've already been called names, then let's not worry about it. What's the question? Can't be any worse today than it was yesterday, right? So, what was your question? I'm interested. Now I'm interested. Y'all know this is the thing. We'll have to stop.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, are we just kind of going to go by Mr. Shart's outline of our issues for the day?
I'm going to ask that we don't.
Okay.
So here's the situation, Judge, and I'm not casting aspersions. I'm just saying the reality of where we are.
Okay.
From my perspective. There was a misunderstanding about the entire universe of what they wanted to bring in through investigator Viverito, and I'll take blame for that misunderstanding. But I've gone through everything for investigator Viverito and in the Dropbox links.
Yeah.
Not late last night, yesterday, whenever that emails came in, the state sent updated Dropbox links. I was I was trying to fix the misunderstanding pretty much all night to make sure I went through everything else that the state wanted to get in through Viverito. I'm able to speak intelligently about the entire universe about what the state wants to get in. However, I do not have a complete working knowledge of what they've pared down because I just didn't have time to look at those links because I was looking at the other stuff that I was trying to make sure that I reviewed before today. So I think the most efficient thing would just be if the state could go through their Dropbox and indicate what on these Dropbox they actually plan on bringing the evidence, and then I'm ready to voice my objections. I don't have a full grasp of the entire universe that the state is actually seeking to admit, and I don't see the point in litigating a bunch of things that the state has pared down. So I don't think
that.
So I think it would probably be better if the state said, this is what we're seeking to bring in, this is what we're seeking to bring in, and then I see you have a quizzical look like I'm not making complete sense. I apologize for that.
Well, I had asked both sides to get together on the pared down list, and it may not be that we need to litigate everything even on the pared down list, but it doesn't sound like that has occurred.
If it's something that we don't need to litigate, I can certainly say we can move on to the next.
Okay.
And Your Honor, Mr. Shart and the state, we've been speaking about this. We're speaking about this morning. And so to kind of orient the court, you have the initial, it's remaining witnesses through 103.
Right.
And initially, Detective Viverito was going to testify a couple times. So she had folders for her testimony with the exhibits the state intended to introduce with her. The other universe of Dropbox, so to speak, where I copied from the co-conspirator statement many moons ago back in August when we identified Instagram or wiretap co-conspirators. So those folders are in Marissa's individual folders. On, I believe, October, I'll ask Mr. 28th, October 28th, Mr. Abadi sent from defendant Stillwell has 3 phones, really 2 of which that they were all extracted. And so, of course, they're voluminous. We have redacted those to, in the state's opinion, a quite manageable number of either PDFs. There's some audio songs that Mr. Stillwell had on his phone.
Right.
And I believe a video. So that cell phone information combined with a reduced wiretap, and by reduced I mean already litigated, but the state, is constantly, thinking through how to make something more efficient, and removed calls that removed calls. So that just removed stuff that we would need to, or we would intend to introduce. And the last, I guess, universe, so to speak, is in that 28 October link. There was also and it's the 30th, Your Honor, is when that link was sent. Thank you, Mr. Body. Is a Demekion Garlington Instagram where the majority of those involve group threads on IG where defendant Stillwell's Instagram is a part of that group thread. And so what Mr. Shart and the state was talking about is so I'm trying to think of how to make this simple. It's basically you have the initial Viverito folders, and the only new stuff is the phone extractions of what the state intends to publish.
From Mr. Stillwell's 3 phones.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
2.
Well, there's 3 phones. There's 2 that the state's going to be publishing exhibits from, because 1, the extraction didn't really get much data.
So 2. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And the wiretaps is really just the state reducing what we're going to play. So there's nothing really to either litigate or talk through with that, to my memory.
Okay. I
Fair.
couldn't remember. I know we'd done some of the wiretap stuff, but I didn't remember whether we had said, let's not do the rest of it until we figure out what the smaller universe is, or.
That's my problem is I've reviewed everything, Judge, and I
Yeah.
can speak intelligently about everything. What I can't speak intelligently of is what's been pared down versus
Right.
what. So that's why I'm saying I think it would be more efficient if they bring up
Okay, but,
specific things and then we can.
okay, anyway, so Mr. Stillwell's 2 phones, whatever else, and that would be what from that?
Your Honor, there is
Text chains,
text chains, songs, a video, and web searches.
okay. And then separately wiretap, and then Garlington's Instagram, which is going to show Stillwell's Instagram.
Yes, Your Honor, in a group thread. And
Okay.
there's some statements similar to Mr. Ryan and Blaylock when we had Instagram, that there is some that are co-conspirator statements, but the vast majority are group threads that defendant Stillwell is a part of, with Demekion Garlington and other individuals.
And then is Mr. Sumlin going to be called?
Yes, Your Honor.
So don't we need to litigate something about him still as well?
Your Honor, I believe on Tuesday when Mr. Sharp brought it to the court's attention, the state does not intend to go into anything that's speculation. I'm not sure if Mr. Sharp went through Mr. Sumlin's phone and identified what areas are objectionable, but the state would only intend to play his interview for impeachment purposes, but we don't foresee, one, the main issue that I think Mr. Shard had was getting to anything that's speculative
Right.
at all with Mr. Sumlin. And 2, we only envision having to use the statement if there's a need for impeachment, Your Honor.
I mean, I understood that from the last time we raised it, but he's saying that he believes that there's not going to be a basis of personal knowledge for someone to have, that a bunch of what he was saying was, well, what do you think about this? Well, I think such and such.
And we don't intend to ask him what he thinks about anything or what he does not have personal knowledge in.
So basically,
Did y'all talk about that?
we have in general terms, but
Okay.
I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
The police questioned Antonio Sumlin about stuff they found in his house and about an alleged conspiracy that he was charged with Mr. Eppinger and also Mr. Dorsey. As part of that conversation, Investigator Viverito just kind of said, "Well, what do you think happened with the Donovan Thomas?" And he was in jail at the time. And he
Yeah, okay.
says,
Well, I mean, if y'all talked about it and y'all are on the same page, that's fine with me.
Your Honor, just for clarity as well, and Mr. Chartney talked about this with Viverito's folders. We have previously, when we've walked through, what about this witness? What exhibits are they coming in? Any objections? And walk through that, like, there is exhibits that have been in her folder, some since August of when she was going to be testifying, that would come in with her as a witness. We've specifically, in terms of recently, not recently, but the discussion with Mr. Shart and the state has been focused on the phone, primarily the phone, and then the state sent a whittled down wiretap,
Okay,
and then you have the Instagram, Your Honor.
all right.
I don't know. Let me just be clear. There are folders with Investigator Viverito. Part of the challenge in this case, quite frankly, we heard from Detective Hogan, and Detective Hogan you know, I was asking about the GSR and things like that, and he doesn't know anything about it. Part of the problem is it seems that Investigator Viverito took somewhat of an investigatory role in this at some point, or a co-investigator, but there's no reports by Investigator Viverito. So in discovery, I have just a bunch of, I have like a folder with a bunch of
Things
social
you looked
media
at.
posts
Yeah.
of random people that I'm assuming that it's Investigator Viverito pulled them, but there's no, to my knowledge, no report saying, oh, I pulled this. And I don't know when they were pulled. Some of them in the folder, it says a date in the title of the folder, but then a different date on the post. And there's
All
just a lot of ambiguity, and we just need to go through some of that.
Okay.
And I absolutely object to some of the social media grabs that Investigator Viverito.
Okay, so why don't we just, is the best place to start the reduced wiretap folder Dropbox that was sent this, in the middle of the night, last night?
Yes, Your Honor. And
Early morning
that
this
was
morning.
my fault. I sent the one at 5:58
Okay.
and the version of that XL.
Mm. Okay, well, anyway, is that the
Yes, Your Honor.
a place to start?
Yes,
That
Your
would
Honor.
make sense?
And
Okay.
I think the defendant Stillwell's phone may be a good place to start because we have never
That's
addressed that
fine with
before.
me, but Ms. Persfield doesn't see an October 28th or October 30th link. So we're not quite sure where to go to.
Your Honor, it's the link from last night. That same link is the items sent on those dates are identical in that. So that recent link is what I
Okay,
recommend we
so
use.
also the midnight one or the 5 PM one, or does it matter?
They're actually the same link, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you could use either one.
Well, I think I just deleted it. Got it. Okay, so iPhone 12 mini. Should we start there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then there are multiple folders within that folder. Do we need to look at each of those? Hang on, sorry. Okay. So should we just start at the top, 9 February conversation? Okay, what have we got here?
I'm sorry, I clicked on the link, the Dropbox link, and the first folder I'm seeing is Garlington IG.
Yeah, we're just skipping that one for now and going down to the iPhone mini. Ready?
I don't have a problem with that particular.
Okay. And let's move on to the next one. The next one says S. Stillwell. I mean, it's just the next one down. Doesn't have much of a descriptor. Did I do that wrong? No, yeah. All right. So the 9 February just is that one text conversation. So the next folder, S. Stillwell, has 3 different things in it: messages, places, web. We just need to open all of them and look through. So messages.
Well, so it appears to me that,
Yes, you may.
it appears to me that the state did some sort of search for terms. I don't know if they're looking for extended clip. I don't know. And so they're talking about extending a rental to.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any problem with that particular one.
Okay.
I would suggest that probably we should,
Okay, so within that first folder, there seems to be a couple of different conversations. One of them is entitled Tent on Rental, and that's got the word extend, talking about extending the rental, and you don't have objection to that.
correct.
And then we've got another one entitled, I don't know who put these titles on here, but 2828 Waters Drive. Send me an Uber from where, home to 28 Waters Drive, issue with that?
I have no problem.
Okay, then the next one is entitled Death of Christian McMiller Darius Ford. And I assume when these come in, they're not going to have these titles on them, but okay, just making sure. Any issue on that?
No.
Okay. And then there's an attachment that I can't tell what is. Just said,
I do have an issue.
what is that? It's all I can see. It looks like a screenshot, 1 by 1.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a screenshot from Instagram.
Okay.
That says 1 by 1. And we believe it's close in time to when Christian was there before passed it. Posted.
Are we supposed to be able to see that? I mean, is who posted it or the date or anything going to be visible?
When we go to the actual phone number, Your Honor,
Mhm.
picture viewer,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that picture is, you can see the picture, you just screenshot it and clipped it.
Okay.
To the clip in this consolidated form, but when you go to this text message and this is still a phone,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see the attachment and then you should click it. So it should be the actual picture of the screenshot, not this blurry version.
So who wrote it?
Thanks.
So that's the image that he said. See where it says image?
Okay, so,
It's there.
okay.
You can keep it if you want.
So you're saying that down below is listed Apple Messages, main, I guess maybe that's some sort of an emoji, but it's 470, ends in 7004 from 3/11/22. Is that what y'all are saying is significant?
Yes.
And that number liked the image that is the 1 by 1?
Correct, Your Honor.
What number, like?
Okay, I don't know. Y'all are gonna have to explain.
I just want to know who the author of the image is. I'm trying to understand evidentiarily how this gets in.
Me too.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the Cellbrite itself,
Okay.
but the green messages are statement of party opponent, are where he says on the PDF I'm looking at, he's mentioning the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and then in Cellbrite,
He,
defendant Stillwell.
which number?
He is any green text, Your Honor, highlighted is
The
going to be
ones,
him.
green, they have a green box
Yes, Your
around
Honor.
them?
Those are all statement of party opponents.
Because it says on the right, data source, and that's his number that ends in 8694?
Yes, Your Honor, and this is physically extracted from his physical phone. And so they took it to APD, and in Cellbrite or XRY or Gray Key, every message he sends in this entire phone is
Okay.
going to be in green.
Okay.
And that's from the physical phone itself.
All right, so are we only seeing his messages and it's not like a conversation? Just help me sort of understand what it is we're looking at.
It is a conversation. And so when you, in a couple minutes, I'll pull it up so the court can see how this system shows it, but you can search by messages, by files. And so when you look at messages, it will have in chronological order the entirety of text messages saved on the phone. You also can search by terms or search by communications between parties. And so what we will be seeing when we walk through this is sometimes a variety of those. In terms of this specific excerpt is a text conversation between defendant Stillwell and who he has saved in his phone as main with the emoji.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if you go just scroll down, for example, to the next page, there's someone named Brett Rossi.
Right.
The person that is on the other end of the conversation is in a gray bubble.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just kind of how all these look. But I don't know. My objection to this is
When this meaning go up above again,
the
right?
one by one. That's not my client's words.
The one by one is posted when? I mean, I see that apparently Mr. Stillwell's phone liked that image on 3/11 at 9:31 a.m. Is that what I'm supposed to take from this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have, and is he talking when he likes the image to, is that a snake emoji? It's so small, I can't see it.
That is what I believe it is, Your Honor.
Okay, main snake.
I
So
think it's actually a lizard.
main lizard then. We'll just call it main. Is that who posted one by one? Or do we know?
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the actual XRY. If one of them sent like a screenshot from Instagram, which that looks like Instagram with a song at the top left, if I'm trying to pull up to see if it was, I believe what happened is the person he's speaking with sent him a screenshot one by one.
Okay.
And he liked it.
Okay.
And so the phone would capture him liking that message, just like you could like a picture someone text you.
Right, okay. All right, and Mr. Sharp, what's your objection then?
Well, I need to understand the relevance of this.
And when is the McMillan Ford, I may not have those names right, McMiller Ford?
It was on March 11th, the early morning hours of March 11th, 2022. Oh, it's not. It was the early morning hours of March 11th, 2022, approximately. I think the police responded around 2 or 3 a.m., Your Honor.
Okay. And so I guess this would be a suggestion that the one by one and liking that is a reference to those people's deaths. Is that right? Okay. Is that the theory?
The theory, which will be up for the jury to determine exactly what that meant,
Sure.
would be because of basically picking off the rivals one by one, shooting one by one the people who caused the double homicide death.
Well, but who wrote?
But no one's going to be, that is, the jury can make of that what, but that is.
But that's why y'all are offering it.
It-
So to say that these two buddies of ours died and we're going to get whomever killed them one by one?
Because on March 14th, Shamel Drinks has a picture with Kelvin Watts and Jasper Walters, who are publicly and quite aggressively disrespecting the double homicide publicly.
Has that evidence come in yet?
It is going to come in with investigator Viverito. So it has not been before the jury. So
Okay.
I'm not saying this, there is some evidence out there about this quite public disrespect of, there's one picture of a crossed out Mr. McMiller next to his child and says, "You didn't have a father now." So it is, there's no words for that level of disrespect. And so that is what is publicly being put out into Instagram around this time.
Okay.
Of course, we're going to get there today because these are the things that I think really do need to be litigated, but it doesn't apply to this. But there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell saw any of these posts, to my knowledge.
It's Mr.
Not this one. I'm not talking about this one.
Well, right. Sounds like they don't even get posted until several days later. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe can the state articulate their position on why this is relevant?
So, Your Honor, the state, the text messages, I think we're all in agreement, are relevant in terms of the state has to put forth evidence of the impact of that. The state's theory is this was retaliation for that.
This
Shamel Drink's murder was
okay.
And so
Drinks' murder is retaliation for McMiller and Ford's murders a few days prior.
correct, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
So the text messages the state believes are, highly relevant to show, because you have to put forth evidence, and a private text message is good evidence of someone's state of mind of how that impacted the people by the state's theory that murdered Shamel Drinks because of that. And so when and then the specific photograph of one by one, that can be up to interpretation, but the state feels that it's relevant that immediately after stating that, I lost my brothers.
Well, it's not immediately after stating it. It's before stating it, isn't it?
I was pulling up.
At 9:31, Mr. Stillwell likes an image that is one by one, which y'all are saying is a song title. Is that right? No, that came.
So you can tell a song is playing because of the top left with Instagram.
Okay, well.
But you can caption.
It is so minute on what I'm looking at that I can't see
Yes, Your Honor.
anything other than that there is some image and some words. But you're saying if we look at it in a real clear version, it's going to show some song playing?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm
the song significant?
No, Your Honor. The song's
Okay.
not significant.
Okay, so while a song is playing, Maine snaps a screenshot of it or screen grab or whatever of it, and Maine puts the words one by one on dot on there, or what?
No, Your Honor. This is a whole other person's Instagram that posts one by one. And they are sending this screenshot between each other.
Okay, so some random human in the universe who is somehow, whomever has access to through Instagram, has, while listening to a song, posted one by one, ... And it doesn't matter who that is or what that means. Maine sends that snap of the screenshot to Mr. Stillwell, who then likes the image. And the state's theory is that by liking an image that says one by one, because it's several hours after the murder of his compatriots, that indicates that he intends to get revenge for the murder. Am I following your theory?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
I do not know that Instagram handle. There is in my opinion, the two most highly likely
Well, if we don't
purposes
know,
of that
we
picture
don't-
is either it could be a rival of someone of YFN posting one by one, and then defendant Stillwell and Maine Slime are sending this photo to each other saying, look what they're publicly saying one by one. And that probably is what it is. I do not know
But
who
we
that
don't know
Instagram
that.
handle is, but I think it's, considering that this is sent on March 11th, and they are discussing this double homicide amongst each other, the impact, send this screenshot one by one, and then
Okay.
there is multiple.
You're saying they're discussing this homicide amongst each other, but it is over an hour later that Mr. Stillwell says, my brother got killed, right?
Your Honor, I am pulling up the actual XRY to pull up the full file so I can.
Okay.
And from my perspective, we've been in this trial for a long time, and to just throw this post without any context or knowledge of who the author is or anything else, because the state I thought they were saying at first that this is some scheme going on where Maine Lizard is saying one by one, we need to get them one by one, and
But
Shannon's
apparently that's not what they're saying.
Right. Well, there's a pretty big difference between those two things. And I keep going back. We don't know who the author is. And,
The author being the person who posted one by one.
Right.
And I don't know. Yeah. I guess in order for us to accept the theory that Maine Lizard and Mr. Stillwell are, I don't know, conversing in some way about the potential for some sort of revenge, it would certainly be helpful for the state to be able to establish that was a rival gang member. Although if a rival gang member posted something like that, why you would like that instead of dislike it, I don't know.
Well,
but.
you could, theoretically, you could like the fact that Maine Lizard told you because people have been trying to kill you for years, and those same people are posting one by one. I would appreciate the heads up that of that knowledge. And so that's my point. These are two very vastly different theories, and I just don't know how we can just, from my perspective, just be throwing these things in front of the jury without even the knowledge of who wrote this and the context in which it's being considered.
Your Honor, the state can, if the court permits, admit the statement of party opponent of the text and not show the jury the attachment between
So
these
the
two.
statement by a party opponent is he liked an image?
No, Your Honor, the text beneath that. The state cannot show him liking the one by one.
Okay, so then that would be him saying, my brother got killed, and then him saying, and who is 3188? Because that seems to be a different phone number than Maine Lizard. So is this even the same, how can this even be the same text chain?
So, Your Honor, the green text is what is key to follow here, because when Detective Leonpacker ripped the phone, the SIM card is exchanged like quite frequently in the phone. And so this raw phone, the message sent from this,
Right.
there is multiple numbers for whatever reason or purpose, but there's SIM cards switching this phone. But this phone, this message, the green is from
Mr. Stillwell?
Yes.
I got it. So this is Mr. Stillwell saying, in an entirely different conversation from the liked image, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
My brother got killed.
Correct.
And then a few minutes later to the same person saying, I had to hurry, I couldn't even think straight. Man, I'm effed up right now. I'm gonna just holler at you later. Okay, is there objection to that? To Mr. Stillwell expressing grief at having lost somebody he knows?
No.
Okay.
Although I will just say in the presentation of any of this to the jury, if there are clear conversations like going back between 625-3188, I don't have a problem with displaying them together, but I don't believe factually that if you looked at my client's phone, it would go from the main lizard to the 3188. So I think when we change people we're talking with, we probably need to have different exhibits, because it creates an impression that there was this, then this, and this. And I don't think factually that's correct. And I'm not saying the state is.
Yeah, I don't know why these were under the same thing, but.
And Your Honor, the state has no, the state agrees with Mr. Sharp that when published to the jury, it will be clear that, whatever context or just that message itself.
Okay.
The way the reason they're saved like this is, the data is massive in XRY. And so the main point was to highlight what the state intends to introduce through this phone. Not necessarily, that's why it has the titles at the top of
Okay, but at the point in time when you introduce this, it's just going to be the 1039 and then the 1043 comments by Mr. Stillwell to 3188. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. So then the next, I guess, conversation is between.
So Mr. Nichols is main lizard. Now,
Okay, but we're not using that one at this point. Do we know who, I mean, not that it never mind. It doesn't matter right now. Okay, moving on. His conversation with Brett Rossi.
I would ask the state for the relevance of this.
Have we not established by now that Mr. Stillwell is from the Cleveland Avenue area of the city?
No, Your Honor.
We haven't?
Not Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Stillwell.
That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Well, then I guess that's relevant.
Is that the point of this?
Yeah, or frequents that area. We believe he's from Thomasville Heights, but he definitely frequents the Cleveland Avenue, or maybe he considers himself from Cleveland Avenue, but we have not established Mr. Stillwell himself.
Okay.
Okay, if that's the relevance, I don't have any problem.
All righty. Moving on to the next one, which is Mr. Stillwell and Funk.
I know. Okay.
What's the point of this one? To show that they hang? Is there, well, I guess I should say, is there an objection?
I just don't understand the relevance. I think it's pretty.
Relevance? All righty, they're not going to use that one. Okay, we've gotten through that folder. Or that subfolder. All right, go back out, and then the next thing is places. And this would be like where they grabbed his location from the phone? Or what is, okay. And so this is going to show that on 3/16 is 624. He's at Concourse Parkway. Is that where he picks up the
Yes.
rental car? We've already established that. I mean, we saw him there at the rental car agency. So is there an objection?
I just didn't see the relevance. It's cumulative. If that's the purpose of it.
Is that the only purpose?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the cumulative objection. All righty, and then we've got him at the day before, early in the morning, somewhere on Lucky Street. Is there an objection?
I didn't understand the relevance.
Relevance. What's relevance? Okay. All right, let's go back out. And then our next subfolder is web. Web searches. And y'all, the Drinks murder is 3/14 at around 9:30 p.m., right?
To 10.
10, okay, somewhere, but yes, you're right, okay.
So, I mean, I understand the relevance to this. I'll let the court know that there was plenty of links sent to Mr. Stillwell and other people immediately after that death, inquiring if he's safe because there was news that someone was killed.
And this is all 3 days later anyway, okay.
And this is the same day that this appears to be the day after their home was shot up. So
Their home being
this
a
is
lot of pronouns here.
a day after Waters Road was
Uh-huh.
shot up, and then earlier in the morning before he was arrested, Your Honor. So
Okay.
we think that
So the Waters Road, what time?
so Waters Road occurred at approximately 12 a.m. on March 16th.
So midnight going from the 15th to the 16th?
Yes, Your Honor.
So these are about 26 hours later.
Okay, and so these are things that he accessed over a full day later that deal with the fact that
Mr.
Drinks had been killed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Over 3 days after.
Well,
Drinks had been killed.
right. And just that he accessed them. We don't know if it was him looking them up or somebody sending him a link and
Correct,
him
Your Honor.
hitting it or whatever.
But the fact that
Okay,
searches
that
for
he,
that particular murders in his phone.
Well, we keep saying search.
that's, yeah. Are you showing that he searched for, like he sat down and typed into Google, Fox 5 Atlanta, Drinks killing?
Or that this website information is in his phone. We believe it's from a search of
He
going.
accessed it. You don't know whether he searched for it or whether somebody sent him a link and said, oh my gosh, what just happened?
Right. At some point, it opened up on his phone. So whether he searched it himself or someone sent it, it was accessed on his phone. Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to object to under 403. And the reason is.
There's a big difference between, oh, I'm going to go look at this information under the state's theory that I'm the one that committed it. Let me find out what is being published about it versus somebody sends me a link. Oh my gosh. And who knows whether these people even know each other, but assuming they did, so-and-so got killed. Oh, wow. Let me see.
You're right, but I think there is some relevance that there are multiple links to the same shooting, especially after
So
almost, and what else is going to come into evidence, Your Honors, are going to be other posts. I believe it's Mr. Stillwell's post after Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford is murdered, that says we're not going to be the only ones crying tonight. So the fact that after the murder of Mr. Drinks, that there are any searches or any information sent to him about the murder of Mr. Drinks is extremely relevant, given that
3 days later,
But
if
this
it was
is-
like 2 hours later, it might be extremely relevant.
But
But
this
3
is
days
all-
later, it might be relevant because relevance is a low standard. But the argument on the other side is it's overly prejudicial.
but it's also after their home was shot up, and after we believe that when police went to the house, when police responded to that location, that very soon after police responded, all of the stuff in that home was gone by the time police did a search warrant on that house on March 17th. So the fact that you are group searching at 2:30 in the morning, or this information is being sent to you at 2:30 in the morning, is relevant. This is still within only
2:30 in the morning, 3 days after Drinks is killed, and over a day after the Waters Road home is shot up,
And I
right?
believe that's still information that is relevant and not substantially prejudicial, overly prejudicial, because of what is happening between these two gangs for the days leading up.
Between these two gangs, except that you have yet to establish that Mr. Drinks was in a rival gang. You're saying you're going to be able to do that?
We're going to be able to show that he was at least associating with individuals. The individual Barter, who he was with the day that he was murdered, is a member of YFN. We have other pictures that are going to come out very soon, that will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him saying, "Rest in peace." That is when they learned of his association with YFN. And again, specifically, the individual who is known as Barter is also Christian Johnson. That is the person who was in the car with him. So the state will establish that there was an association, at least with a number of YFN members, given what was posted.
All right,
in the
and
hours
you're
afterwards.
not necessarily going to be able, I don't even hear you saying you're going to be able to establish that Mr. Stillwell knew that Mr. Drinks was an associate of YFN. They're just, and it's an inference to be made. Is that right?
It is an inference
Okay.
because there's a picture that was posted on at least March 12th in which Mr. Shell Keller, or Kelvin Watts, reposted a picture with Mr. Drinks, an individual by the name of Jasper Walters, who is a known YFN member, and Shell Kell, that has two shell emojis and two black zipper emojis. And we believe those emojis subliminally.
You're using the word wrong again, but okay. Like a hidden message.
A hidden
which is not the same
message.
thing as subliminal, but okay.
Okay. So that we believe that those two messages were a message that they may have been the ones responsible for the death of McMillan and Ford. So those Instagram posts, which are relevant, we believe will come in. So to establish that it is relevant that he would be even concerned about this.
Okay.
Or that
Accessing a news article does not in any way indicate you are concerned about anything. You have accessed a news article.
So when you access the news article and it appears multiple times.
Okay, and you do not know whether he searched it or whether somebody sent him the link. Is that right?
That is true, Your Honor.
Okay.
But the fact that people are sending the link of that particular murder, and we have calls on the wiretap in which they talk about, I think there's a call with Demekion Garlington in which people ask, why did they shoot up the house? And Demekion Garlington says because their homeboy got killed in Mechanicsville last night, this is what.
And in that is that the day after Drinks is killed?
This is a few days later after Drinks is killed.
No, when Garlington says because homeboy got killed last night.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, that one. But there's some other ones as well. So I think that this is relevant and not substantially prejudicial given the timeline of what has occurred between really March.
The yet to be established timeline. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, but that's because we're still putting.
I know you're still putting evidence up. I know.
And my 403 objection isn't just prejudice, it's also confusion to the jury because, and I think this is kind of proving my point or my argument in some ways because what I'm trying to avoid is we are on the 2-yard line of getting to the end of this case. And it seems to me that there is a potential that the state is just going to try to throw a bunch of stuff out there.
I think that's what the state's been doing this whole trial.
Well, I think I'm concerned about this with Viverito. Like, for instance, when they just talked about the post by Shell Cal, there is no evidence that I know of that Shannon has ever seen that post. And with this, we have no idea as we sit here, and this is why I'm concerned about these Viverito files where it's just kind of a bunch of things thrown in there. We have no idea if it was a link sent, if it was a search. We have no idea of any of that.
Right.
And the jury will have no idea.
And you will have to point that out to them. So it's relevant, again, because of the low threshold for relevance. And it is, I mean, in terms of confusion, I don't think that they're going to be able to establish more than that this was accessed.
These were accessed, these were searched for by the defendant. There's no messages where he received them. I've gone through the phone extracting. He went on to Safari and we either went to Fox 5 and clicked on the Windsor, whatever the title is, Windsor Homicide in Atlanta, or he typed in Windsor Homicide in Atlanta and that's what was accessed with the Fox 5.
All right, and this is coming in through
It's phone now.
I know. Which witness is going to be explaining, here's how we get these things and here's what we can tell from them?
It'll be a combination of Kevin Landpacker and Marissa Viverito.
Well, let's hope it's mainly Leon Packer, who seems to actually have expertise in cell phone search dump things. I don't know about Viverito's ability to say any of this.
And this may change after this conversation. My understanding going into today that the state's plan was just to admit the dump through Leon Packer and then have Viverito explain everything. And that's my concern.
And does she have the expertise to be able to explain any of this?
So, Your Honor, Viverito has probably gone through 500 phones. She is in the gang unit, has actively phone dumps and Cellbrite. When I personally am taking in preps Detective Leon Packer, who's currently with the FBI.
Okay, and I know that he has expertise in it because he's testified about it in other of my own cases.
Correct, Your Honor. So what the state intends to do with Detective Leon Packer he was asked, Detective Vito goes to Leon Packer as she's done hundreds of times. Can you help me extract this phone? I have a search warrant for it. Yes.
Okay.
Boom. Leon Packer will describe for the jury how XRY works, gray key works, all of that. What it means, what does the data come like when you get a message? He's not going to be publishing stuff because he never reviewed the contents, but he was going to discuss and talk about how the data is kept. I may use I'm not intending on using what we're litigating now with Detective Leon Packer because he didn't personally go through this stuff. I may show like the central XRY home screen that shows messages in Safari, but he's obviously.
All right. Well, I don't think messages, I think most people grasp that messages can be extracted from phones, but something like this that's showing web access. And we are all saying, well, okay, can you tell from this whether it was something that was sent or whether it was a search that he generated? Can anybody answer that question?
Yes, Your Honor. What we are showing, defendant Stillwell access, search that. That is what we're showing.
Accessed it and searched it, or not necessarily the same thing. I can access a link that you send me, or I can search for the same thing myself and find that same link. Is there any way to determine from this?
Yes, it's a search. You see where it says, there's one, for example, at 3:17, 2:33, 31 a.m. where it says web address is fox5atlanta.com/search. Where it says search there, that means he has searched for that web address.
Where does it say search? The one that said, sorry, it's about 1, 2, 5 or 6 down.
Or you could even go to the second one down where it says it's
Okay.
similar, where it says fox5atlanta.com. You see where it says search? That means he searched for the specific.
Okay, I don't see that. I guess it's cut off. The /SE
Yes.
is going to ultimately say search.
Yes.
And is some witness going to be able to explain when you see /search, that means that it was a search?
Detective Leonpacker will be able to adequately explain that to a
Okay.
level that few people can.
Okay, all right then. So we do know that some of these were searches.
That's correct.
Well, and Your Honor, while we're saying some of these, I'm looking at,
I mean, I don't think we can see everything because it doesn't show the entirety of it. Are we going to be able to see the entirety of it?
Yes, Your Honor. If there's a Zoom link I can share.
So like another one down there, there's like that one that has the red arrow, the one below that. You can't, both of those, you can't even see the end of, and I'm sorry, I don't know what the term is, but whatever that long string of slashes and dots and things are, you can't even see the end of it to see whether it says search. And then the next one down, you can't either. It's fox5atlanta.com/in. So do we know what those are?
Your Honor, we're double checking, but it's my understanding that this section came from the portion of his phone that says searches. So when you look at XRY, it has different categories. When we opened up the searches categories, this is what.
All right, well, if he's able to, if there is a witness who is able to explain that, and then somebody can ask, does this include things that are sent to you? And he can say yes or no. I'm going to overrule the objection.
my other concern, Your Honor, is the presentation. I'm not an expert in these phones, but I'm just common sense wise. I'm looking at this. If you look at the time accessed, the earliest time that I see is 2:31:56 a.m. It appears page title Fox 5. Okay, so someone goes to Fox 5 at 2:31 a.m. They're there at 2:33 a.m. Okay, that's not a search of anything. That's just being on Fox 5 website. And then, based on what Mr. Body's saying, which I'm not saying is incorrect or correct, but it says 2:33:31 a.m. and that's the search. And then it's just Fox 5 again. So while we have this big list that's creating the impression that there's a bunch of searches, it appears that all this really amounts to is one time going on Fox 5 and then doing one search.
I don't know whether it does or not. I guess Leonpacker will be able to tell us that.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what both of these pages is, this one thing, essentially this one topic. Okay. And he'll be able to tell us, is this 8 or 12 different searches, or is this just, it refreshes and you're still on the page or something like that? Okay. All right, so. Is he going, I know he didn't look at it. You're saying he just did the dump, sorted it all out and gave it to Viverito, right? But Viverito is not going to be able to tell us the answer to any of those questions, is she?
Your Honor, I do very much believe that she is very much equipped with her training experience to discuss Because she reviews these almost daily. I'm not saying.
That doesn't mean she
but
knows what they
she's-
mean.
But she's had training on it, and defense can voir dire across. We're not putting her up as a cell phone extraction expert. We have Detective Leonpacher, who was going to describe that. But
Right, but
and
how about just have him look at that?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and
Yes,
then
Your Honor.
he can explain it to us.
Yes, Your
'Cause
Honor.
I don't know that, I mean, I haven't heard anything that would make Viverito able to answer those questions. So as long as I mean, it's not much for him to look at. It's less than 2 pages.
Yes,
Have
Your
him
Honor.
look at that, and then he can explain it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All
And
right. Okay, and maybe she can say, oh, here's why it was significant in my estimation, because she's the investigator. But, all right, let's move on to the next topic.
So, Your Honor, the next one is a saved video.
Okay,
And it's a man, I do not know who it is, maybe the state knows who it is.
this is a 12 March one.
Yes, he seems to, yes, Your Honor, and he seems to be playing like DJ at home from his home and broadcasting on Instagram, and once in a while he'll rap along with the lyrics. And I will tell you that I'm fully aware that he's playing songs. Well, he mentions Haiti Gang, If Gang in the third song. He does say FUCK-YSL in between songs. I don't know who he is. He apparently doesn't like YSL. Don't know why that's relevant.
And this is something, where did this come from?
so, Your Honor, this was saved in defendant Stillwell's phone.
Okay,
And when the crime scene photographs get introduced of the March 11th double murder of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, the vehicle that they were driving, he pulls up that video because it hit the news. And the person who is actively saying FUCK-YSL puts the bullet-ridden car of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford on his public Instagram and is publicly saying,
okay, that's a part of this video, which for me has not opened.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
And so the state feels that that level of blatant disrespect is highly relevant in the state's gang retaliation murder. I can't think of something more heartless than posting a bullet-ridden car after someone has been murdered on a highway and publicly, I mean, that is.
okay. So this video, in addition to him playing DJ, has him posting on the video the car that McMiller and Ford were killed in.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a blurry video. It's about, it's a very
And
blurry video.
For whatever reason, Mr. Stillwell has that video saved in his phone.
Right, and we
Okay.
don't know who this man is.
What's your objection?
Relevance 403. We don't know who this man is at all, unless the state knows. And he's just disparaging YSL, and it's in my client's phone.
All right, that's relevant and not overly prejudicial. Now, given that I have yet to be able to open the video, how long is the video?
He goes through 3 songs. It's about 8 minutes, I would say.
And Your Honor, I will pull it up. I believe that that's accurate. The state does not intend to play. He's playing music.
Okay.
The state's going to play, and I can get those time hacks. And for to Mr. Sharp, it's going to be when he's publishing the bullet-ridden car,
Okay.
and when he's saying
Bad things about
correct,
YSL.
correct.
Okay. All right, the next thing says location video. What is this?
I think that's just a location of in Mr. Stillwell's phone that the video is found.
Okay.
Were
Is
they-
that just showing this video was found in his phone? All right.
Were we nuts and bolts of presenting this evidence? Were you guys seeking to admit this actual photo itself? I assumed you weren't, but if you are, I guess we just gotta make sure there's nothing else on the photo.
No, I don't think it intends to introduce a photo, but to have a reference of the date and time that the video was saved to the phone.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. All right, moving on to the next subfolder. That would be the first of several iPhone mini subfolders. There's a PDF within that. So this is more text from within the phone, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, is there objection to any of those?
I just want to make sure I'm on the same one as.
This one says 10/28/24, I'm not sure why, but.
I think that was the date that they created this. This one, I believe, I believe the state believes this is, is that correct? Conversation with Woody Lee.
Yes.
I don't have any objection to this conversation. Can I just ask to state one thing? When these are compiled, this is the entire conversation over a certain time frame between the two individuals?
That's correct.
Okay, so nothing's been redacted or deleted or anything like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have it.
All right, with any of it, it's several pages long.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And we will move on to the next iPhone mini subfolder. So this is a different text chain.
Yes, Your Honor, this is.
Is there objection to this one?
What was the relevance?
So there's a relevance objection. Do we know who he's talking to?
So the job, we'll withdraw the use of this one, but the point of this one was to show that around the time, Mr. Stillo was using this, phone.
Okay, well, they're withdrawing that one. All right, so then we're in the third iPhone mini folder. So this is Shannon texting Mr. Steele.
No, we're not gonna use that one.
Okay,
Right.
withdrawing that one. So the fourth folder has a file and a PDF and an export. What should we look at first?
And Judge, I'll withdraw this one too. because
All right.
it established there's a shooting on the expressway.
Okay. So
I'm sorry.
they're withdrawing it.
Is this the one with 224-391-9924? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to, what is the 5th of the Stillwell iPhone mini folders? And that one contains a chat with Bottom Boy for Life. And I guess you read up from the bottom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So this text chain starts in the afternoon of March 11th of 2022. On the 12th, they're booking sessions, presumably in a studio. And then Mr. Stillwell asked him to bring some bullets, which I assume is why y'all want this. And then they're talking sessions again on the 14th. Talking about dropping songs and videos, and then that's it, right? Oh, in the very first page is like a summary of the things that are significant, or a sampling of the chat, or what is that? Because that's where it's got the,
So I knew Mr. Sharp would want the entire conversation, so I obviously printed or was able to get the entire conversation, but the very first page is what's relevant, that's why it's highlighted.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that isn't all of that you're going to show. You're going to show the whole conversation, or what's your intent?
My intent would be to show the first page,
Okay.
show that we can admit it with the full conversation, but it's in order. That first page at the bottom.
All right. I think that's, is there an objection?
Well, there is. I think that.
What's the objection?
Unless there's something prejudicial, I think we need to have the entire conversation.
Okay, I would sustain that. So the full conversation can come in. The highlight sheet is confusing, misleading.
I did not believe that the state was planning on introducing that.
So it's a good thing I asked,
Yes, I appreciate it.
because it was confusing me. So let's just, for the rule of completeness, put the whole conversation in.
Well, there's some where the whole conversation is gonna be 850.
Well, maybe there won't be an objection to those. We'll see as we go along.
Well,
All right. So no objection as long as that,
I'm going to object for the record to the 3/12/22 statement. Bring me some FM bullets, like 15.
and
And the reason I'm saying that is because this is leading up to the Drinks murder. Mr. Drinks was not, the ballistics do not come back to an FN gun. There's no link to the Drinks murder.
well, then that's good for you.
That
But
is true.
the fact that he's asking for bullets is relevant on the state side.
Thank you.
Okay. So overruling that objection and moving to our next folder down. Do we know who he's talking to here? Or what that attachment is?
So Your Honor, I'll withdraw this one. This was also about the highway.
All right, withdrawn.
We're talking about the one with D?
Mhm.
All right, so we're now at the last of the iPhone mini subfolders within this subfolder. Mhm.
I got confused, I'm sorry. D is Demekion Garlington. That's why this entire, I apologize, that's why this entire text chain is relevant.
All right, so we need to go back up then, back
Sorry.
to that one. Okay. So the second to the bottom of the folders, this is a conversation with Mr. Garlington,
Yes, Judge.
and it starts on March 7th.
So in the beginning of the conversation, some context, there's a lot going on in Shannon's phone. There's a few things, and they're easily confused. Miss Alexander, who is on the state's witness list, who is the owner of a gun that the state is alleging Mr. Stillwell was in possession with on the 17th when he was arrested. That's his girlfriend at the time.
That's the one he goes and gets the car with.
Yes. So there's a lot going on. Miss Alexander made an allegation about a fight between her and Mr. Stillwell. Okay, so there's talk about police reports involving that.
Okay.
Simultaneously, Miss Alexander, and there's actually a video of it, it was complete self-defense, but she was walking into an apartment complex and two people with masks and guns out ran up on her. Miss Alexander pulled out the FN gun, which is her gun, and started shooting multiple times. And this is on video, and she was never charged.
Okay.
But there's a lot of concern about, Miss Alexander is the one that's initially asking about renting cars and all that, because there's concern that the robbers are coming after Miss Alexander because she was so bold to shoot at them when they had guns out and were robbing her. So there's a lot of police talk. I'm going to object to, for instance, the beginning of this,
Yeah.
which if we're going backwards, it's 19 going to 18 because it's Mr. Stillwell in a very inartful ways expressing his frustration with Miss Alexander for calling the police on him and putting his jeopardy at risk. So I'm trying to give the context and the background of some of these things.
All right, so go into the bottom, page 19, and then up onto page 18, and how these are all conversations on March 7th. Is there any relevance to any of the conversation on March 7th?
So I guess this is the frustrating part. I provided all of it because that's what was requested.
Okay.
But obviously we don't care what happened.
All right, so where do y'all want to start with what you would be interested in presenting?
So page 6 of 19.
6, okay. Thank you. And I appreciate, and I'm sure Mr. Shard appreciates you giving the full conversation so that he can sort it out. All right, going to page 6. At this point, we're on March 12th in the evening. Where y'all fixing to go? And then Meat got killed, question mark? I don't know. People are talking about it on Twitter. Mr. Shannon says, what happened? And this is Garlington? I don't know.
Right, and I don't believe,
That doesn't seem relevant because they didn't move on from that.
and I don't.
I might get me a session.
I don't believe meat has anything to do with this case.
What's the state's position on that? Nobody seems to know anything about it. This is just like, oh my gosh, I heard something.
Okay, we won't use it.
All right, so moving up to page 5. Is there anything on there? Okay, so page 4. Be ready, bro. Been ready. Share your location. And then he says, be there in 3 minutes. Turn it on your street outside.
This is the day of the murder, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Demekion Garlington is believed to be in the car with defendant Stillwell when they shoot and kill Shamel Drinks.
All right, so this is just showing that he possibly is still in the car 6 hours later, 5 hours later.
Yes.
No, this is before.
Correct, Your Honor.
I mean, I'm sorry. Right, no. This conversation is before, and it is being offered to show that at some point in time, they appear in the afternoon to have been riding around together, and so 5 hours later, Garlington might still have been in the car with him. Do we already know that from the video?
No, Your Honor. We have phone records that places
Okay.
Mr. Garlington at the gas station around the time of the murder, and we're also at the time, Your Honor, we are on a wiretap with Mr. Garlington that also placed him in the location, but also some of those calls, Your Honor, that the court has listened to with the wiretap calls are from the day of the murder. One of the calls that I think the court has excluded was the call in which Mr. Garlington, I don't remember the call that Mr. Garlington is on the phone with Mr. Boyer, and Mr. Boyer says, tell Shannon I'm around, or I'm hurrying up. That is the call that we believe establishes that both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are together at the time of the murder.
Okay. All right. So this one that shows they were together.
Just that they have been together all that day,
Well, it doesn't-
March 14th. We do think that establishes some relevance because we believe that Mr. Garlington goes to the tent place with Mr. Stillwell. We believe that we have information of that from the wiretap as well, Your Honor, but that's not coming in. That's not coming in. We also have Mr. Stillwell's location data to show that they went to go get the car tinted. And so we believe the fact that Mr. Garlington is with him most of the day on the 14th is relevant.
It does not show that he is with him most of the day on the 14th. It shows that at just before 5 p.m. on the 14th, he seems to pick him up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
5 p.m. and we believe that the information about the tent is after that location as well. But around 5 p.m., at least from 5 until 10 o'clock p.m., we believe they're together.
Okay. And so is there any objection to that?
I'm going to concede the relevance to that. I do have a question as we go working through this. In this chat, there's these WCFs and MP3s. And this one on page 4, there's WCF. Do we know anything about what that is or means?
I think it's VCF, but
Oh,
yes,
yeah, VCF.
that's.
I'm sorry. What is it? WCF. VCF.
I mean, I suspect it's him sharing his location, since right before that it says share your location. But
Correct. If you're in the phone number and you click on it, it'll shares his location. This is the easiest way to share it with everyone.
That's fine.
Mistakenly go through the phone number.
that's fine. Okay, so these, I guess, pages 4 and 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will come 3 up to number 5 will come in, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we don't know what the MP3, that's just some song they're listening to or something. We don't know.
That's correct. It's a song.
Okay. So Okay, and then the next thing is midnight-ish the next morning. Trying to hit this girl, his sister, yeah. You good?
I believe that would be conversations of what's going on at the studio. I'm
So
fine with that.
presumably, right, by 12/17, they are not together, presumably, which is fine. But, okay, so pages 3 and 4 will be coming in from this one. All right, so moving down to the last of the folders within this little group. Do we know who he's talking to in this one? Mech. And where is the relevant part start?
I'm not sharing any attorney-client privileged material. I will say from the context of the chat, it appears that it's another young lady that he's having some sort of sexual relation.
Is.
A paramour.
So is there any relevance on this? What is this being offered for?
So I think the objection would be cumulative.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's,
But if you go down, if you were to look at the whole PBS,
Uh-huh.
talking about the expressway shooting, how Big Chris got killed. So I pulled everything that related to relevant things as I was going through the phone. But I would assume the objection is going to be cumulative because we're talking about Big Dead Bra and is it Christian Spot, which would have been one of the people who was shot. So, and it's Christian shot. So they're talking about Ford and McMiller getting shot on the expressway. So I can withdraw this sheet for this chain because I assume the objection would be cumulative.
if that was the purpose of it, to show his basically his knowledge of the Christian McMillan.
Yes.
Okay. I think it is cumulative, but I don't think anyone's going to deny that he had knowledge of that.
You don't think anybody's gonna what?
I don't think anyone, meaning me, is going to deny that he had knowledge of the Christian McMillan. Darius Ford.
Okay, so, I mean, so are you objecting or
I
not?
think it's cumulative.
And are objecting on that basis? Okay. And does the state want to insist on this or, okay, the state will withdraw this. All right. So I think then we go back out to the beginning of this link, Dropbox link, and we'll move on to the folder that says iPhone 13. And within that folder, there are 5 subfolders. Shall we just start with audio files at the top?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion?
Uh-huh.
Maybe, I believe that there's going to be three more chats.
Okay.
Maybe just go through.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so down to the the first of the Shannon Stillwell iPhone 13 subfolders. Do we know who he's talking to here?
The first is Taisha, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. At the time, that was Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend.
Miss Alexander.
Yes.
Okay. Any objection? And I guess the relevant part and starts on what page? 28?
Yes.
All right, so, and I guess we'll see whether there's an objection to, or rule of completeness objection on this one or not, because it looks like if we look at the kind of summary sheet, it's that first page where she's saying whatever she's saying and he's saying whatever he's saying back. Mr. Shard, is there an objection to that? And do you want the entire 28 pages in, or do you just want there to be some sort of an indication through whomever this comes in with? There was other chit chat, but here's the relevant part of it, and we condensed it.
I would like the context, and I believe the state has done this, but to the extent that that hasn't been done, there is, and I get it. There's talk about the rental, extending the rental, all of these things. I don't have a problem with that. My concern, and I've articulated to the state, and I think they've addressed it, is that there was a lot of sex talk, and things of that nature, and any references to the unrelated case of Miss Alexander making accusations against Mr. Stillwell in Cobb County, which was, Miss Alexander was trying to straighten things up with what really happened with the investigators to withdraw that warrant at that time. And so that's in the conversations, but.
Is that within the first 28 pages?
It appears to me that the state has redacted it.
Okay. Okay, so the state will publish this. Well, I guess we'll seek the admission of the first 28 pages.
Yes, sir.
And is there an objection to that? Assuming that the two items you just mentioned have been redacted out.
There is, yes.
Okay.
On page 8, I almost forgot about this. On page 8, there's some drug talk on the bottom. I would object to that.
So not the nachos, right?
No, not, the nachos are good.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Okay, sorry.
Adding.
On the wrong page.
Adding this address, not Alex.
Oh, okay. I was reading things in the worst way possible.
Reading like a prosecutor, Mr. Sharp.
Don't say that.
That's me, Mr. Adams.
Well, he's reading it like a cautious criminal defense attorney. Okay, so no objection to this 28 pages. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll look at the next folder. Who's he talking with this time? Do we know?
I believe it's another female.
It's a paramour.
Okay. And
The important part about it,
is that he deleted his Instagram?
correct.
Okay.
The day after, or
Well, may I just have a,
Mm-hmm.
right. My understanding, based on the conversation with Miss Alexander, is that can I come back to that? I honestly didn't realize that that was the state's point of this one. And I think I'd like to talk to the state about it.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. So moving on to the third file.
I believe, and I don't know how the mechanics of the phone work, but I believe that this is a duplicate of the VM conversation that was in the other phone.
That's correct.
That I think the state withdrew, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So are y'all withdrawing this one also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So where to next?
There's, the iPhone notes is very quick.
Okay. What is this showing? And is there any objection?
My understanding is that the facts, as they come out, will reveal that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. This is a lyric that was put in like the notes section of his phone, like I can remember something or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And I believe the facts will show that he was in the studio at that time. So I'm going to object relevance in 403 and give them.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shard is correct in terms of the state does believe he's at the studio. The state included this because this is March 15th at 12:52 a.m. So the murder we believe was March 14th at around 10 o'clock, 10:02 p.m. And so a couple hours later, while at the studio, this is just a note that, just like what Mr. Shard said, he typed, like you can make an Apple note to yourself to save. And the second line says, poor little ops, which state believes is opposition gang members, look how they're just dropping. So the state believes, and the jury confer what they want, that this is relevant because roughly almost a little shy of 3 hours later, he's in a studio making music and he's writing a line that the state believes is about 3 hours after a murder of a opposition member.
And the line is poor little ops look like they're dropping.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't see that anywhere on there, but I assume.
It's on the right side, Your Honor, under details where.
Oh, there it is.
And
okay.
This specific one, it's a screenshot from the XRY system. So the left is all the messages. And if you click one, it opens it on the right.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Relevance in 403.
All right. Overruled.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Logistically, when the state introduces this, now that it's been ruled admissible, like, are we going to show this whole sheet with all this other stuff? Or are we just going to?
No, we will just show that note, Mr. Shard.
Okay, and then someone will be able to explain where it came from in his phone and all the rest?
Correct.
And that it's while he's in the studio.
Well, him being in the studio part would come from the person discussing this cell phone extraction won't be able to say, where well, there's other evidence about his location because it's a little unique because you have an ankle monitor, you have cell phone records, and you have
Okay.
the
Understood.
wiretap.
All right.
But yes, Your Honor, which sometimes.
Okay, so that takes us to the audio files, I guess. Yes, let's take a quick restroom break.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Want to thank everybody. Again, our new member, Ontario Chappelle. This 504 girl finally joined up. Peter Ortiz wanted me to send. I'm going to get on Cat, Peter. I'm going to say, where's Peter's wrench, Cat? Where is Peter's wrench? Dear Woke Christian became a member. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Then Peter must have found his wrench because he's in a good mood and he sent that good $20 super. So I appreciate it. Hair Alchemist, thank you for the $1.99. So appreciate that, y'all. Appreciate that. So let's take a look at some comments, y'all. This is actually a lot more going on than what I expected. Who here thinks that this is not going to be wrapped up, that the prosecution is not going to be finished by the end of next week? I personally think that the idea that they're going to be done, if you think about it, Monday is a holiday. So that would take one day off the table. And then you're going to have 4 more days. And it seems like, to me, that they won't have enough time to get through all of this next week. So I'm going to guess it'll be the following week. If y'all haven't hit the like, please do. Please do. Shout out to the mods, Andre. I think Miss Lily is in and out. Amy, Celeste. Andre says it won't be finished by the end of the year, I promise. You mean are you talking about the entire trial? You must be talking about the trial. So the prosecution indicated that they will be resting their case by the end of next week, I think, or the following week. I believe that's what Hilton said. So this will be done by my birthday. Y'all, I really do think the prosecution is coming to rest, but I'm still wondering, what about Yak Gotti? Have we seen, because at least they have presented evidence that, while my opinion of the evidence has changed, I do still think that this is substantial evidence for the Chanel drinks. I think that their evidence is substantial. I know a lot of y'all think that it's not convincing, etc., and that's fine, but you can't say that they don't have anything, right? I mean, they have something. They're showing you something, and they can paint a picture with that, even if it's not enough for you to get you or the jury past a reasonable doubt. There's something there. But when it comes to Donovan Thomas, I don't feel like they showed hardly anything as it relates to Donovan Thomas for Shannon or especially for Yak. So I kind of feel like Yak is, if they don't have anything else, I kind of feel like Yak's about to walk. I feel like Yak's about to walk, y'all. I think Yak's about to get up out of there. Shannon's a little bit tougher, but I think with all the reasonable doubt that the community has brought up and the fact that they can bring that reasonable doubt out during the defense's case, I think Shannon he might he might not be getting convicted for this Chanel drinks either. So I really do think unless they have something more substantial for Yak, I think Yak is I don't want to say home free, but Yak doesn't seem like he's in as much danger right now as Shannon, and again, there seems to be a reasonable doubt for Shannon. Guessing the state will be done Thanksgiving because the fence about to cook that turkey. All right, there you go. So the state's gonna put the turkey on the table for Thanksgiving, so that the defense can cook it up. Yeah, that's another good point though. So I imagine SL, we're gonna have Thanksgiving's gonna be off on the 28th and the 29th. But that the state said they should be done basically by the 22nd, I think. So we will see. Mimi says, I still need info on a passenger in Drink's vehicle. Where you come from? Mimi, where did you get the impression Drinks had a passenger? Why do you say Drinks had a passenger? I did not see any indication from the gas station footage. I didn't see any indication Drinks had a passenger. I think it's Veterans Day on Monday. Let's see, what holiday is Monday? Y'all, Google is, I'm sorry, y'all, but Google, I feel like Google's on its way out. I feel like Google's on its way out. I think, yeah, Veterans Day on Monday, so it's closed. Mimi, whoever, I think that was you who said the passenger. What passenger are you talking about? I didn't see anything that indicated that Drinks had a passenger. Now, there's an indication that there was another person in Nichols' car, in the car Nichols was driving, because Farley, Miles Farley got in the back seat. He got out of the back seat when they went into the store, and he got back into the back seat when they came out. So you could say that's circumstantial evidence that somebody was probably sitting in the front seat, the front passenger seat. Hilton may have said that, but again, how does she know that? Where does that information come from? Even if she did say it, where we haven't seen that is what I'm saying. So how would she know that? Where did anyone say there was a passenger? I know that the barter guy was with him at some point, but I don't think it's established that Barter was with him at the time he went to the gas station. So I do think he went with Barter and Drinks traveled together. It's Barter. Yeah, Barter and Drinks traveled together that day, but I don't think there's any indication firmly that Barter was with Drinks at the gas station. If Drinks had a passenger, when did he get out of the car? Yeah, there. I don't think Drinks had a passenger, y'all. If he had a passenger at the gas station, there would be 99% certainty that that passenger was in the car when Drinks got shot. So he got shot within seconds after leaving the gas station. So Barter went with Drinks that day. So Barter was a passenger in Drinks' car that day, but I just don't think there's indication he was in Drinks' car at that time. It was earlier in the day, is what I'm saying. Yeah, Yak seems like he is. Yeah, if they presented all of the evidence that they have on Yak, and that does not include cell phone tower evidence, I feel like Yak is safe. I haven't seen anything that to me would indicate Yak participated in Donovan Thomas. Probably not even Shannon for that matter, but definitely not Yak. Drinks told his girl around 6 o'clock he was dropping Barter off. Yeah, so that was 6. He was supposed to be dropping this guy off, and the shooting happened at 10 p.m. So, did they just roll for a few hours? It's possible. but there's no evidence that I've seen that Barter was with him. Is my point. It's possible, but there's just no evidence that I've seen. Even a passenger in the back would have opened the door and hopped out after shooting. You don't see that. Yeah, I don't think anybody was there with drinks when the shooting happened. There was no other victim in the car, apparently. Anybody who was there would have presumably, if they weren't hit, they might have spoken to the police. If they didn't want to speak to the police, the streets would have been talking about it. You know, either way, it would have been tough for that person to be there when the shooting happens and then just totally conceal it. They would have told somebody. If Barter was in the car, he could have been the person walking from the light of the shooting. You have to watch the footage really good before drinks pulled up. I don't get it. How would Barter, if he was with drinks in the car, how could he have been at the light before drinks pulled up? The idea is that Barter was in the car with drinks. This is the only case where a driver has trauma in the car and car does not veer off and hit anything. It is very strange that Drinks got hit, that he got shot, that they say that the medical examiner says his lights went out immediately, but that somehow he was able to continue to keep the car in. I mean, really nobody knows what the condition of the car was at the time Drinks got shot, but it's strange if you have your foot on the brake and you get shot and you lose consciousness that you could maintain your foot on the brake. It's not impossible, but it is unusual. But it's definitely possible though. So the idea that it can't happen, I don't buy the idea that it can't happen, but it's certainly not the norm. It's certainly not the norm. Um, we don't see. Yeah, everybody keeps talking about the muzzle flash. Yo, that you know how big a muzzle flash is? I mean, that car was so far away from that camera, and we have bright lights there. I don't, that's like saying they accused you of smoking weed, of lighting a blunt, and you're like, well, we didn't see the lighter light. We didn't see the flame from the lighter. It's like, yo, that's you know probably 200-300 feet away, and the fact you don't see a muzzle flash to me does not indicate somebody shot him. So, I mean, are you suggesting that the person who did it did that before Drinks pulled up to the light? Because from the testimony of the medical examiner, when Drinks got shot, he immediately went unconscious, like immediately. So the fact you don't see a muzzle flash kind of doesn't matter. When I say that, I'm just saying because whoever shot him at that light. You don't see a muzzle flash. And some people are saying they did see it, right? But if you say you didn't see it, well, there was one. Okay, we just don't see it. There was definitely one because somebody shot Drinks at that light during the time of that video. Somebody shot Drinks. Okay, we just don't see the muzzle flash. So, but there was one, or there wasn't one, but a bullet exited a gun and hit Drinks during the time of the recording. We just don't know if it came from a car, if it came from a person walking by, if it came from inside Drink's car, if it came from, we don't know that. But what we do know is that a bullet went out of a gun during the time that we're looking at with 99% certainty. So that there's no muzzle flash just means we can't see it. There is one, we just can't see it. All right. People say watch the brake lights. Again, I don't see why. I don't. That's to me. That's neither here nor there. People keep saying, "Oh, well, the car moved forward and he pumped the brake." Listen, man, you get hit. Your body can do all kind of involuntary motions, including your hands, your feet, your eyes, your any muscles in your body can do any kind of involuntary motion. So the idea that the car moved after Shannon left, it's evidence that Drinks was alive, but it's not proof, because when I say proof, I'm saying it's not certain. It's not certain because people who are dying, their bodies can move in all kinds of different ways. Now, the medical examiner said he didn't take any voluntary movement, and people heard her as saying he didn't make any movement. She didn't say he didn't make any movement. She said he didn't take any voluntary movements because he was immediately unconscious. But just because he's unconscious doesn't mean his muscles stopped working all of a sudden. His muscles didn't stop. I mean, he was either dead or dying quickly, so he wasn't in control of his body, but his body still had energy and could still move. If muzzle flash was outside the vehicle, it's possible the light blinded. If shot was inside the car, the whole. Yeah, people do say that the car lights up on the inside. It's too far away to be certain, is my point. There are some signals or some signs of certain things that might have happened, but it's too far away, and it's not clear enough. I do not believe his body went limp instantly. That's what the medical examiner testified. Well, she didn't testify to that. She said he lost voluntary movement. In other words, there was no connection from a consciousness to a body. So even if he was alive and still awake, he couldn't move his body. But that doesn't mean the body itself couldn't continue to move. We've all seen it where, an animal or whatever that has been recently shot will twitch, will kick, will jump. Even long dead animals will sometimes still have involuntary bodily movement. So the fact that the car brake is pressed, that tells us something, but it doesn't tell us what I think a lot of people think it says. Now, the reason Max asked the examiner is because the brake light flashed after two of them left, meaning he was still. See, this is what I literally just talked about, Ralph. It doesn't mean he was still alive. That's like saying I've seen images where, I wanted to see if I could find this on X, where a long dead frog that is about to be eaten, they're about to fry it, they put it near the grease, and the muscles twitch. Does that mean the frog's still alive because the muscles are still moving? Of course not. So the fact that muscles continue to move doesn't mean that anybody is still alive. It certainly could mean that, but it doesn't necessarily mean. I believe the third car, the Charger, is the shooter. I think that's a reasonable doubt. Meaning, I think that Max could make that case as a reasonable doubt. I believe that, let's see here. The third car arrived, that's when he went unconscious. How do we know when he went unconscious, meaning? How do we know that? So, y'all, at the end of the day, there's enough to get a reasonable doubt. At the end of the day, there's enough to get a reasonable doubt. The president, I think that the pedestrian kept walking toward that direction. I really do. I was looking at that. The pedestrian disappears, I think, due to the camera, but not because the pedestrian ran away or something. That's why the defense said the gun had a switch for rapid fire, because they believe you would see the muzzle flash, but with a switch the gun you wouldn't see the flash. I think you're thinking about either a silencer or a muzzle flash suppressor. I don't think that the switch would prevent you from seeing the muzzle flash. Now, if you're right, I might be wrong about that, but I don't see that. Third car that pulled up to the light, calling as, of course, SB and Nichols pulled off. Shannon already had that happen. Yeah, so again, reasonable doubt, right? So what you're saying is enough for us to have reasonable doubt. We don't know that that's why Shannon pulled off, but it's reasonable. It's a reasonable conclusion. When you're shot, you're not thinking about hitting the brakes. Again, you keep going about to, not you, but people keep going back to thinking. People keep going back to thinking. All right. What about the fact that it could be an involuntary reaction when you're not thinking? Right? What about when it could be an involuntary reaction when you're not thinking? Does anybody, I mean, it's not that you, it's not that I'm saying I think he was alive and just moving his body around. I'm saying that, what I'm saying is that we've all seen where somebody is gonna cook frog legs or something like that, and the muscles keep twitching. Haven't y'all ever seen that before? All right, I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all. Anybody who's sensitive, don't look at your screen right now, okay? Anybody who's sensitive, stop looking at your screen. I'm about to show y'all what I'm talking about, and then I'll tell you when I'm done. This is what I'm talking about. Okay? That frog is clearly dead. All right, I'm done. That frog is clearly dead, y'all. That frog is clearly dead, but the legs are still moving, right? Anybody who was watching just saw that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like the idea that just because you can't think or just because you're not alive, like your body just goes limp and it can't move, that's just on the movies, people. That's just on the movies. So the fact that somebody just shot Mr. Drinks, tragically, sadly, that doesn't mean his body just went limp and it can't do anything. His body still has energy. His body could still move. It could press on the brake. His hands could fly around. There's no determining what that movement would be. There's no determining what that movement would be. So when you say, oh, well, the brakes got pressed, that's one of the movements that a human body can make. So, you know. I do think that there's enough with everything everybody's saying. There's definitely enough to create doubt. Okay. So at the end of the day, we have our theories. I do think that the third car is suspect. And I do think it's enough to create doubt. So I think that's really for the purposes of the trial. That's the most salient point.
This is the PDF of the Garlington's Instagram. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yeah, I opened it and it shows nothing, nothing at all.
Well, what I wanted to do briefly was it's the same Instagram return, but on two separate dates. There's two PDFs of Demekion Garlington's Instagram that have been identified in this. I wanted to combine them. We can go through separately, but I wanted to quickly merge those two PDFs and send to all so that there's one
Okay,
document.
why don't you do that? Because I don't know why, like when I first opened it, it showed a Huey thing and Garlington, but when I clicked Garlington, there's nothing there.
It will not take me very long, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Anyway, you're going to combine something and send us another link, so I don't need to look at this after all? Or
Not
I
if you,
couldn't open
the,
just give it another shot.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did y'all get a chance, or Mr. Sharp, did you get a chance to circle back on that, the text that wanted to show that I deleted Instagram, or we need to come back to that later?
Come back to that.
Okay. And are y'all still planning, I think at some point, state, y'all said that you don't intend to use a PowerPoint with Viverito anymore? Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So just kind of doing some housekeeping. So operating under the Harvey rule before everybody else was out of this case, Mr. Matthews had filed a motion in limine about the PowerPoint, and Mr. Steele had as well. I would assume that's all mooted if the PowerPoint's not being used, right? So tossing those.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but then there also was a separate motion in limine about text messages pertaining to Overt Act 123 that Mr. Matthews had filed. Is that anything we need to still take up?
No.
Okay. Toss that too. And is Mr. Kendrick's guilty plea still, are y'all still intending to tender that?
Yes, Your Honor, we had some conversation about limited instructions regarding both Mr. Kendrick's conviction as well as Mr. Stillwell's conviction, even though Mr. Stillwell's conviction is already in, I believe, evidence.
Y'all, I don't know if it, y'all say it is.
It
And-
is.
and so-
And I think Mr. Kendrick, I believe it was.
Y'all said that there were Stillwell, Winfrey, and Nichols convictions already in from before I was involved.
And now we have Kendrick.
And we don't have Kendrick's yet, but we're
Oh.
going to have Kendrick's in at some point.
Yes, Your Honor.
And yeah, we need a limiter, and I guess I'll just say at the time when I give it on Mr. Kendrick's conviction, by the way, there was a conviction in, are they all guilty? I know Mr. Winfrey's was in Alford, right?
Yes.
Ultimately,
Yes,
the second time.
yes.
Were Nichols and Stillwell's that came in guilty pleas also?
I'd have to
I think
look
Mr.
at those.
I need to look at them. I believe they are.
Okay, I think so, but let's double check on that. And so I'll just say, you know, that earlier in the trial, is it a conviction or more than one? Y'all need to give me the details if you don't mind, of co-defendant Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, and co-defendant Winfrey. Maybe I'll do Winfrey separately. Came in, and this instruction applies to those as well, whatever instruction it is that I give.
Yes, Your Honor. And I figured that the instruction that the court had crafted when we were wrestling with the Ryan conviction before deciding not to admit.
Yeah, so, okay. So
And-
what I
I
was
thought that
gonna
language-
read for whenever Mr. Kendrick's conviction came in was, maybe I better pull it up. Because I don't know if what I think it was, let me just check my folder, see if I made any edits to it. So I was trying to think of some other things while Mr. Adkins consolidates, whatever that is, he's consolidating.
Your Honor, I have now successfully consolidated in.
All right. Have you, so you'll send that over to us?
Your Honor, I uploaded it to what was that same folder that says Demikian Garlington Instagram.
Okay.
I deleted the old one and uploaded the updated PDF.
Okay. Okay, perfect. It seems to work fine now. Appreciate that. Mr. Atkins and Mr. Abate, you can have your thumb drive back. You might need it for something else. Thank you.
Very much.
Thanks. All right, where should we begin on this Garlington Instagram?
It's, from my perspective, it's first of all, these are all from 2021 and 2019 is my understanding. So none of anything that's said is close in time to either homicide that my client is charged with.
Okay,
I just, my review of it was, I was unsure of what the state really wanted to get out through this and what portions of this they actually wanted to admit, so.
all right. So our very first thing, I guess everything that you just sent is something that the state intends to introduce?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
There may be a couple, well, I pulled, these fall into two buckets. One is messages with who the state believes to be defendant Stillwell because of his Instagram handle, which is OG Bull. And Demekion Garlington is where this Instagram thread, his IG return is, and his name on Instagram is Scarface with an X replacing the C. And so, like, the very first page is a direct message between Demekion Garlington and Stillwell. There, when we get a little bit deeper into this, there is Instagram group threads where, when I'm looking at these group threads, a number of people, and when we get to that, I'll explain more, to include Mr. Stillwell, are a part of. And there's a number of reasons why the state, some are for, they're just
All right,
a
we'll
variety.
just go
Yes, Your Honor.
through them. So the first one is page 2879. And the highlighted part is OG Bull saying in 2021, real 30 deep SHIT.
Yes, Your Honor. This was, the jury has heard evidence about Demekion Garlington, Kenneth Copeland, and Shannon Stillwell being 30 deep and then becoming, so it's just and this is a conversation between Demekion and Shannon Stillwell. So that one line, the state just wanted to highlight that in a private message referencing that.
The objection.
Cumulative, at this point, I think it's, if the point is to show that Mr. Stillwell has knowledge or potentially a prior affiliation with 30 Deep, I think that has been discussed ad nauseum at this point.
And so, Your Honor, the unique from the state's perspective is private group threads or messages are different than public displays. And so there's been a lot of argument and such about promotion and, what someone publicly posts. So how people speak, whether on a wiretap or on Instagram, to one another in private, the state feels is relevant and has not been admitted to my memory between this specific point between Garlington and Stillwell.
All right, I'll admit that over objection. So the next thing is 8734. Show who is, so somebody, keep up, whatever, is talking to who you believe is Mr. Stillwell, and they both say slat.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. The state will does not need this one.
Okay, so that's being withdrawn.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next one is 8763.
The state will not use that one either, Your Honor.
All right. 8793.
So 8793, and Your Honor, permission to remain seated.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. 8793 and 8794. So Slime Life Shorty is Wooney Lee, who testified. This is one of those group threads.
Okay.
So this is September 9th, 2019, he sends this flyer, which we've heard testimony about the Rudy gang 4L. So this flyer that Wooney Lee sends is like it says, you can see the flyer on the next page.
Yeah.
It's at Cleveland Avenue Park, and it has the YSL there with a lot of, what the jury has heard about of the snake emoji, the green heart, and Rudy Gang 4L, which came up some with also Rodelius Ryan's Instagram.
Mhm.
And then following beneath it, 8795, you have Little Quay 1, everybody be there. And then, everyone's saying get to Crucial tonight, like they're basically wanting to celebrate. And then 1B Slime. And this is where there's some connections in terms of 1B Slime came up in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. And this group thread, they're all talking about, and when we argued the wiretap, so there's a number, I'm a little bit all over the place because there's a lot of reasons the state wants to introduce this. This specific thread is one where if you go to page 8796, Defendant Stillwell is a part of this because OG Bull, where he says, let's go FUCK Crucial up and get out of there the old slime way. The state feels that it's highly relevant with, you have Christian McMiller in this thread, you have Wooney Lee in this thread, you have 1B Slime, whose last name is, we talked about it last week. I can't remember off the top of my head, but films a music video at 2830 Waters Road, which is the address we've talked about. And you also have Unfunk, which is 2X_UNFOONK, which is the brother of Defendant Williams.
Okay.
And so,
all right.
Yes, Your Honor.
So and this is just kind of because it's, when y'all display these, it's easier, I think, for everybody to follow the parts that y'all think are relevant. You highlight most of them, but then you miss some every once in a while. And like the OG Bull, let's go F Crucial up and get out of there the old slime way is not highlighted, which took me a minute to find it, which is fine. But just that's.
Your Honor, I will, I do sometimes inadvertently do not highlight, or I miss a highlight.
It's fine. Just kind of letting you know.
Yes, Your Honor. So I have several issues.
All right.
First of all, in the beginning, Slime Life Shorty posts this picture of Rudy, and they're gonna celebrate with Rudy or Rudy's memory. The body says 3.5 of runts because these HOES only want a perk. I don't know why that.
I don't know where you are at this point.
It says on the top of 8793, where it says body.
Oh, okay.
3 point.
Can we get that out of there? That 3.5 of runts because these hoes only want a perk?
Yes, Your Honor. And that was, yes.
Okay. All right.
My
What
other
else?
issue is that, we have this, it's coming across as a threat. B Slime, who's deceased. Is he not? Okay, I take that back. He is not deceased.
He'll be glad to know that.
Yes, and says, okay, Slime Life Shorty, 1623, 423 UTC time. We'll just go by UTC time. YSL, the new mob, I don't know nothing about no fourth ward. Okay, and they're talking about coming out as the mob.
Right.
Let's mob deep, the only way I'm going out. B Slime says that. So B Slime and Slime Life Shorty are having this conversation. And then B Slime says, them guys goof troops. Them guys want to be us. Okay, about them guys. Fast forward 3 hours. And then the only thing Shannon is talking about is, let's go to Crucial, the old slime way, and then Tunk said we get in our original session in bottles. So we can label this as like a continuous thread, but it spans over 3 hours, and there's absolutely no evidence that Shannon was on his phone or had any involvement with.
Paying attention to the first part of it, not that the first part of it.
All he's talking about was going to a club.
Yeah.
And these are all words of people that have not testified. They're not going to testify.
So
I mean, in all honesty, this just looks like a bunch of people going, hey man, are we gonna go out tonight?
Right.
It better be fun if we're going.
Your Honor,
The part we also haven't talked about is YSL is the new mob. I don't know nothing about Ninth Ward. And then when there is, this is what plays into the wiretap, where I have addressed this to the court before. Unfunk is, because YSL is a hybrid gang, is Goodfellas. And so when Miles Farley is getting attacked by YFN and a subset of Goodfellas in 2022, they are, when he says YSL is the new mob, knows nothing about Ninth Ward, he is talking about, they're joking because Unfunk is in this thread. And so that's why a couple lines later, he says, y'all have the mob messed up, talking about a criminal street gang. And then he says, FYSL, and they're basically like, I knew you were going to say that. And they also send a flyer for Hood Day, and defendant Stillwell sends the Boo Land, which is 87, 97. We've heard ample testimony about Big Boo in Cleveland. This same photo came up in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. And so this is a connection between both witnesses who've testified, defendants on this indictment, co-conspirators that have a group thread that, yes, sometimes they do talk about what would be mundane topics, but other times, and when we get deeper into this, the court will see, they talk about shooting people. So this group thread is active. As anyone has had a group thread that probably everyone in this courtroom has had before, you may not look at your phone for 5 hours, but if you get a message, you can see every message, you're on it. And Instagram shows you when someone removes themselves or gets kicked out of a group thread conversation. Right. So, just like the fact that there is a group thread with a number of who the state has either presented evidence or proffered, YSL members and associates, that essentially this goes on for days, right? It's a group thread.
Right.
They talk frequently. And so the state's tried to highlight times when they're talking about what the state believes is, criminal street gang or RICO enterprise activity or crimes. And so this goes on for a number of pages where the state, just as we talked about previously with Ryan and Blaylock's Instagram, sometimes, not every comment the state is intending to show because it's a group message. But the state feels that
The fact that they're all on a group thread.
that has value in and of itself, yes, Your Honor. And then the
Okay.
way that they communicate, for example, solidarity and fostering cohesion is what Kemp v. State and the co-conspirator case law for 801D2E addresses. And so this kind of group thread where Winnie Lee sends a flyer, hey, everybody come out to the Hood Day, and then has YSL, it's Rudy's slimy 18th release, and, long live Rudy, Rudy gang for life. These are the same messages that 3 years later, Rodelius Ryan is posting on his Instagram of Rudy gang 4L. And so it shows to the jury that Wooney Lee in 2019 is in a group thread with Unfung, Shannon Stillwell, Demekion Garlington, and
Okay.
B. Slime is Jeffrey Williams' nephew.
Alrighty.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean,
But why, I don't understand why we would need, if the point is that there's just a group thread with a bunch of guys on it, Why couldn't we just say there's a group thread with a bunch of guys on it? Why would we need to get into what B-Slime's saying about them guys goof troops? Where, again, Shannon is not actively participating. I mean, I've never, and I don't have a lot of group chats, but I've never got on a group chat and then felt the need to say, hey, man, what you said 4 hours ago, I really disagree with that.
Okay, well, you're going to have to argue that, I guess. I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly revelatory about this particular conversation, but, you know, the state can make their argument about it and the defense can make their argument about it. I hope we don't have a whole lot more of these though, because
Understood, Your Honor. There is, so if we go a little further down after the photograph, which is 8797 PDF page 8 of Big Boo. So Shannon Stillwell says, PFK looks crazy. We're going to tear that up. I'm putting you down now. I'm on the BS. PFK is Play for Keeps, which is another criminal street gang. And so when they keep talking, he says, if we get into it, everybody go for a chain. And then Wooney Lee and 05 Driving Slim is Christian McMiller, who says, if expletive don't ride, you better ride back with the ops. You'll be safer with them. And then this is the classic fostering solidarity where they're talking about possibly getting into it at, I believe, a nightclub or somewhere where PFK is probably on Instagram. And they're like, we're about to go there. And then he says, Keep Up, We Up says, is it a particular person you're talking about who's not going to ride? And then Christian Miller says, hell no, just a friendly reminder, which again sets the tone that if something goes down, whether it's physical or gun violence, you better all ride for each other, or if not, you're going to be safer going home with the ops because you're not going to be part of the.
okay.
So.
And then that goes on for how long? Through 8800, or is that a separate one?
I apologize, Your Honor. What did you say? The
That
page number?
text chain goes through 8800.
Yes, Your
Do we
Honor.
need that part?
Your Honor, what I can do, and I endeavored to do this, but understand the court's position with this specific larger group thread, will highlight what the state believes is the most relevant of possible relevant evidence so that it does not become cumulative or something of that nature when admitting a larger thread. And what I can do is try to have accurate highlights for what the state in this group thread exactly intends to.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I do want 88.
Okay. All right, so then we move to 8802.
And Your Honor, 8802 is not one the state, so 2830 Waters Road, the state believes they're referencing a gentleman that goes by the nickname Big Nick. And so when he says, remember this Big Nick?
Yeah.
And then they mentioned playing a slat talk at Crucial that night, but it's and on wiretap they mentioned shooting up Big Nick spot, and this is a picture of Big Nick in this thread, and he's saying, do you remember this?
But the he is in Shannon. I mean,
So 8802, I guess, stands on its own. I don't see anything.
Your Honor, it's simply just the identification of Big Nick in this photograph to show that was the purpose of including this specific PDF page.
Big Nick, from my understanding, any crimes involving him, whether he committed them or were committed on him, are not charged, have nothing to do with this indictment.
Your Honor, it's associating the home, 2830 Waters Road that was shot up is Big Nick's spot. That is Big Nick. So we're just identifying that this individual is Big Nick that resides or.
All right, that's not relevant, that's the person.
Before we go further, can I just ask, Your Honor, you said going through 8800, and then I have 8801.
I don't have an 8801. Mine jumps to 8802. I'm looking at, they just consolidated everything and sent us a new link. So is there something on 8801 that?
Your Honor, no, I do not believe there is. The reason that I combined into one PDF was these are from the same source document.
Yeah, that's fine.
I need to check to see if this document we're reading is not going to be in chronological order because I pulled myself from Demekion Garlington's Instagram at 2 separate times. So,
all right, is there anything on 8801 that I can't see that would?
It just seems to be a continuation of the discussion.
Is there anything important on 8801 for the state's purposes?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. And Mr. Shart, if you're able to pull up the Dropbox with the consolidated one, because.
Yeah, we had that pulled up.
Okay, you do? Okay.
Off paper better, so I was
understood.
Trying to mark.
All right, so y'all don't need 8801, right?
It's just a discussion about who's performing it, who is allowed to perform at club. Crucial, I think.
I do not believe, Your Honor, I don't have an 8801 in this new document
right.
that I combined.
And 8802 is out, so moving on to 8805 through 6.
Your Honor, 8805, the state does not intend to introduce.
All right, y'all are withdrawing 8805 through 6. So moving to 8812.
So, Your Honor, this specific thread is partly to identify that this is Shan Stillwell because he says, OG Bull says, I'm going to meet you on Cleveland. And then they're like,
Waiting
okay.
on you, SB.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, well, assuming that isn't anywhere else in anything we've already gone through.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of Instagram posts.
There's a bunch of what?
Instagram posts with OG Bull and pictures of him. I think it's pretty clear. That part's pretty clear, but.
Well, I guess if
it's
you're not going to debate that it's not your client's Instagram.
I'm not, but there's nothing about this. I have no objection to 8812.
Okay. So that comes in.
8832, Your Honor. Block Life OKKY, which is also one of the Instagram handles that came up in 2022 with Rodelius Ryan's Instagram that's admitted. And I believe is on the post that says, I love all my slimes with the snake emoji. He says, mandatory that we pull up to view Big Boo tomorrow. And then a couple lines later, GUTTA1 says, say my man's Woody is out, which is Kenneth Copeland. And so then they start a video chat. And then what continues, this is 8832, is on the next page.
I don't have a next page. I only have
8832.
32.
So,
Yeah.
Your Honor, this PDF jumps, but what ends up happening, and it's related to this thread, is there is a memorial service for Big Boo
Mhm.
that they attend. And so this is, in the state's viewpoint, a cohesion or solidarity of it's mandatory. Everybody come to view Big Boo tomorrow.
That's fine, I think. Is there an objection?
I think it's at this point a waste of time under the 403 analysis. But that's my objection.
And then, Your Honor, when they actually are at the reason it skips some time is because, or PDF pages, is the next day is the day that the memorial is held. And so keep up, we up with 5 Ps. That's Cormavius Nichols on page 8865.
Uh-huh.
And the state feels that that is, that's of course. And then if you go to 8866, you have Christian McMiller, who's 05 driving Slim. And then you have Slime Life Shorty, Woonie Lee. And then on 8876, you have Cormavius Nichols in the back. I am blanking on the name of the gentleman who has the Pittsburgh, the red P hat, but they're throwing up, which Detective Belknap, I believe on the first day of trial, testified about some of the hand signs for what was Rock Crew, and Big Boo was Rock Crew. And so they're throwing up at this memorial service hand signs, and it also shows.
So I'm sorry, the picture on page 8876, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's them at the memorial service?
Yes, Your Honor. There's other photographs that have a printed graphic of Big Boo that says like Big Boo Memorial. I didn't include that specific photo, but they're wearing these same outfits.
And so this is them all going to pay their respects. Is there an objection?
Relevance, 403, wasted time, and I'll note that to my knowledge and belief, Mr. Stillwell is not in any of these photos.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection.
Yes, Your Honor. So I can make sure to follow the court's instruction, the page numbers for.
So I think that would be starting with 8864
Yes, Your Honor.
and going through 8867,
Yes, Your Honor.
I think.
Or
8860, no.
8876.
Oh, Lord, 88. 64, 65, 66. That's all I've got on mine for that group together.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the next thing I have is 8875 and 76. Oh, you just put those together to show. Okay, so yeah, those are out as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
75 and 76 are out. So moving on to 8902.
This, Your Honor, is one of those times where the threads, I'm going to give a little context. So Christian, there's a conversation about a female who they believe is hanging out with YFN, If Gang, the opposition. And so this kind of develops in the next couple pages. And so the first highlight is Christian McMiller saying,
Hey, this girl hangs with the ops.
correct. And then Shannon Stillwell says, I told you, idiots, basically, that she's an op. And then they keep going. And if you go to 8903, I said, yeah, she's in it. She's in with their big homie. And that is Shell Kell's,
Ho.
correct. And so that the state feels is quite relevant, considering what happens in 2022 and the way that they're discussing opposition and Shell Kell and being a big homie. And then they continue to talk about what's going to happen to this female who is basically hanging out with YSL people and with hers. They say, like, basically talking about she's going to get physically assaulted next time she feels comfortable on the block. And then they continue going on, and on 8904, Demekion Garlington says, She messes with the kid from the donut shop. He's 9'2". This is the same when Rodelius Ryan said F92, 9 Deuce, Inglewood family, YFN. It's all the same rival opposition group from January 10th, 2015 to March 14th, 2022. And then they send a picture of this female on 8905. And afterwards, they continue to talk about like how she's with the opposition, which again, they need to know if this female is hanging out with Shell Kell and then coming out to hang out with them because they get concerned that she may, give information to the opposition gang or they can't trust her. And so they continue to go on to talk about, and then one of the most revealing is 8908, where OGKINGG says who she's with at the park, and then Bloody Rari says Shell Kell. And then they say bait her back down there and let all the girls who love to fight, basically assault her idiot self. And then OG King says, who is Shell Kell? I believe no one's going to testify this, but I believe he's just being funny. Like, who is this? And then they say, and then Christian McMiller says, Shell Kell is the main op, the one that we want. And when he says that we want, the state believes that they want to kill him. And then OG King says, I know that, like, obviously. And so the state feels that this thread is highly relevant to see how they're discussing Shell Kell, their main op, the one that they want, when you get to, what has been presented already and what it was being presented about the murder of Shamel Drinks in 2022.
So, Your Honor, what we have in this thread is talk about a girl, and now 8903, my client, in response to Slime Life Shorty saying, yeah, she in with their big homie, my client responds and indicates his belief that it's Shell Kell's girl. But then a bunch of people who are not my client, and I understand that my client's on the thread, start talking about, yeah, we should have her come over and then have other girls beat her up. From my reading of this, my client is not actively involved in any of those conversations. And then the other part of import to me is Ocean Drive Slim, who I believe to be Christian McMiller, says that declares, as a response to what I also agree is probably a joke, like who's Shell Kell? He's the main op we want.
Yeah.
I'm objecting to Christian McMiller's statements, out-of-court statements coming in. I don't believe that they would fall under 801D2E. They're not adopted by my client. So I would object to that. And I would also object to any discussion about some silly plan. I mean, we can talk about.
I think that all the stuff about the girl is a very marginal relevance. So if the real goal of this is to have somebody say Shell Kell is the main op, the one we want.
Yes, Your Honor. That is the reason I grabbed this thread was to essentially give context to that, to lead up to 8808, I believe, the one where he says Shell Kell is the main op.
But to me, Your Honor, me reading this thread is just a bunch of friends. We can label it whatever we want. I'm going to say it's a bunch of friends basically gossiping and just running their mouths and playing with each other. And Mr. McMiller says, this one comment, I'm reading it.
I'm gonna sustain the objection to this. So does that go through 89? How far does this go?
It goes for
through 8912?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then is it in there again, or is that a different text
So,
thread on 8910 the second time? See, we got 8910 11.
yep, they're
again.
still talking about the rival op that they want to go kill. And so that is the same thread talking about killing the rival opposition. That the state believes Shell Kell is one of the key ones in the post with Shamel Drinks and
Where are they
dissing-
talking about killing people?
when Your Honor, so, and I understand what, this is advocacy, both sides, gossiping about people. The state believes with the context of we're about to get into with 2022, when they're talking about sliding, I'm not the only one that's going to be dying or crying tonight, talking about spinning the block, the wiretap, where Garlington's like, let me get an assault rifle and go get a paper tag slider to shoot them. I just saw that guy from Summerhill. That when they're saying he's the main one we want, they're not gossiping like people would do in high school or something about friends. They're talking about a rival opposition gang leader that they want to murder. And in 2022, that whole dynamic is still readily active and apparent. So this private message between multiple YSL gang members discussing their rival opposition, no, they don't use the word kill in here, but in the cohesion and fostering that this thread readily, there's a us, there's a them, and there's,
Y'all established,
Yes, Your Honor.
I think, already that there's an us and a them. So I follow because it's highlighted through 8909. And what I'm asking is, then there's 89, 10, 11, and 12 that nothing is highlighted on. Is there something important on there, or is that just a continuation of this? Is there something significant about these next 3 pages where nothing is highlighted?
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's all about how they can't trust this person because they're hanging out
This
with
girl.
the opposition.
This
Yes, Your
girl.
Honor. And they don't
Okay.
want her to,
All right,
give their,
so then that is all out if that's the extent of it. And then 80, so then I've got another 89, 10, and 11, and maybe 12. Is that just a repeat, or is that a different chain? That's the same thing over again.
repeat where we start getting close to when the PDFs combine.
Okay, I think that's all the same thing. All right, so now 8915. What are we looking at? And 16 and
Let me get to. So again, they're saying she's the odd, better stop playing, and then they say they're mentioning 9 Deuce, the same criminal street gang.
I don't know where
Yes.
we are.
Oh,
So I'm on
80
8915. There's nothing highlighted. What am I supposed to be looking at?
So, Your Honor,
Yes.
yeah, that is a continuation from the page before.
Which I don't have.
Yes, Your Honor. So we will not use 8915. And 8916, they are actively stating that someone is a member of 9 Deuce, the rival street gang.
She the op, he better stop playing.
And
So this is trying to identify people that various people are hanging and or sleeping with as either on their side or with another group.
Your Honor, I will not use those pages. I'll skip to, I won't bury the lead. Let's go to 8921 and 8922.
All
And
right.
so 8922, OG King says, tell that girl to stay in Summerhill, which is where YFN, If Gang, what territory is. This shit's deeper than rap. She can't be both. You're either with us or you're against us. There's no in between. She gets beat the fuck up next time she's in
All
the park.
right. Yeah. If you want to have that, that's at least talking about something directly that seems to be indicating this is more than who you rap with.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to object. I understand that you're finding relevant.
Because your client is nowhere in this.
Right. I just
Conversation?
This is not OG.
Okay.
OG King,
Uh-huh.
my client,
Yeah.
and I don't understand how this is furthering anything.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is this is the group thread that he's a part of. So it's multiple YSL members talking about
Okay.
beating the hell out of this person.
Well,
I mean, they say beat the FUCK up next time. I think it's a highly relevant talk about exacting violence on a rival street.
well, it would be highly relevant maybe if any of these people were in trial for beating up this woman. So I don't know about highly relevant.
I guess I should say, Your Honor, I shouldn't have said relevant was not the word I meant. I meant gang co-conspirator statements of identifying an opposition gang member and exacting violence, which in the States,
Saying they're going to exact violence.
correct, which ends up being murder in the State's position with,
Well, nobody who's sleeping with both of the gang members or roll up gangs ends up murdered as far as I know of with regard to this indictment, right?
and Your Honor, I guess what I meant is, they're not just talking about, like, the state feels it is gang co-conspirator 801D2E for them to be discussing exacting violence on a rival gang member amongst each other. That's the state's position. And defendant Stillwell is a part of this group thread. And so the state believes that
Well,
this
it's
is
hardly an
admissible.
adoptive admission because these group, apparently everybody this age just spends the entirety of their lives on 700 million different group threads that unless you were watching it at the time, you don't go back and say, well, what did these people say 15 minutes ago? Because it's, 1,000 different tweets or threads or whatever comments by the time they pull up their phone and see what's going on the group thread.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just think we're so far afield.
We are very far afield.
We're talking about folk having sex.
I mean, yeah, just 403, I'm excluding all of this.
Your Honor, can I go to the thread where they're talking about shooting Wyeth and Lucci?
I mean, yeah, that would at least have some, cogent potential connection to this trial. Yes. Where would that be?
Go to page 9839. The whole YFN is at the Chevron Blue Ivory shooting a video. Lucci's out there, gray Audi, Lucci's in it, and a black X6 truck. My rental doesn't have paper plates, but it can slide.
That seems relevant.
All right, pull up with the shit.
Mr.
Hadn't found 9839 yet, but whatever you're reading sounds relevant.
Are we getting rid of everything?
I will check between, but I wanted to get to the most 801D2 statement I could possibly find that I think this satisfies the street gang element of trying to shoot Wyeth and
Okay.
Lucci.
All right, that's admissible. Wherever it is, that page is admissible.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we get there, can we I'm just trying to go in order so I don't mess myself up. 8919, I see a picture of an incredibly handsome man sitting next to me. I believe appears to be drinking a clear liquid drink. Is there any?
The picture you're talking about of Shan Stillwell?
8919. Yes.
Yep. So after that post, this is, I believe, close in time to when they had the memorial for Big Boo. I'm trying to find that page number, but it says we have to do it for Big Boo. These people are lacking, as in they don't have firearms on them, so they're easier to.
Well, I mean, they're talking about drinking.
Right.
Boy, you still drinking? Where you at? I got to do it for Boo. These niggas lacking. Like, they're not doing enough to honor him or whatever. I don't know that you can say, you can say, oh, that means they don't have guns on them, but that would be quite a stretch.
Yeah.
Given the context in which it comes up.
Yes, Your Honor. We will not use that page.
All righty. So not the picture, not that page. So 8921 is like a snap of somebody's text. Is that in here for any reason?
Let me get to that page, 8920, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, 8921. It comes right after 8920.
So that screenshot of the text thread,
Uh-huh.
that it's referencing to the same female who's
The girl,
who's
okay,
referencing
so
both
that's
sides.
out.
Yes, Your Honor.
8922 is out. So now we're on 797 and 798. What's that in here for? Because nothing's highlighted, so I don't know.
So, Your Honor, you're talking to a gentleman who's in prison. And so Demekion Garlington is talking to ODOGG_YGC, and who says, I'm at Hayes. He means Hayes State Prison. And then they continue to talk, and they're discussing and keeping abreast of what is happening with people in different investigations where the reason that the state included this is because he's talking about someone who possibly was speaking to the feds.
Mhm.
And then I didn't highlight these. And then he says, hell no, he's on high max. He just caught a body at Macon State. And they continue to discuss when ODOG YGC says, that's what I'm talking about. He's mob. That's the Goodfellas street gang. He says he's going to do that. I'm going to blast his ass. And then they discuss when he was in prison with them. And so the state included this because it felt that the Demekion Garlington speaking with this individual to keep abreast of who was possibly speaking with law enforcement is how criminal street gangs gather information and can share to know who to be wary of or who not to.
Mhm.
That's why the state included this in this thread, Your Honor. And Your Honor, the state will not use this PDF page numbers.
Okay. So then it's 809 and 810, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that just for the three highlighted things that they use the word slat? Or is there something more?
Your Honor, the state will not use, I was double checking to, no, there's nothing more in 809. And nothing, the state will not use 809 or 810. And then we get to where the thread we just discussed about trying to shoot wife and Lucci, it starts at 9839 and continues through 9840.
Sorry. Hang on.
Do we know who the speakers are? Like Stick Baby to Don?
I don't off the top of my head remember, Ms.
All
Sharp,
right.
who that is, but this is the
Okay.
one we just discussed.
Yeah, that's admissible.
I don't know. I don't know.
All
Mr.
right, so
Sharp.
the next thing,
I understand your ruling. I'm going to object to 801 D2E. I understand the context of the statement, but I'm saying I don't know who these people speaking are. I understand on this group thread.
okay,
I
I thought y'all knew who Keep Up with the Pup. Or we the pup,
So,
I don't know.
Your Honor, that
I thought y'all knew who that
handle is
was.
what was posting all the pictures of Cormavius. Yeah. So APD believe, so that is Trevante Turner. But the This also is the handle that's posting the photographs of Quarmavius Nichols 6 different times
Okay.
that we addressed at
All
the
right.
memorial for Big Boo.
So some unindicted co-conspirator.
So keep up, we up is Trevante Turner though?
So
And then stick whatever, baby to Dawn, baby dad on.
yes, Your Honor, this is a group thread that Shannon Stilwell is a part of. And again, they are 1B Slime is the nephew of Jeffrey Williams, and you have Unfunk, who is the
Right.
brother we've discussed. Demekion Garlington, whose Instagram this is obviously in this group thread because it was captured in
Right.
his Instagram.
I mean, so is there some objection that there's somebody that we don't know who can't come in as 802, 801 D2E, or what's the objection?
My objection, right, is my objection was, I don't know how we can label something 801D to E if we don't know exactly who it is saying.
We don't have to know who it is. And if there's something other than this conversation that establishes their co-conspirator nature, then that gets over that hurdle. And I'm trying to figure out, is there anybody in this conversation saying anything that would otherwise be admissible, who all we have is this one conversation?
I can't answer that because I don't know who you're asking, is there anyone that we don't have anything else that ties them
Yeah,
to?
besides this one conversation. I'm trying to figure out if that's your objection, because if it's not, then.
It is my objection, and perhaps if the state is saying that Investigator Viverito or whoever has knowledge that Stick Baby to Don is this person and keep up,
Okay, that's what I was trying to walk through.
And-
Okay.
and I don't know the answer to that question.
So you've told me that you have other things for keep up, whatever, that establish he's a co-conspirator. Whether we know who he is or not, even though they think he's Turner.
So, Your Honor, yes, I'm getting that,
So Stick Baby, whomever, do we have anything more than this conversation for that person?
I do not currently have anything more about who Stick Baby the Don is at this time. And I also, Your Honor, the context of this, of them being all.
Okay, so whomever that is, he or she is alerting this group, hey, y'all, Lucci's wherever Lucci is.
Right. Yes, Your Honor. Which from this indictment and what the state believes the evidence showed is the same wife in Lucci who was stabbed in the
Right.
Fulton County Jail, and is the same wife in Lucci that Christian Eppinger is calling Sumlin to get permission to finish the job that wasn't successfully completed, and is the same wife in Lucci whose mother's home was shot
Right.
twice in
I
2015.
understand. And so we do know who 1B Slime is, and OG King is, and 2 times Unfunk is, right? And Block Life, whatever. The only one that we don't know is Stick Baby. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so, Your Honor. I'm looking at these names, make sure I didn't miss something.
Okay.
And we know for Investigator Viverito that keep up, we up is Trevante Turner. Is that?
So that handle, I'm getting that information from speaking with APD. So that
Okay.
same handle posts Quarmavius Nichols 6 times in these photos that we threw out on Big Boo's memorial. That's
Right.
the same
But
handle.
from that alone, we know more than just this.
Right.
So the only thing that we might not know more than just this about, or the only person, is the Stick Baby, whatever. And frankly, that's not being offered for the truth. Anyway, it's being offered to show that once that information gets out there, all these other people talk about potentially doing something, right?
Yes, Your Honor. And by doing something, going to shoot YFN Lucci.
Who's OG King? Just for my curiosity. Who says stop talking crazy in the DM?
Which I think was sound advice. Your Honor, I believe that's Big Nick, who is.
I mean,
Yes, Your
honestly,
Honor.
it doesn't really matter. I just was wondering because. Okay, so it seems that the first part of it, the only part that would potentially have been kept out because we don't know who it is, that part's not really being offered for its truth. It's being offered to show what everybody else then does. So this seems to me to be admissible. So moving on to 92, I think 35. Is there objection to this?
9235?
It's what is next for mine.
Okay.
And so. I don't know if they have an objection yet or not, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Relevance.
So, Your Honor,
403.
I omitted this highlight, and Christian McMiller says YFN TONIO is at the Wings on Seafood. And then another person says, oh, he feels safe. And then they say he gets his hair cut at the barber shop on Cleveland. I'm going to get him. He was in there saying, and then he goes on to say, because they've not been messing with him. So they identify someone who the state believes is a rival opposition who was at a specific location, and then they're referencing, oh, he feels safe, I'm going to get him. The state feels that this is relevant, keeping abreast co-conspirator statements of a rival opposition where he's located so that they can go possibly shoot him.
Okay, and I object to this with full understanding and belief that my client is not actively involved in this conversation. But I also believe, I don't know about wife and Tony and what I don't know who that is. I've never heard of any crime that was committed. And so I understand why the state wants it in, but I mean, we have 100 and something over acts, and now we're talking about a plan to assault or get little Tony at a barbershop at Cleveland that none of us, I don't have no knowledge that anyone was ever hurt at the barbershop on Cleveland on that date. And so we're just kind of, this is my concern, Your Honor, and I understand the point the state's trying to make, but my concern is we've just come this far and now we're just kind of like throwing crimes in there that none of us, at least I'll speak for myself, I don't know anything about what they're talking about. And now we're kind of like opening up the universe to a bunch of talk on a group chat about crimes, or I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, with no indication that it was done or how it would even fit into this, other than they're people that the state says are YSL members and are on this group chat together. And my objection is 403.
And
403.
403, I acknowledge that it's relevance to show that people on this group chat talk and feel that they have rights. I get all that, but right now we're kind of, I think the marginal probative value, marginal utility of this information is just confusing at this point. I'm confused.
Your Honor, obviously to both murder, RICO, criminal street gang activity, all defendants have pled not guilty to. So the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And them talking about a YFN person, where they are, so they can go shoot him. when we are currently presenting evidence of a March 14th, 2022 that the state believes was really a chance encounter, but how they talk about rival opposition gang members and what they want to do is highly relevant and is not, the jury in this trial is not going to base their verdict. This is not highly prejudicial so much to overcome the high standard to make relevant admissible evidence so prejudicial that the jury in this specific trial, from reading this thread, is going to say, I'm just going to find him guilty because I saw this thread in 2019 about a YFN member at this seafood restaurant on Cleveland that we want to go hurt. I don't think this is close to the line of 403, highly prejudicial information from reading the case law on 403. I don't have the case law for 403. I know the court's well aware of that, but that case law, but I don't feel that this is so highly prejudicial considering the evidence that has been admitted and will be admitted in this trial, that this specific line can meet that standard.
I want to show something for just a second. All right, I'm going to admit that one over objection. $91.41.
Yes, Your Honor. So this is a little bit of a different, well, slightly different conversation. So, and again, this is all this group thread. And so Unfunk says YFN robbed Troop. And Christian Miller says little Troop, and Unfunk says yes. And he says they tried to hit Moontunk, who is Antonio Sledge, up earlier with his kids. And by hit up, I think they mean shoot at the football game. And they caught Jonesboro Southquay, which was Marquavius Huey, and Nard, which is Tinquarius Mender, not the Nard that from January 10th, 2015, last night, and tried it. So they're mentioning YFN actively trying to kill 3 different YSL members. And then they said they took the YSL chain, which is a high level of disrespect on top of shooting at someone from Little Troop. And then they say, let's ride. And so the state feels that this specifically, which is referencing both a witness who's testified in this trial and the indicted defendant on this case and YSL members, and they took their YSL chain and are trying to actively shoot at them. And so the state's, with the evidence presented and what the state has.
All right, y'all have, I think, sufficiently established a gang rivalry. You can, it's a different version of what's on 9235. So pick one or the other.
The state would prefer to use 9141.
All right, then 9135 is out, 9141 is in. 2359 is what I have up next, and it has no highlightings. I don't, this is somebody sending some kind of media alert or something that.
Yes, Your Honor. The state initially included this where Big Cecil sends when the state will not include this thread,
Okay.
but they're mentioning the.
Okay, well, can you? So y'all are withdrawing that? The next thing is 10-339 through.
So this, Your Honor, is referencing, again, Do It for Phil is
343.
Miles Farley, who was charged in the murder of Shamel Drinks. And then they're talking about how people just aired it out as in shot up where they are. And so they say Just took him to the hospital. Where y'all at? Headquarters. Stop playing. And then they say, who did it? We're at, and they said it just got aired out. They're saying, come to the apartment. And then they're like, who's out there? And they're saying what other gang co-conspirators are out there. And they say, y'all didn't, and then Do It For Phil says, y'all didn't shoot back. And then the person says, are you going to slide? That's the question. And then they're asking about who did this. I'm hoping that my bros come to the hood to save me. And then they say 12, talking about police, because obviously someone was shot, is out there searching 500 Cleveland. They say 500, but I believe they mean 500 Cleveland with flashlights. And they're like, who did this? What happened? The state was included this. And then they go on to say that they had a red car and a white one, both tinted windows. He was in front of Summerdale, which is the Summerdale apartment complex that I believe in March or April, we had presented evidence about a armed robbery of Derek Dotson. But the point of this was how they respond with, solidarity, cohesion, someone shooting at us. Where are you? Who did it? That was why the state included this, with multiple YSL members discussing someone shooting at their location. And then they say, everyone come to quote unquote headquarters and basically like rally the troops, to prepare for, what just happened.
Again, my client is nowhere involved in this conversation, which in my mind, I understand it's a RICO, but does cut back on the probative value. Of course, it also cuts back on the prejudicial effect. So I acknowledge that, but or the danger of unfair prejudice, but I'm just keep going back to the waste of time and confusion of issues with some of these things.
The very last line at 10-343, it basically says that y'all need to get a gun, which he says FYE, and stop spending your money on BS. We can't take no losses, slime. And so again, this whole group thread, which Shannon Stillwell is the post right after we can't take no losses, slime, because this is a group thread where they're all keeping abreast of the gang co-conspirator. They're literally talking about being shot at, and then where is everyone? Who did this? And then he says, y'all basically need to get guns and stop spending money on frivolous stuff because we cannot take any losses. Slime. The state feels that under Kemp v. State and 801D2E, pregnancy from that, this is statements in furtherance of the conspiracy for multiple reasons, keeping abreast of the conspiracy, fostering cohesion amongst each other because people are trying to shoot one of them and they need to rally together and they can't take any losses. And so that's why the state included this, was how they actively respond when one of them is shot. That was why the state included this. And, where they're at is Cleveland.
My client posts some sort of URL. Do we know what that is?
I do not, Mr. Short. I don't think in Demekion Garlington's Instagram, I have to double check. It may be in the linked media, but I don't actually know, as I sit here right now, what he posted.
Okay, can you check on that?
I can, yes, Your Honor.
That doesn't.
Do we have any idea who got shot?
They mentioned DYN. They believe that DYN Finesse got shot. DYN Finesse is the one who was right next to Rodelius Ryan when they were posting Instagram photos we had discussed in the murder of Jamari Holmes, who has a lot of photographs. I do not know his last name, but that nickname and handle were photographs we had discussed.
Do you want to be heard further, Mr. Sharp?
No?
Do you want to be heard further?
Oh, no, I was just waiting on
The ruling
no,
or what the image was going to be? I don't know how quickly they can get that.
We're very close, Your Honor.
All right.
You know how to do it.
Oh, we found it, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's about it. Don't look in your.
I'm gonna share it.
Laura, can you send it to me after they, or should I? You're going to share it on Zoom? I don't think I'm on Zoom yet. Hmm. Who are we looking at there?
So, that's B Slime, who is still alive, contrary to what I said earlier. And, he's performing. So Shannon, after all that talk,
Sends a video or sends a thing
sent out
of
a flyer,
saying, hey, this person's going to be performing
yes.
some other time in August.
So has nothing to do with what they're talking about.
Your Honor, the reason I mentioned
Mm-hmm.
that post was to just show the court that he's in this thread.
Okay. Okay, and then there's also not a retaliatory shooting shortly after this, is there?
I don't have evidence of retaliation. I don't know what actually happened.
Okay. I mean,
There may be, I would have to check with the APD about this
there's
date and
not one
time.
in the indictment because I just looked.
No, there's not one in the indictment, Your Honor.
Okay. I mean, y'all don't have evidence you're going to present of one. This is just one of their friends gets shot and people talk about needing to rally and have firearms to potentially protect themselves from being shot. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And your objections, Mr. Short, are what?
It's 403, confusion of issues, wasted time. We're talking through introducing another controversy in this that really does not get to the heart of the indictment. If Your Honor was inclined to admit this, my concern is also that my client is seen responding, and I understand that the state's point that, oh, well, he's at some point.
It shows he's in the, yeah.
Well, if it's going to be admitted, I don't know how to establish.
But you would want that, that's what he then posts.
Correct. I could do that.
They can do that. All right, I'm going to admit it.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. The next PDF page number is 1636.
Mhm.
This is Demekion Garlington and Christian McMiller. And Christian McMiller says, he says, what's so crazy is Lucci, his brother, and like 7 more of them were on the flight next with him. They looked, but didn't say anything. And then Garlington says, they know we're not sweet. And then he says, I tell Slime he's going to start laughing and don't go out sad, at least get a chain if they jump you. And then Garlington kind of, it's in my opinion, a way to acknowledge what he's saying. He's saying F what you're talking about, but it actually means like, I agree with you. And then Christian McMiller says that was going to happen anyway. I already had my victim lined up. And then Garlington says, crazy man, I can't wait to grab me one.
Mr. Shard.
I'm trying to.
PDF page 57. Mr. Shart in the combined consolidated PDF thread.
See, 1636.
Yes.
Right.
And so, I wasn't following it first. We don't, it's basically Mr. McMiller claiming that he has a victim lined up, but we don't know who the victim is or anything like that.
Correct, Mr. Shart.
It's just 403.
Sustained. Okay, 810 is next, and I hope we're getting to the bottom of this, and then we'll break for lunch.
Your Honor, we're almost done.
Okay. Well, sorry. So what's on 810?
I'm reading it in conjunction with actually 810. I think this is a repeat because we've
All right.
halfway through this, it got to the combined. So we will not use this
All right.
specific 810 on PDF page 58.
Okay. 10287.
This says they said to add thug in our group chat. Again, this is the group chat with all the same names we've been talking about this entire time. And then a little bit later, did you add, I believe they're talking about Jeffrey Williams. And then on page 10288, they added Thugger1, which is Defendant Williams' Instagram.
To show what?
Initially pulled this and provided, when I initially pulled this in August, Defendant Williams was in this trial. The state that,
Do you need it now? I mean, I realize he's still alleged to be a co-conspirator, but I mean, they're talking about where they're at.
So, Your Honor, the main point, well, there was this specific 2 pages was to show, and again, at the time, this was in August, that this, all these messages we've been talking about, regardless of the ones admitted, not admitted, they're talking about a lot of active activity that's happening, on Cleveland Avenue amongst each other with YFN. And so they wanted to add him to that group thread. And so that's why we included this.
All right.
at the time.
I think y'all
Understood, Your Honor.
certainly established that these people are all friends with each other, including Mr. Williams. Okay. Next, we have a picture of someone's wounded arm.
Yeah. And then, yes, Your Honor. They were referencing being shot. This specific, I'm trying to look at this date because when I combine these,
It's 9/16/21.
If you give me 1 second, Your Honor, this might possibly be in relation to what we were just talking about of someone. I wanted to check,
Oh,
but I could be mistaken.
okay.
So, Your Honor, absent I will not use this.
Okay.
I believe it was in reference to something, but I can't find where that is at the moment.
All right. So 9483.
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not have to use this 9483.
Okay, and 84 went with that, and 85, and 86, and 87, or and 88,
One brief moment, Your Honor.
and 89, and 90. This goes all the way through 90, so.
So, Your Honor, 9487. So there's a couple points. It's more so on 9486 and 87 where the one that's highlighted, the ops are not going to care. So basically, they're discussing a situation that happened with an opposition gang member, and somebody's like, I wasn't there. And then Christian McMiller says the ops are not going to care who was there and who wasn't. It's up, which when someone says it's up, it basically means that it's going to be an active conflict. Like, we're not going to have peace. It's just a saying. And so, and then little Quay 1 says, I'm telling you, Mac. And then they go on the next page and it says, I'm not doing all this talking. If you ride, you're riding. If not, F you, it's up to you. And then they say, you know, damn well, I'm behind you 100%. And then they say, we are one, we are family. So that's why the state included it. And then there's some disagreement about, I believe the genesis of this beef was something that happened between a YSL member and a female. And so there's a couple members who are basically like, I don't want to go to war about a female. And the other ones are saying, well, we are one. So we're going to go to, we're going to stick together either way. But it was the we are one, a family. That was what the state wanted to include. Again, fostering cohesion amongst, that's why this was included, Your Honor.
I don't think it's worth the squeeze to bring up wounds and arms and shootings and all that. Just, we are one, we're a family. Again, from my review of this, none of this has been still well actively posted.
And Your Honor, 9488, after the we're a family, we're one, he says, we can go to war for sure. We got 7 guns and it's 20 of us at the park. Everyone needs, I believe he meant to say gun or Glocks. He says GAKS. I don't know. I think that's a typo. I could be wrong. And again, they're going back and forth about, a couple people are saying, I don't want to go to war about, they say Gotti, but I believe that they're talking about not Mr. Kendrick, but someone else, but I could be mistaken.
Do we know who Bloody? When you said he said this, I just want to make it clear that that was not the we're going to war was not sharing facts.
No.
But do we know who Bloody Rari is?
I do not know who that is at this time, Mr. Sharp.
The one who's trying to get straight who they're even going to war with? Right. That one? If they even go to war, because they're broke and it's hard to go to war if they're broke. So how much of this do you want in? Are you proposing starting on what, 9486?
Your Honor, I can, and we only have 2 more pages left, Your Honor. And so to answer the court's question, if you keep going a little bit.
Yeah, I've read all the way through 90.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just trying to figure out what portion of this you want.
The F everybody who's not with slime, we have to move in one. But
where
we can
are
go
you
to,
starting?
Your Honor, it was what the court just articulated, 9486, I believe is when that thread starts.
Okay, so 83, 84, 85 you're not seeking it.
Give me one brief moment, Mr. Shart. Let me try to find where the page number is. I believe this entire, that's the last 7 pages of the PDF. It's 9483 is where it starts.
Right, but do you want those first few pages?
Your Honor, I don't believe I need I wanted to include that the gang was on the opposite side, but I am trying to digest what I can remove with still keeping the context. That's what I'm trying to do right now, Your
Okay.
Honor.
All right, well.
And I can do that over a lunch break if the court would want.
No, I want to make a ruling
Your
on
Honor.
this before we break for lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, then, Your Honor, to the extent they're bringing in the lines that mention some Gotti that we don't know what Gotti it is, I'm going to do a 403 objection for confusion.
Y'all see that? Do you have any kind of response to that?
So, Your Honor,
It's on the last page.
yes, Your Honor. I will confirm that if, yeah. And I think they actually mean got it, not got it. There's a typo, which is another individual. And so that's what I think they're talking about. I think Mr. Weinstein agrees with me. Little got it is another person. So if I will talk and ask about.
Well, it's also on 9488, sort of in the middle. No F in war for no Gotti.
Yes, sir. Yeah, correct. There's a little got it in this thread. You can see there because their thread handle is called that. The point of including this was not to insinuate to the jury or try to confuse them about Diamante Kendrick. It was for how they are talking about. Yeah, we can redact that or have, combine an instruction if I believe that specific point can be rectified.
We'll stop at A, so if shots fired, I'm with it, period.
Excuse me, is that before the Gotti lines?
Correct.
I don't know where it is.
On page 9490.
Oh, just if shots fired, I'm with it.
Period. And then not do, but if,
And there's that other Gotti reference a few pages before that.
we'll take that out as well.
Y'all keep saying hose. Just want you to know, ain't got nothing to do with that. So what's it about then? And it ends them going, I mean, what are we even talking about?
It ends with, so is it Hood Baby versus 4PF or YSL versus 4PF? That's the last statement, at least in this one that's included.
The state wants this in.
Your Honor, we won't use any of these threads, Your Honor. We'll keep
Okay.
these out.
All right. Okay, let's break for lunch. Well, it's just us, so why don't we be back here at 1? Because we need to get through all of this today. At 1 o'clock? Yeah. No, that would be 15 minutes. Sorry. 2. Wait, what do I mean? What I mean is 1:30, 45 minutes, 1:30. Sorry. Okay, sure. 1:30.
All right, people. So lunchtime, everybody go get your lunch on. I am going to just play. We really don't have a lot of video. Do y'all want to just put this? I guess I'll just put this back on from this morning. We'll just rerun it till lunch is over.
Casting aspersions. I'm just saying the reality of where we are.
Okay.
From my perspective. There was a misunderstanding about the entire universe of what they wanted to bring in through Investigator Viverito, and I'll take blame for that misunderstanding. But I've gone through everything for Investigator Viverito and in the Dropbox links.
Yeah.
Not late last night, yesterday, whenever that emails came in, the state sent updated Dropbox links. I was I was trying to fix the misunderstanding pretty much all night to make sure I went through everything else that the state wanted to get in through Viverito. I'm able to speak intelligently about the entire universe about what the state wants to get in. However, I do not have a complete working knowledge of what they've pared down because I just didn't have time to look at those links because I was looking at the other stuff that I was trying to make sure that I reviewed before today. So I think the most efficient thing would just be if the state could go through their Dropbox and indicate what on these Dropbox they actually plan on bringing the evidence, and then I'm ready to voice my objections. I don't have a full grasp of the entire universe that the state is actually seeking to admit, and I don't see the point in litigating a bunch of things that the state has pared down. So I don't think
that.
So I think it would probably be better if the state said, this is what we're seeking to bring in, this is what we're seeking to bring in, and then I see you have a quizzical look like I'm not making complete sense. I apologize for that.
Well, I had asked both sides to get together on the pared down list, and it may not be that we need to litigate everything even on the pared down list, but it doesn't sound like that has occurred.
If it's something that we don't need to litigate, I can certainly say we can move on to the next.
Okay.
And Your Honor, Mr. Shart and the state, we've been speaking about this. We're speaking about this morning. And so to kind of orient the court, you have the initial, it's remaining witnesses through 103.
Right.
And initially, Detective Viverito was going to testify a couple times. So she had folders for her testimony with the exhibits the state intended to introduce with her. The other universe of Dropbox, so to speak, where I copied from the co-conspirator statement many moons ago back in August when he had Instagram or wiretap co-conspirators. So those folders are in Marissa's individual folders. On, I believe, October, well, I'll ask Mr. 28th, October 28th, Mr. Abadi sent from defendant Stillwell has 3 phones, really 2 of which that they were all extracted. And so, of course, they're voluminous. We have redacted those to, in the state's opinion, a quite manageable number of either PDFs. There's some audio songs that Mr. Stillwell had on his phone.
Right.
And I believe a video. So that cell phone information combined with a reduced wiretap, and by reduced I mean already litigated, but the state, is constantly, thinking through how to make something more efficient, and removed calls that removed calls. So that just removed stuff that we would need to, or we would intend to introduce. And the last, I guess, universe, so to speak, is in that 28 October link. There was also and it's the 30th, Your Honor, is when that link was sent. Thank you, Mr. Bobby. Is a Demekion Garlington Instagram where the majority of those involve group threads on IG where defendant Stillwell's Instagram is a part of that group thread. And so what Mr. Sharp in the state was talking about is so I'm trying to think of how to make this simple. Is basically you have the initial Viverito folders and the only new stuff is the phone extractions of what the state intends to publish.
From Mr. Stillwell's 3 phones.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
2.
Well, there's 3 phones. There's 2 that the state's going to be publishing exhibits from because 1, the extraction didn't really get much data.
So 2. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And the wiretaps is really just the state reducing what we're going to play. So there's nothing really to either litigate or talk through with that to my memory.
Okay. I couldn't remember. I know we'd done some of the wiretap stuff, but I didn't remember whether we had said, let's not do the rest of it until we figure out what the smaller universe is, or.
That's my problem is I've reviewed everything, Judge, and I
Yeah.
can speak intelligently about everything. What I can't speak intelligently of is what's been pared down versus
Right.
what. So that's why I'm saying I think it would be more efficient if they bring up
Okay, but.
specific things and then we can.
Okay, anyway, so Mr. Stillwell's 2 phones, whatever else, and that would be what from that?
Your Honor, there is
Text chains,
text chains,
songs.
a video, and web searches.
Okay, and then separately wiretap, and then Garlington's Instagram, which is going to show Stillwell's Instagram.
Yes, Your Honor, in a group thread. And
Okay.
there's some statements similar to Mr. Ryan and Blaylock when we had Instagram, that there is some that are co-conspirator statements, but the vast majority are group threads that defendant Stillwell is a part of with Demekion Garlington and other individuals.
And then is Mr. Sumlin going to be called?
Yes, Your Honor.
So don't we need to litigate something about him still as well?
Your Honor, I believe on Tuesday when Mr. Sharp brought it to the court's attention, the state does not intend to go into anything that's speculation. I'm not sure if Mr. Sharp went through Mr. Sumlin's phone and identified what areas are objectionable, but the state would only intend to play his interview for impeachment purposes, but we don't foresee, one, the main issue that I think Mr. Shard had was getting to anything that's speculative
Right.
at all with Mr. Sumlin. And 2, we only envision having to use the statement if there's a need for impeachment, Your Honor.
I mean, I understood that from the last time we raised it, but he's saying that he believes that there's not going to be a basis of personal knowledge for someone to have that a bunch of what he was saying was, well, what do you think about this? I think such and such.
And we don't intend to ask him what he thinks about anything or what he does not have personal knowledge in.
So basically,
Did y'all talk about that?
we have in general terms, but
Okay.
I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
The police questioned Antonio Sumlin about stuff they found in his house and about an alleged conspiracy that he was charged with Mr. Eppinger and also Mr. Dorsey. As part of that conversation, Investigator Viverito just kind of said, "Well, what do you think happened with the Donovan Thomas?" And he was in jail at the time. And
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, if y'all talked about it and y'all are on the same page, that's fine with me.
And Your Honor, just for clarity as well, and Mr. Charnasay talked about this with Viverito's folders, we have previously, when we've walked through, what about this witness? What exhibits are they coming in? Any objections? And walk through that, there is exhibits that have been in her folder, some since August of when she was going to be testifying, that would come in with her as a witness. We've specifically in terms of recently, I mean, not recently, but the discussion with Mr. Sharp and the state has been focused on the phone, the primarily the phone, and then the state sent a whittled down wiretap,
Okay,
and then you have the Instagram, Your Honor.
all right.
Let me, I don't know, let me just be clear. There are folders with Investigator Viverito. Part of the challenge in this case, quite frankly, we heard from Detective Hogan. And Detective Hogan, I was asking about the GSR and things like that, and he doesn't know anything about it. Part of the problem is it seems that Investigator Viverito took somewhat of an investigatory role in this at some point, or a co-investigator, but there's no reports by Investigator Viverito. So in discovery, I have just like a folder with a bunch of
Things
social
you looked
media
at.
posts
Yeah,
of random people that I'm assuming that it's Investigator Viverito pulled them, but there's to my knowledge, no report saying, oh, I pulled this. And I don't know when they were pulled. Some of them in the folder, it says a date in the title of the folder, but then a different date on the post. And there's just a lot of ambiguity, and we just need to go through some of that.
Okay.
And I absolutely object to some of the social media grabs that Investigator Viverito.
okay, so why don't we is the best place to start the reduced wiretap folder Dropbox that was sent in the middle of the night, last night?
Yes, Your Honor, and
Early morning
that
this
was
morning.
my fault. I sent the one at 5:58,
Okay.
and the version of that XL.
Mm. Okay, well, anyway, is that
Yes, Your Honor.
a place to start?
Yes,
That
Your
would
Honor,
make sense?
and
Okay,
I think the defendant Stillwell's phone may be a good place to start because we have never
that's
addressed that
fine with
before.
me, but Ms. Percival doesn't see an October 28th or October 30th link, so we're not quite sure where to go to.
Your Honor, it's the link from last night. That same link is the items sent on those dates are identical in that. So that recent link is what I
Okay,
recommend we
so
use.
also the midnight one or the 5 PM one, or does it matter?
They're actually the same link, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you could use either one.
Well, I think I just deleted it. Got it. Okay, so iPhone 12 mini. Should we start there? Yes. Okay. Okay, and then there are multiple folders within that folder. Do we need to look at each of those? Hang on, sorry. Okay. So should we just start at the top, 9 February conversation? Okay, what have we got here?
I'm sorry, I clicked on the link, the Dropbox link, and the first folder I'm seeing is Garlington IG.
Yeah, we're just skipping that one for now and going down to the iPhone mini. Ready?
I don't have a problem with that particular.
Okay. And let's move on to the next one. The next one says S. Stillwell. I mean, it's just the next one down. Doesn't have much of a descriptor. Did I do that wrong? No, yeah. All right. So the 9 February just is that one text conversation. So the next folder, S. Stillwell, has 3 different things in it: messages, places, web. We just need to open all of them and look through. So messages.
Well, so it appears to me that,
Yes, you may.
it appears to me that the state did some sort of search for terms. I don't know if they're looking for extended clip. I don't know. And so they're talking about extending a rental to.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any problem with that particular one.
Okay.
I would suggest that probably we should.
Okay, so within that first folder, there seems to be a couple of different conversations. One of them is entitled Tent on Rental, and that's got the word extend, talking about extending the rental, and you don't have objection to that.
Correct.
And then we've got another one entitled, I don't know who put these titles on here, but 2828 Waters Drive. Send me an Uber from where, home to 28 Waters Drive issue with that?
I have no problem.
Okay, then the next one is entitled Death of Christian McMiller Darius Ford. And I assume when these come in, they're not going to have these titles on them, but okay, just making sure. Any issue on that?
No.
Okay. And then there's an attachment that I can't tell what is. Just said.
I do have an issue.
What is that? It's all I can see. It looks like a screenshot, 1 by 1.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a screenshot from Instagram.
Okay.
That says 1 by 1. And we believe it's close in time to when Christian was there before passed it. Posted.
Are we supposed to be able to see that? I mean, is who posted it or the date or anything going to be visible?
When we go to the actual phone number, Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
the picture viewer,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that picture is, you can see the picture, we just screenshotted and clipped it.
Okay.
To the clip in this consolidated form, but when we go to this text message and this is still a phone,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see the attachment and then you should click it. So it should be the actual picture of the screenshot, not this blurry version.
So who wrote it?
Thanks.
So that's the image that he said. See where it says image?
Okay, so,
It's there.
okay.
You can keep it.
So you're saying that down below is listed Apple Messages main. I guess maybe that's some sort of an emoji, but it's 470 ends in 7004 from 3/11/22. Is that what y'all are saying is significant?
Yes.
And that number liked the image that is the 1x1?
Correct, Your Honor.
What number, like?
You're saying 7,004.
Okay, I don't know. Y'all are gonna have to explain.
I just want to know who the author of the image is. I'm trying to understand evidentiarily how this gets in.
Me too.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the Cellbrite itself,
Okay.
but the green messages are statement of party opponent, are where he says on the PDF I'm looking at, he's mentioning the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and then in Cellbrite,
He,
defendant Stillwell.
which number?
He is any green text, Your Honor, highlighted is
The
going to be
ones,
him.
green, they have a green box
Yes, Your
around
Honor.
them?
Those are all statement of party opponents.
Because it says on the right, data source, and that's his number that ends in 8694?
Yes, Your Honor, and this is physically extracted from his physical phone. And so they took it to APD, and in Cellbrite or XRY or Gray Key, every message he sends in this entire phone is
Okay.
going to be in green.
Okay.
And that's from the physical phone itself.
All right, so are we only seeing his messages and it's not like a conversation? Just help me sort of understand what it is we're looking at.
It is a conversation. And so when you, in a couple minutes, I'll pull it up so the court can see how this system shows it, but you can search by messages, by files. And so when you look at messages, it will have in chronological order the entirety of text messages saved on the phone. You also can search by terms or search by communications between parties. And so what we will be seeing when we walk through this is sometimes a variety of those. In terms of this specific excerpt is a text conversation between defendant Stillwell and who he has saved in his phone as main with the emoji.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if you go just scroll down, for example, to the next page, there's someone named Brett Rossi.
Right.
The person that is on the other end of the conversation is in a gray bubble.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just kind of how all these look. But I don't know. My objection to this is
When this meaning go up above again,
the
right?
one by one. That's not my client's words.
The one by one is posted when? I mean, I see that apparently Mr. Stillwell's phone liked that image on 3/11 at 9:31 a.m. Is that what I'm supposed to take from this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have, and is he talking when he likes the image to, is that a snake emoji? It's so small, I can't see it.
That is what I believe it is, Your Honor.
Okay, main snake. So
I think it's actually a lizard.
main lizard then. We'll just call it main. Is that who posted one by one? Or do we know?
Your Honor, I'm pulling up the actual XRY. If one of them sent like a screenshot from Instagram, which that looks like Instagram where there's a song at the top left, if I'm trying to pull up to see if it was, I believe what happened is the person he's speaking with sent him a screenshot one by one.
Okay.
And he liked it. And so
Okay.
the phone would capture him liking that message, just like you could like a picture someone text you.
Right. Okay. All right. And Mr. Sharp, what's your objection then?
Well, I need to understand the relevance of this.
And when is the McMillan Ford, I may not have those names right, McMiller Ford?
It was on March 11th, the early morning hours of March 11th, 2022. Oh, it's not. It was the early morning hours of March 11th, 2022, approximately. I think the police responded maybe around 2 or 3 a.m., Your Honor.
Okay. And so I guess this would be a suggestion that the one by one and liking that is a reference to those people's deaths. Is that right? Okay. Is that the theory?
The theory, which will be up for the jury to determine exactly what that meant,
Sure.
would be because of basically picking off the rivals one by one, shooting one by one the people who caused the double homicide death.
Well, but who wrote?
But no one's going to be, that is, the jury can make of that what, but that is.
But that's why y'all are offering it.
It-
So to say that these two buddies of ours died and we're going to get whomever killed them one by one?
Because on March 14th, Shamel Drinks has a picture with Kelvin Watts and Jasper Walters, who are publicly and quite aggressively disrespecting the double homicide publicly.
Has that evidence come in yet?
It is going to come in with investigator Viverito. So it has not been before the jury. So
Okay.
I'm not saying this, there is some evidence out there about this quite public disrespect of, there's one picture of a crossed out Mr. McMiller next to his child and says, "You didn't have a father now." So it is, there's no words for that level of disrespect. And so that is what is publicly being put out into Instagram around this time.
Okay.
Of course, we're going to get there today because these are the things that I think really do need to be litigated, but it doesn't apply to this. But there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell saw any of these posts, to my knowledge.
It's Mr.
Not this one. I'm not talking about this one.
Well, right. Sounds like they don't even get posted until several days later. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe can the state articulate their position on why this is relevant?
So, Your Honor, the state, the text messages, I think we're all in agreement, are relevant in terms of the state has to put forth evidence of the impact of that. The state's theory is this was retaliation for that.
This
Shamel Drink's murder was
okay.
And so
Drinks' murder is retaliation for McMiller and Ford's murders a few days prior.
correct, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
So the text messages the state believes are, highly relevant to show, because you have to put forth evidence, and a private text message is good evidence of someone's state of mind of how that impacted the people by the state's theory that murdered Shamel Drinks because of that. And so when and then the specific photograph of one by one, that can be up to interpretation, but the state feels that it's relevant that immediately after stating that, I lost my brothers.
Well, it's not immediately after stating it. It's before stating it, isn't it?
I was pulling
I mean, at 9:31, Mr. Stillwell likes an image that is one by one, which y'all are saying is a song title. Is that right? No, that came.
The one by, so there's you can tell a song is playing because of the top left with Instagram,
Okay, well.
but you can
It
caption.
is so minute on what I'm looking at that I can't see
Yes, Your Honor.
anything other than that there is some image and some words. But you're saying if we look at it
And-
in a real clear version, it's going to show some song playing?
Yeah.
Oh, thought we were back, but we're not back. So let's keep going.
Packer did not, he was asked, Detective Bureau goes to Leanne Packer, as she's done hundreds of times, can you help me extract this phone? I have a
Right.
search warrant for it. Yes.
Okay.
Boom. Leanne Packer will describe for the jury how XRY works, gray key works, all of that, what it means, what does the data come like when you get a
Okay.
message. He's not going to be publishing stuff because he never reviewed the contents, but he was going to discuss and talk about how the data is kept. I may use like I'm not intending on using what we're litigating now with Detective
Right.
Leanne Packer because he didn't personally go through this stuff. I may show like the central XRY, home screen that shows messages in Safari, but he's obviously.
All right. Well, I don't think messages, I think most people grasp that messages can be extracted from phones, but something like this that's showing web access. And we are all saying, well, okay, can you tell from this whether it was something that was sent or whether it was a search that he generated? Can anybody answer that question?
Yes, Your Honor. What we are showing, defendant Stillwell access, search that. That is what we're showing.
Accessed it and searched it are not necessarily the same thing. I can access a link that you send me, or I can search for the same thing myself and find that same link. Is there any way to determine from this?
Yes, it's a search. You see where it says, there's one, for example, at 3:17, 2:33, 31 a.m. where it says web address is fox5atlanta.com/search. Where it says search there, that means he has searched for that web address.
Where does it say search? The one that said, sorry, it's about 1, 2, 5 or 6 down.
Or you could even go to the second one down where it says it's
Okay.
similar, where it says fox5atlanta.com. You see where it says search? That means he searched for the specific.
Okay, I don't see that. I guess it's cut off. The /SE
Yes.
is going to ultimately say search.
Yes.
And is some witness going to be able to explain when you see /search, that means that it was a search?
Detective Leanne Packer will be able to adequately explain that to a
Okay.
level that few people can.
Okay, all right then. So we do know that some of these were searches.
That's correct.
Well, and Your Honor, while we're saying some of these, I'm looking at,
I mean, I don't think we can see everything because it doesn't show the entirety of it. Are we going to be able to see the entirety of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
If there's a Zoom link, I can share.
So like another one down there's like that one that has the red arrow, the one below that. You can't, both of those, you can't even see the end of, and I'm sorry, I don't know what the term is, but whatever that long string of slashes and dots and things are, you can't even see the end of it to see whether it says search. And then the next one down, you can't either. It's fox5atlanta.com/in. So do we know what those are?
Your Honor, we're double checking, but it's my understanding that this section came from the portion of his phone that says searches. So when you look at XRY, it has different categories. When you open up the searches categories, this is what.
All right, well, if he's able to, if there is a witness who is able to explain that, and then somebody can ask, does this include things that are sent to you? And he can say yes or no. I'm going to overrule the objection.
my other concern, Your Honor, is the presentation. I'm not an expert in these phones, but I'm just common sense wise, I'm looking at this. If you look at the time, accessed. The earliest time that I see is 2:31:56 a.m. It appears page title Fox 5. Okay, so someone goes to Fox 5 at 2:31 a.m. They're there at 2:33 a.m. Okay, that's not a search of anything, that's just being on Fox 5 website. And then, based on what Mr. Abadi's saying, which I'm not saying is incorrect or correct, but it says 2:33:31 a.m., and that's the search. And then it's just Fox 5 again. So while we have this big list that's creating the impression that there's a bunch of searches, it appears that all this really amounts to is one time going on Fox 5 and then doing one search.
I don't know whether it does or not. I guess Leon Packer will be able to tell us that.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what both of these pages is, this one thing, essentially this one topic. Okay. And he'll be able to tell us, is this 8 or 12 different searches, or is this just, it refreshes and you're still on the page or something like that? Okay. All right, so. Is he going, I know he didn't look at it. You're saying he just did the dump, sorted it all out and gave it to Viverito, right? But Viverito is not going to be able to tell us the answer to any of those questions, is she?
Your Honor, I do very much believe that she is very much equipped with her training experience to discuss, because she reviews these almost daily. I'm not saying
That doesn't mean she knows what they mean.
But she's had training on it, and defense can voir dire across. We're not putting her up as a cell phone extraction expert. We have Detective Leonpacher, who was going to describe that. But
right, but
and
how about just have him look at that?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and
Yes,
then
Your Honor.
he can explain it to us.
Yes, Your
'Cause
Honor.
I don't know that, I mean, I haven't heard anything that would make Viverito able to answer those questions. So as long as you, I mean, it's not much for him to look at. It's less than 2 pages.
Yes,
Have
Your
him
Honor.
look at that and then he can explain it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All
And
right. Okay, and maybe she can say, oh, here's why it was significant in my estimation, because she's the investigator. But, all right, let's move on to the next topic.
So, Your Honor, the next one is a saved video.
Okay,
And it's a man, I do not know who it is, maybe the state knows who it is.
this is the 12 March one.
Yes, he seems to, yes, Your Honor, and he seems to be playing like DJ at home from his home and broadcasting on Instagram, and once in a while he'll rap along with the lyrics. And I will tell you that I'm fully aware that he's playing songs. Well, he mentions Haiti Gang, If Gang in the third song. He does say FUCK-YSL in between songs. I don't know who he is. He apparently doesn't like YSL. Don't know why that's relevant.
And this is something, where did this come from?
so, Your Honor, this was saved in defendant Stillwell's phone.
Okay,
And when the crime scene photographs get introduced of the March 11th double murder of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, the vehicle that they were driving, he pulls up that video because it hit the news. The person who is actively saying FUCK-YSL puts the bullet-ridden car of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford on his public Instagram and is publicly saying,
okay, that's a part of this video, which for me has not opened.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
And so the state feels that that level of blatant disrespect is highly relevant in the state's gang retaliation murder. I can't think of something more heartless than posting a bullet-ridden car after someone has been murdered on a highway and publicly, I mean, that is.
okay. So this video, in addition to him playing DJ, has him posting on the video
It's,
the car that Mick Miller and Ford were killed in.
Yes, Your Honor.
it's a blurry video. It's about, it's a very
And
blurry video. from
For
the-
whatever reason, Mr. Stillwell has that video saved in his phone.
Right, and we
Okay.
don't know who this man is.
What's your objection?
Relevance 403. We don't know who this man is at all, unless the state knows. And he's just disparaging YSL, and it's in my client's phone.
All right, that's relevant and not overly prejudicial. Now, given that I have yet to be able to open the video, how long is the video?
He goes through 3 songs. It's about 8 minutes, I would say.
And Your Honor, I will pull it up. I believe that that's accurate. The state does not intend to play. He's playing music.
Okay.
The state's going to play, and I can get those time hacks. And for to Mr. Sharp, it's going to be when he's publishing the bullet-ridden car,
Okay.
and when he's saying
Bad things about
correct,
YSL.
correct.
Okay. All right, the next thing says location video. What is this?
I think that's just a location of in Mr. Stillwell's phone that the video is found.
Okay.
Were
Is
they-
that just showing this video was found in his phone? All right.
Were we nuts and bolts of presenting this evidence? Were you guys seeking to admit this actual photo itself? I assumed you weren't, but if you are, I guess we just got to make sure there's nothing else on the photo.
No, I don't think we intend to introduce the photo, but to have a reference of the date and time that the video was saved to the phone.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. All right, moving on to the next subfolder. That would be the first of several iPhone mini subfolders. There's a PDF within that. So this is more text from within the phone, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, is there objection to any of those?
I just want to make sure I'm on the same one. as-
This one says 10/28/24, I'm not sure why, but,
I think that was the date that they created this. This one, I believe, I believe the state believes this is, Woody Lee, is that correct? Conversation with Woody Lee.
Yes.
I don't have any objection to this conversation. Can I just ask to state one thing? When these are compiled, this is the entire conversation over a certain time frame between the two individuals?
That's correct.
Okay, so nothing's been redacted or deleted or anything like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a,
all right, with any of it, it's several pages long.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And we will move on to the next iPhone mini subfolder. So this is a different text chain.
Yes, Your Honor, this is,
Is there objection to this one?
what was the relevance?
So there's a relevance objection. Do we know who he's talking to?
So which we'll withdraw the use of this one, but the point of this one was to show that around the time, Mr. Stillwell was using this, phone.
Okay, well, they're withdrawing that one. All right, so then we're in the third iPhone mini folder. So this is Shannon texting Mr. Steele.
No, we're not gonna use that one.
Okay, we're withdrawing that one. So the fourth folder has a file and a PDF and an export. What should we look at first?
And Judge, I'll withdraw this one too. 'Cause
All right.
it established there's a shooting on the expressway.
Okay. So
I'm sorry,
they're withdrawing it.
is this the one with 224-391-9924? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to, what is the fifth of the Stillwell iPhone mini folders? And that one contains a chat with Bottom Boy for Life. And I guess you read up from the bottom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So this text chain starts in the afternoon of March 11th of 2022. On the 12th, they're booking sessions, presumably in a studio. And then Mr. Stillwell asks him to bring some bullets, which I assume is why y'all want this. And then they're talking sessions again on the 14th. Talking about dropping songs and videos, and then that's it, right? Oh, in the very first page is like a summary of the things that are significant, or a sampling of the chat, or what is that? Because that's where it's got the.
So I knew Mr. Sharp would want the entire conversation, so I obviously printed or was able to get the entire conversation, but the very first page is, what's relevant, that's why it's highlighted.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that isn't all of that you're going to show. You're going to show the whole conversation, or what's your intent?
My intent would be to show the first page,
Okay.
show that we can admit it with the full conversation, but it's in order. That first, page with the box.
All right. I think is there an objection?
Well, there is. I think that.
What's the objection?
Unless there's something prejudicial, I think we need to have the entire conversation.
Okay, I would sustain that. So the full conversation can come in. The highlight sheet is confusing, misleading.
I did not believe that the state was planning on.
All right, y'all, check it out. I'm
So it's a good
gonna
thing.
play this video real quick of the part where Shard is doing the cross examination of this guy, and we're coming back. All right, we're back. I'll do it on the next break. I'll do it on my next break. What is going on? Oh, we're not back yet. They did us. They I thought we were back, but it looks like we're not. Let me see if I can cue this up real quick. I'm gonna put it on fast so y'all can do this. Okay. Listen up. I'm gonna try to see how much of this we can get right now. Listen.
Be any work in the office. Correct. Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay. So we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending on how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
Y'all.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
So let me ask you this. The city-owned cameras that record,
Listen.
were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no, not that I could locate.
Okay, so
What do you mean not that you could locate?
City-owned cameras.
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time there were no cameras there, but cameras are
So no city-owned cameras at that corner.
always getting installed. So at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera. And your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
so that camera, there was a camera there, and Mr. Cheeseborough, the guy who called 911, that camera did capture him. It captured an image of him. Let me see if they show it. I think they showed it previously, but it did capture an image of him. But then his testimony is approximately what would be about maybe 15, 20 minutes after the murder, the camera froze. So that's his testimony.
We don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you
All right, they are back now.
I was reading one out loud and basically saying it as my eyes were going over it for the first time ever, and just reading whatever was on the paper. And I read out the word NIGGAS, which I hope that was not offensive to anyone. It was certainly not meant to be offensive to anyone. I do not use that word. And it was merely, I should have been looking first before I said it, whatever I said out loud, to edit if there were, any offensive words. So I want to apologize on the record for that. Now, with regard to the songs, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I did not mean any. I was not able to listen to the songs because nobody sent me the songs we might be litigating. I think it was 1:35, and I'm still waiting for it to come over the ether wherever it goes before it gets from one email to another, of what the songs are and what the objections might be. And if y'all were working on it the whole lunch and that's why it didn't get to me until now, that's fine. But we'll just have to listen to them in court, which is fine, and y'all can tell me the objections now.
So, well, the state has indicated that there's 4 songs
Okay.
that they're seeking to admit. Some of the songs have multiple artists on the song.
Okay.
It is my understanding that the state is not intending to introduce the words of any of the other artists on any of the songs. Is that correct? I mean, if
Yes,
Okay.
that's what,
I am,
except one, which would be what we talked about with the chorus, which is red light.
okay,
There's only one that we intend to introduce the words of someone else, and that would be the song Red Light. There's a portion before, we believe is Mr. Stillwell's voice rapping on the song, which would be the chorus of the song that we would intend to introduce.
and I think that was B Slime, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, with those 4 songs, I guess I'm not in a cooperative mood with the state at this moment in regards to this music. So we are objecting to all of it. Our objection to anyone that's not saying the words of anyone other than Mr. Stillwell it's the words of someone other than Mr. Stillwell. The objections for the lyrics that are alleged to have been rapped by Mr. Stillwell are that 404A, bad character. Of course, all this is also under my client's First Amendment rights and his artistic license.
Certainly,
yes.
as I think has been litigated before, and as I think I have noted before, everybody has got a right to say pretty much whatever they please, as long as it is within First Amendment realm. But if what you say can then be argued as evidence against you,
Right.
it's not a First Amendment violation for a prosecutor to say, hey, you said this at this point, and we think it's evidence of whatever this crime is. So-
Understood. So I felt the need to include the First Amendment in that, but really, as far as the Georgia rules of evidence that are applicable in this case, it's going to be 404A and 403.
At 403 being, I mean, there are a lot of,
Unfair prejudice.
okay,
Our stance is that there's talk about homicides, ops, guns, and all the rest. And our stance is just generic talk about guns and crimes and all of those things are not meant to be admitted in a criminal trial unless there's a nexus to the crime at hand or the crime that's being litigated. So that's where with the 404A and the 403 unfair prejudice would come in. So I will say, Mr. Kokomo, if this assists the court, Mr. Kokomo did some sort of AI work to get the lyrics on paper.
wow.
So we appreciate him for that, but that might help in
All right.
the analysis of this.
And the 4 songs at issue are, just somebody read them to me, Lizard Walk, Red Light, what were the others?
BS.
Okay,
And ran this money.
okay.
And so, Mr. Kokomo, if you would, and those, I'm not saying that those transcripts are 100%.
Exactly accurate,
But
but yeah.
it gives, because some of these, the cadence of the song is relatively quick.
Okay.
As well, Your Honor, the other issue that I have, and it's more of a question than an argument at this point, these were seized off my client's phone, and we've already litigated my client's phone. And
The
that
seizure
was
itself.
the seizure and the search of the phone.
Right.
However, in my reading of the phone, it indicates a creation date. I think when they extract the phones or the information from the phone, it gives a creation date of all the data as if it's created on the date of the extraction, because it's all the songs, all the audio files are showing a creation date of 3/17/2022, I believe. And I don't imagine that Mr. Stillwell on the early morning of 3/17/22 was in the studio actively creating, 12 songs that are, or however many are on his phone. My question is, if the state knows or has an opinion about the date of the lyrics at all, because I'm just getting that from the
Right.
readout from
I
the
thought he actually
extraction.
was in the studio during the early morning hours.
He was,
of one of those days.
but just from my very limited knowledge of what it takes to create a song, 12 songs wouldn't have been created in one studio.
I would imagine,
Right.
does that just mean that's the date and time in which he uploaded them to his phone?
Yes, Your Honor, it appears, and Mr. Atkins is looking it up and pulling it up. Some of the songs we agree were made pre-2022, somewhere in 2021. That's when some of the songs were created. We're
Okay, do
pulling up
you know
which-
whether the created date, what it means? Does it even mean this is the date it was uploaded to the phone, or?
That's what we're trying to get clarity of. We
Okay.
do believe, just because we know the date that some of these songs were posted either on another phone, that we know that he did not make the songs on
Right.
3/17/2022.
So does that date, does it matter at all for anybody? I mean, do we even need to show that date?
I don't know as far as, well, I think it does matter if the state is going to be arguing that references are made to an event and that event hadn't happened yet. Of course, that would make the creation date important. And I'm not saying,
So anything that happened after that date? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Like-
saying if there's references to, if the state's saying there's a reference to something and it turns out that the song was made before the actual incident.
Well, Your Honor, let's be clear, there's 2 murder cases in this.
Well, there are 3.
Well, 3, but 2 involving Mr. Stillwell.
yes.
So the date itself, we don't necessarily need the March 17th. We do need to know it was on his phone. It was on his phone when we captured his phone, which was on March 17th.
Okay.
Well,
Neither of the murders that are in the indictment that Mr. Stillwell is charged with happened after 3/17/22,
No.
did they?
Right, but what I'm saying is if the state has information from the data extraction, all I'm seeing is 3/17. If they have information further information that indicates a date of creation beyond that, I would like to know that, because I think that's relevant. If they don't, then they
And
don't.
you're meaning date of creation is when the song was recorded in any manner,
Right.
not when it was put on his phone.
Correct.
And we'll provide it. Like I said, there
Okay.
are a few that we
All right.
know were.
But is it fair to
Decision
say that we
2021.
think that created on that date from this phone dump means the date it was uploaded or added to his phone as an audio file?
I don't want to say that for sure.
We
but
don't even know.
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so moving to the lyrics, and y'all are saying that on Red Light, there's someone else who is also singing whose words you think are relevant. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. B. Slime, who we believe is a YSL
Okay.
co-conspirator, says the chorus in Red Light. And that chorus comes right before Mr. Stillwell's verse.
Okay.
The chorus, I again believes approximately at 144.
All right. So the chorus and then a verse by Mr. Stillwell. And that's it in terms of anybody other than Mr. Stillwell singing or rapping on any of these 4 songs?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do y'all have the sheet of the lyrics or, an approximation of the lyrics? Okay. And so the objection on the baseline chorus that comes before Mr. Stillwell's verse is what?
It's not his words.
Yes.
And there's references to red light, which is, could be viewed as, let's just say the Shimon Drinks homicide occurred at the red light. So, and that's really why I'm interested in this song in particular about the information that the state has. Of course, I have access to my client, but if my client chooses not to testify, then that information would come out through him. So what I'm wondering is, do the forensic examiners that look at the audio file have any opinion about the creation of that audio file?
I'm not following you now.
Okay, so my understanding of how this works, you're at the music studio.
Mhm.
There's an engineer working there with
Right.
you. You're creating music. At the end of the session, you are sent the audio file by the engineer.
Okay.
Okay, and that's how it would end up in your phone or something,
Okay.
or your computer, whatever device you have.
Okay.
But we just have a 3/17 date.
Mhm.
Of course, I'm not providing live testimony of this fact, but I know that song wasn't created on 3/17. And if
Well,
we,
it has to have been created sometime before,
right, and
either before or on 3/17. And you would like to know, was it created in like January of 2022?
well, if the state's going to argue that the words red light are a reference to the Shamal Drinks case, then by definition, it would have to have been created after the Shamal Drinks homicide.
Mhm.
And I don't believe that to be true. And I'm just wondering if the state has any proof that it was created
Or
before.
if they're even going to argue that. I
Right.
don't know. Are y'all arguing that red light refers to the drinks death?
No, our argument is going to be that with the nature of this criminal enterprise, that they don't mind killing their ops at red lights, generally speaking. I mean, so the fact that Mr. Drinks was murdered at a red light is consistent with the nature of the enterprise, Your Honor, that how significant is it that there's a song in which they talk about shooting their ops at red lights?
All right, well, then I would say that pretty much is an argument, even if you just say 2 + 2 instead of 2 + 2 = 4, you're saying this is a reference to the drinks killing. So, which you're certainly entitled to do.
Right, I mean, we can't say specifically, we don't know, we don't think, and we're confirming the time that he went to the studio immediately after and wrote this song. I don't think that occurred.
Uh-huh.
But there is an inference that this idea of killing your ops at the red light is relevant, given that Mr. Drinks was killed at a red light.
Well, and that's where kind of the 404A propensity and everything else comes in, because your Honor wasn't here at this. Maybe you were. When I think you may have been. Kenneth Copeland was on the stand.
Oh, yeah, I was
And
there for some of them.
you remember? And I asked him, and red lights are kind of a recurring theme. And I asked him about masks and tint and red lights, and he said, "Oh no, that's a must. Tint is a must. I don't stop at red
Right,
lights.
I
That's a
remember
must."
that.
So
Mhm.
these are generic themes throughout this type of music, and that's.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of trap and drill, and there's just a lot of references to ops. These are common themes in this type of music.
Mhm.
And so if the state can't show that it was created after the Drinks murder, which I don't believe they can show that, then it's just kind of a general statement about red lights and the circumstances in which we live. And to me, we're going into propensity in 404A.
I
at that
don't even
point.
know what the words say, so I
Okay.
can't really say whether it's propensity evidence or not.
And the red light portion, I'll just reiterate, is not Shannon's words either. It's B. Slime doing the chorus.
So at some point, am I going to get the words, or should I just open up the songs and listen to them?
But I think it's somewhere in between their computers. You sure you said the right direction?
And with regard to the rest of it, is the objection, well, and I know Mr. Kendrick has objection too on, I believe you said in the email, it said 503, but I assume you meant 403.
I was typing quickly, Your Honor. I apologize.
That's fine.
I was really typing on behalf of Mr. Sharp there.
Okay.
I may have some.
Okay, so 403 and 404A, so same objections then, okay. Which I can't rule on until I know what the words are. And here they are.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with the first song, BS. Well, the highlighted portion, Tay went and clocked them Stepper's twin.
I think it's something that, yeah, I may have done, I don't know. I didn't highlight it. There's no significance to that. That's just-
Okay, so just look at the whole entirety of it. Is Dolly on singing on this or rapping on this or something? Am I supposed to ignore that verse?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objections on the BS song. Moving on to Lizard Walk. And if there's something in particular you want to point out that you think is an actual 404A violation,
Do you,
let me know.
this is,
But when you choose to sing about it,
no. I understand that way of looking at it, Your Honor. Can I go back just to fully articulate on the,
yes.
and I understand you made a ruling, okay? So on the Bowl SHIT featuring SB and Dollar, leave your HOE lonely, go catch a homicide, show me if you're down to ride, want to know if you slime or not, I'm back on the BS, riding around with a full clip, FN with the blue tip. I ain't no mediator. I'm the worst to face you. It's time to ride out. Ain't no hiding out. FN destroying walls. I seen an op fall. FN divide y'all. Shell, that was my call. Okay.
Mhm.
So, my argument is that, for instance, these 2 homicides that my client is charged with, there's no indication that any of those lyrics reference specific evidence or specific facts regarding those homicides. Certainly they're homicides, and he's saying in the song, "Go catch a homicide. Show me if you're down to ride."
Mhm.
And my argument is, do I love the words in this song? Do I think other people should? Not really, but that's not really the point. The point is, in my mind, does this song and the lyrics make specific reference to crimes that are charged beyond the general, oh, commit crimes, I commit crimes, I'm tough, I'm bad, I'm not scared, I carry a gun, I ride? And the way I view the lyrics in this song, again, if Mr. Still asked me, is that a good idea? No. But does it make specific reference to known facts to say, that would allow us to say, oh, he's talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas or the murder of Shamal Drinks versus just generally talking about violence. I'm a tough guy. That's my persona in the music. I do this type of music, and I'm going to rap about homicide and killing and guns and crime. My stance is that the lyrics of this song, now Shell was my call. That was my call. I can acknowledge that the state would likely argue that, oh, there's someone on the other side that goes by Shell. Okay, that's a specific reference.
Mhm.
But again, there's nothing in this indictment that has anything to do with Shell Kell being shot, killed, or anything else. So that really, I guess it shows a dislike for Shell Kell, apparently, which I think at this point, that would be cumulative, because I think it's pretty clear. There is a dislike. But I don't think there's enough in this to say that it's a specific reference to the crimes that are charged as opposed to just general bad acts. And that's why I'm labeling it as 404A.
All right. Well, there aren't actual acts necessarily in here.
What do you mean? Your Honor, I'm sorry.
These are lyrics.
Right, but the lyrics that would reference the any specific crimes that he's charged with, as opposed to generalized criminality, generalized violence, and that's my concern. The way I understand the analysis is, yes, if there's specific references, that's one thing, but just because you're a rapper that raps about guns and drugs doesn't mean if you're charged with a crime or violence, drugs, guns, and violence, doesn't mean if you're charged with a crime, we just bring in all your lyrics about drugs, guns, and violence. So my argument, I hope I'm articulating well, is that these lyrics are just generalized, boastful, bravado, criminality sells.
Yeah, it's a style of rap music, including some of the topics that are commonly found in rap music. It's not evidence of bad character such that it should be kept out because it's being offered for propensity reasons.
Okay. Well, I would also argue that under 403, there's confusion of the issues as well. Because again, we're just talking about, unless there's a specific nexus to a crime, we're just talking about generalized crime, and that could confuse the issues for the jury as well.
Okay, I understand your argument. Overruled. So Lizard Walk, anything specific in this that you want to point out to me that you believe to be, either 404A or 403 specifically? Having, and I'll assume that you want to adopt the general arguments for each of the 4 songs.
Right. Well, I mean, the song is just full of bad character evidence. Dodging all your shots, send them all to my ops. Let that bitch rain out the drop top. And then
Dodging your shots is not bad character evidence. Saying, man, I'd rather that go to the ops is not bad character evidence. I don't know what rain on the top of the drop means, but. Okay.
So this is my concern, Your Honor, is that jury hears these lyrics.
Okay. I don't know that we're going to need 4 of these songs. So I may need to turn to the state and ask why there's anything significant in one of these songs that's not covered in another that y'all want to show or feel is relevant.
Yes, Your Honor. So when you look at Lizard Walk and even the verse we just said, let that bitch rain out the top of the drop. Your Honor, the state's belief that when Donovan Thomas was murdered, that there was an individual shooting out of the rooftop of that vehicle as they drove down McDaniel Street. And so as a party opponent admission, which this is for an individual who was alleged to have committed that crime, to rap about letting it rain out of the top of the drop, we believe is relevant information, Your Honor.
All right.
Additionally, Your Honor, at some point towards the end of the song, he says, YSL through the roof. It is a light show when I bring little tick out. It is a light show when I bring them sticks out. It's a light show when I bring them blues out. It's a light show when I bring Moontunk out. And we believe that there has been evidence presented that at one point, Moontunk was an alleged shooter of YSL. And then it kind of graduated to other members, one of those being Mr. Stillwell. So those things we believe would be relevant with the specific song, Lizard Walk.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Short, you want to be heard on?
I think the references to the extent that the state's arguing for admission by references to Moontunk and Tick, I think that those relationships have been well established without the need for this song.
All right. Well, it sounds to me like it goes beyond just that. So I'm going to overrule, let that in over objection. So moving on to red light. Any specific argument on this one?
Oh, you're asking me? Well, the red light, red light, red light, red light part is not uttered by Mr. Stillwell. That would be B Slime. I will also point out that from my recollection, understanding, and notes, at the bottom where it says SB, indicating my client's verse, says where, and I don't know if this is correct, it says Hilton House on God. And then at that point, it goes into a chorus that's sung by someone else as well.
The I Be With Killers?
Yes. So my client's words are basically beginning on when I come through
Mhm.
and then ending on God. Oh, Heavenly House. Okay. So,
All right, so does the state want the last chorus, I guess? I Be With Killers, I don't know if that's chorus or a verse, but.
That's just repeating the same course that comes at 144, so we don't need.
All right, so y'all don't need that part anyway.
but it sounds like the state is still intending to introduce
The first part.
the chorus or B Slime's chorus where red light is repeated and repeated and repeated.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean,
We would say that's an adoptive admission too.
I don't know if it's an adoptive admission or not, but he's singing on the song with, who is, and this person singing that other verse is what? Who?
B Slime that we believe is a wise co-conspirator as well, Your Honor.
And it may be the chorus, maybe that other person, Vito. It's not Mr. Stillwell though.
Let me, hang on. Let's see. All right, so there's obviously the chorus starts, I Be With Killers, and ends with the red light, red light, red light, right? And so that opens the song, and then there's the I Can Make It Rain on a Birthday all the way through. If I had a problem in the streets, I'd never run.
Right, so we don't want that. That's not.
Okay, so,
We're asking, they repeat the chorus again.
okay.
And
So
then-
what y'all want is what is essentially the second time the chorus is sung, and then Mr. Stillwell's verse that he sings. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me. I'm going to rule that what Mr. Stillwell sings can come in, or raps can come in.
Okay, and I understand the court's ruling, just for the record, I would just like to object under 404A and 403. There's talk about, I see an op, I'm taking them down, gun them down, walk them down from a mile, walk them down. The last homicide, I smiled. I don't believe that those are specific references that include specific facts that could be linked and provide that nexus to either the charged homicides for Mr. Stillwell. Obviously, you can tell from me arguing it in my prior statements, I would very much prefer that these not be in evidence because in my mind, they are very bad character evidence. And so I object under 404A and 403.
All right, I don't find them to fall under 404A at all, and I'm overruling both objections.
And the last song that the state identified, Your Honor, we did not have an opportunity to do the AI.
Okay, all right,
So that one we might have to listen to.
okay, that's fine. I may or may not be able to discern what the words are.
Which one do you want to look at?
That, I guess, ran this money. And it's just the Mr. Stillwell part, not the Looney Lee part.
Yeah, it'll start at approximately 1:45 into the song.
All right, if y'all will just play that for me.
You should start at 1:45.
Bankroll like boo, let's go. Walk up in the chopper, been up, put you down. If you really living like they gonna take them down, I'm really living like they 101 made it out. I just been a hammer, walked it out. I'm a hammer, walk them down. Anybody?
Sorry, people. Y'all know how this go. Y'all know how I go with the deep. Did I miss a song? I must have missed one too, huh?
Bitch, that big shots, riding down your block.
Yeah, I did. Did I miss one? I might have missed one. Yeah, this YouTube stuff it's really annoying with this playing music in court.
While maybe artistically clever, I'm Picasso, chalk work, op work, those references without specific links really make, through his music, through his words in this music, create the impression, and I'm afraid will create the impression to the jury that Mr. Stillwell is a killer without, and that impression will be made through fictional art as opposed to the evidence in this case. So again, without a direct nexus, we are going to object under 404A and 403.
All right, so is there anything in this song that is significant or distinctive from whatever's in the other couple of songs?
Yes, I just left that boy on the curb, call me Picasso. Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. was shot dead on the side and fell onto the curb when he was murdered. It would be that distinctive from the other songs that he presented, Your Honor. And he also walked up with his chopper. We do believe that one of the murder weapons used to kill Donovan Thomas was a 7.62 by 2.8 rifle.
And
Well, by y'all's theory, nobody walked up on anybody for that one.
That's true, they drove by.
Yeah.
That is accurate, they drove by, but the fact is, he's talking about a chopper, but you're right. they did drive
Okay,
by.
and is there evidence that he fell onto the curb after being,
Yes, he fell to the ground, that's when, I think,
well, everybody, I would assume after they're dead collapses. Anything about a curb is what I'm asking about.
I believe he was outside between, when you look at the surveillance video, his vehicle and that other vehicle, which was close to a curb, is what. we-
So it's a stretch.
I mean, I think maybe sidewalk didn't fit into the lyric very well, so curb.
Well, he didn't fall on the sidewalk either, did he?
He did, he was outside.
Well, that's what I just asked you.
He was outside.
I know he was outside.
He fell into a parking lot.
Yeah, parking lot. Was it the curb of the parking lot or just the parking lot?
The curb in the parking lot meet.
I know. And was his body in the parking lot or on the curb?
Was on the curb.
He wasn't in the parking lot, he was on the curb.
Okay, that's what I asked, is did he fall onto the curb? And y'all are now saying yes?
Yes. I would disagree with that.
All right, can somebody pull up the video and let's look?
Because I don't think it's a camera view, Robert.
Okay, so we don't actually have the evidence.
So
Do we have the crime scene photos?
Yes.
It's I think the state would probably agree with me. If you look at the video, there's a car that goes by. No one walks up. There's a car that drives by. Mr. Thomas is shot. He reacts and kind of turns and then goes off camera view. And there's a car in the parking lot. And my understanding is he collapses. He was standing near a sidewalk when he was
Kind
hit
of
with
up
bullets.
against an SUV, right?
And then he collapses in the parking lot, I believe behind the SUV that is in the surveillance video.
He's not in the parking lot, so
Don't we have crime scene photos?
we do, his car was to the edge, he was standing closest to the barber shop in front of his vehicle, so when the shooting starts, he runs in the direction of Texaco. So he's not running in the parking lot, he runs in the direction of Texaco and falls, we believe, in front of the barber shop. I think the testimony was from either Mr. Hendricks or Mr. Sammy Davis, that they walked up and found him, like, his body right in front of the barber shop, closest to in front of the barber shop, but not like in front of the door, but near the barber shop. So that's what I think it's.
Further away from the curb.
The barber shop, right, so we're gonna put a picture where the medical intervention.
Of course, the more it doesn't match the facts,
So
the
here,
better it is for your client, Mr. Shard.
so that's where his hand is, Your Honor, so his falls, we believe that's closer to the curb. That was a black cat that was collected.
Okay, yeah. That could be argued to be a curb. It's not the curb by the street, it's the curb by the barber shop. All right, I'm going to permit that. So does that take us to the end of the song evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What is next on our list?
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
given your decision to admit those lyrics, I'm going to have to ask for a severance. I have no opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stillwell. They're highly prejudicial statements that could possibly be used against my client. If you're going to deny the severance, I would
I'll
ask,
give you a limiting instruction.
I would ask for a limiting
Would you like to
instruction.
craft it, please?
I will work on that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, but I'm not withdrawing that
All
request
right,
for a
well,
severance.
that's denied.
Okay, I will draft a.
It's a RICO and gang conspiracy case. So
As I've heard Mr.
I
Floyd
will
explain.
eagerly await your proposed limiting instruction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, so we've done the phone extraction, we've done the music. Wiretap wise, where do we need to go?
You're right.
That's all good.
Yes, I think
All right.
that's been litigated and reduced the number.
You gave them the reduced wiretap list? Okay. And how about, I think y'all told me that if you do call someone, there's no evidence with someone that needs to be litigated beforehand? Is that correct?
I believe so. My objections on someone are just very basic and the three attorneys that I see here, I don't imagine that they're going to violate anything.
Any idea who might be handling witness someone?
I'll be there.
Alrighty. Okay, so y'all are gonna get me jury charges by Monday, and I know you can add to them. I'm not saying this is all you can do. I just want to get started on them.
Would that be 6 PM Monday, Your Honor?
I mean, I'm not gonna be looking at them during the day on Monday. Oh, wait, we don't have court on Monday.
No.
I mean,
I'm just looking for what time the court expects to see them. We'll provide them whenever you
that's
say.
fine. That's fine. 6 PM Monday is fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there anything else we need to litigate before next week's trial picks back
I
up?
am the bearer of bad news, Your Honor. So there are 3 folders in Mr. Atkins' shared, I think it was on August 30th, a Dropbox link, and there are 3 folders for investigator Viverito. I know that I have very specific objections to certain things that are in that photo. In that folder.
All right, maybe we
60,
should find
90.
that. Hey, let me find that folder.
Your Honor, that folder was titled Remaining Witnesses to 103 and then has
Okay.
number 1 in parentheses.
All right. That folder, so within that folder, where am I looking?
So investigator Viverito has 3 separate folders.
Okay,
So the first one is number 60,
okay.
and
Oh, yeah, oh, there are 2 number 60s, but I got the one that's Viverito.
so, Your Honor, I'll just. Of course, do. 113 is a picture of Mr. Kendrick standing on a car, which I believe is already evidence. And then there's an article about Mr. Kendrick standing on Lucci's car.
Okay, sorry, within the Viverito 60 folder, what am I looking for?
So on 113, in 113.
Okay, Yak on Lucci vehicle.
Right, and I think
Got it.
113 is referenced to the overt act.
Yeah, okay, and that is already in.
That's already in, and then there's the front page of the article.
Oh, the one that says 8/15/2020?
Yes, John.
So
can't imagine.
how's that coming in? Are y'all seeking to admit that?
No, Your Honor, we're not seeking to admit this picture itself. We believe that as an expert, when she was going through social media in her investigation or going through social media, she understood that there was a response, not that this particular image needs to come in to evidence, Your Honor. So no,
All right,
we don't
so
intend.
they will not be offering that. All right, what's the next one?
Okay, 133, I'm just doing this on behalf of,
That's
Steve
fine.
Kendrick over here. That's a social media.
So go to the one that says Act 133, Kendrick.
That's a social media post involving Kendrick. It's not my fight, but I just.
Okay, are y'all intend to tender that?
Yes, Your Honor, one of our, yes.
Okay, and what would the objection be?
This is on 133.
Yes.
The post says Young Thug fans, but more importantly, it's the picture itself with Mr. Kendrick wearing a YSL chain standing next to,
And a YSL chain and what?
wearing a YSL chain and with Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
And what's the,
It's
why is that? Hasn't it been shown over and over again that he's
I don't
signed
know.
to YSL and knows Jeffrey Williams? It seems cumulative of, I don't know how much other evidence.
Yeah, it's one of our overt acts in the indictment, Your Honor, and so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let y'all present
What-
that.
What about, okay.
You
That- is it-
realize, however, that establishing an overt act doesn't get you what you need, right? It has to be in furtherance of a criminal conspiracy.
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, at some point, I don't mean to get us off track, at some point, we would, at the close of evidence, we would like the opportunity to argue for directed verdicts, not only on specific counts, but also on the overt acts.
Okay, well, I'll certainly entertain your argument at the appropriate time and hope that the state will be prepared with whatever its response is going to be. Okay, so we don't need the commentary on the side, and I have no idea exactly what that says because it's so blurry underneath, but is that language significant or just the picture?
I would ask that the language stay in.
Yeah, I like the
I don't
language.
even know what the
but
language says,
The
but,
language basically talks about the ability to spit out a verse
okay.
fast.
Who's the fastest route?
Okay. So how about the language on the side? I think those have been being redacted unless there was some significance to them.
If we could keep the original, just the poster's message, because I think it's relevant who posted
The
it.
Young Thug fans,
Right, because,
okay, but not the commentary below.
yes.
That's how we've, I think, typically been doing it. Everybody get on that?
Just to clarify, not the commentary to the side.
Right.
We're going
I'm
to keep the
sorry.
text in the
Commentary
image.
below the post, but yeah. Yes, the red words,
The red
are
text
staying.
remains. Thank you.
yes, there seem to be a part of the post itself. Okay, what's next?
And Your Honor, I don't know if Young Thug fans posted, then there might be a comment on the page. Then the poster is cut off. You can see Atlanta, Georgia, but you can't see the actual poster, Your Honor.
So you're now you're trying to put in an image where we don't even know the province of it.
Right, but the image is what's
Well, that
relevant.
doesn't matter. I
I
mean,
mean-
that's not required.
Respectfully, Your Honor, I think it does matter a little bit. And because the jury's going to have to determine if these pictures are in furtherance or, furthering a RICO. And if Diamante Kendrick posted that and or Jeffrey Williams posted that, the state would be arguing, well, it's putting their brand out there.
What overt act is this?
133, Your Honor.
Let's see what they say it is. It's that he posed for the photo.
Heaven forbid, Your Honor.
Whether he posed for it or not, there he is, standing there next to Mr. Williams. And someone captures it on film. So yes or no on the Young Thug fans?
I think we should
It looks like that is not I mean, it doesn't matter to me one way or another. What's the state's intent?
Your Honor, I believe it's hearsay. I mean, tag someone who can compete better and make it faster versus not relevant.
That is not, it can't even possibly be hearsay. It's not a factual assertion.
So I think we leave it in, if we leave all of the comments in, or we delete all of the comments, one of the other.
So
You can't not delete the top one and then, but delete the rest. You can't have
doesn't matter.
all or nothing.
I'm just asking, what's the state proposing?
We'll propose that we'll keep it all, or we'll take it all.
All right,
For this image, we are fine.
Keep it all.
all righty, so that is gonna be exactly what it looks like when it gets thrown up on screen. What's next?
The next is 142, and that's another picture of Mr. Kendrick, and it looks like it's posted by maybe a clothing designer or something that Mr. Kendrick was wearing. And he was wearing orange shades and orange, in front of an orange graffiti slash.
And is there an objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Okay,
I mean,
what's the relevance?
oh yeah, it is an overt act.
What's relevance?
Your Honor, he's standing next to one of the terminology.
Okay, is there some other evidence that he has used the word slut before?
Not,
Your Honor, it's,
A term apparently in fairly common parlance.
Your Honor, it's overt act 142. And so what
Did he pose next to the word slut? Is that what it says?
correct, wearing a, red bandana, t-shirt,
Well,
slat.
Might be red, might be orange, I don't know. Maybe it was a bad
I think it is.
filter on the,
I believe it is a bad filter, Your Honor. I think it's red, but the state just believes that overt act 142, that photograph should be allowed to be admitted, or at least presented.
all righty. Yes,
And I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, but with a lot of these, if we are admitting them solely because they are overacts, I get it. But if and I don't have a legal answer at this time, just something to ponder as we move forward. If directed verdicts are granted on some of these things that are let in as just because they're overacts, I'm wondering what happens to the
All right.
evidence afterwards.
So something like this, I mean, let's assume it comes in and let's assume that y'all make a directed verdict motion and say this overt act should not come in because, what would your argument be? Because it's not in furtherance of the conspiracy?
There's been no evidence that this picture, which is posted by a clothing company to sell their clothes, and it looks like.
Well, right, it's not who posted it here, it's
Right.
the fact that he stood next to the word slat dressed in red.
Or orange. I would
Orange.
say.
Or orange,
Um,
in the eye of the beholder.
but so, and I'm not prepared, I'm not asking for anyone
No,
to
but I
make a
mean,
ruling, but
theoretically speaking,
there's no other than.
would your argument be it's not in furtherance of the conspiracy and therefore it should be stricken?
It would be if a directed verdict on that overact was granted, and the only reason we let this evidence in was because it was an overact, I would think that we would strike that evidence
Well,
from the record.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so too, just like with any other, if I granted it on certain counts of some indictment,
Yeah.
then I would say to the jury, don't even consider those. Those aren't before you to consider. And so we wouldn't send out evidence that only went to stricken counts.
Yeah.
So theoretically speaking, that would be your answer. All right, what's next?
I have an objection to 158.
Okay. And what is your objection?
That my client is standing, I believe that, and I want to be very clear, that is not the gas station, that is not the Texaco at the corner of Northside Drive and McDaniel Street.
Okay.
So I want to put that out there right away. My client is wearing a slime shirt, says, I fell off a, let me directly quote. I fell off 100 times, I bounced back, hashtag life size, Manitumba de Piedra. Mr. Stillwell has been victimized along with people that have been close to him many times since 2015. This is not a confession of any sort. This is not a statement against penal interest, but it does have the ability to confuse and mislead the jurors. So I'm going to argue relevance and 403.
Is this an overt act?
Yes, Your Honor. It is an overt act. And
Which one is this?
This is number 158, Your Honor.
What is, I mean, I don't speak Spanish, so what do those Spanish words
It says
translate to?
Peanut's tombstone, Your Honor. And what is also significant.
What tombstone?
Peanut's tombstone.
Ah, de Piedra.
Yes. And what is also significant is one, this is taken at 221 Cleveland Avenue, which we believe is a YSL.
Are you going to be able to establish where it was taken?
We believe that investigative retail will be able to establish where this is taken. And furthermore,
He took a picture in an area where he hangs out.
and very quickly, he took this post down after posting it. So we'll be able to establish that he posted it, put that Manitumba de Piedra, and then immediately took it down. But that's, when you translate that Spanish term, it says Peanut's tombstone.
Okay. You're going to have somebody translate it?
Yes, we have the translated version.
Well, he didn't post the translated version.
We have the C, when it says C translation and we click it, we have both versions.
Okay.
This version and the C translation version.
All right. And do you know when it's posted?
We do, Your Honor. It was posted on 1/27/2022, the date that's on the indictment, Your Honor. And we did serve it, Mr. Sharp. I'll find exactly where it served, the translation.
Not having been killed.
In 2015. In January of 2015.
Okay, well, I'm going to permit that over objection.
Can we discuss the translation? Though, Your Honor, although I don't love what's said in this post, I have sought and consulted with many Spanish speakers,
Okay.
and I have gotten, I'm not going to pretend that it's talking about something like a red Corvette or something. It's stone, tomb, peanut. There's an ambiguity in what these words mean.
One of those words is peanut, one of them is stone, and one of them is tomb?
No. I've had people say that makes no sense that speak Spanish.
Well, because they probably don't know that somebody walks around with the moniker nut peanut, but.
Well, no, I've discussed with them about that. Now, I'm just wondering if the state is planning on just going with the translation that comes up when you.
What happens when you click it?
And that's what we're trying to find. That's the.
Well, we should probably know what it is before. And then are we accepting whatever Google clicks to translate
Well,
as
I don't
an
know what.
acceptable translation?
I guess I'm waiting to see what it says, but I guess the point I'm making is that I've spoken to many different people about that, and most of the people say that really doesn't make a lot of sense. And if you were a Spanish speaker, But other people have said it means something to do about a pebble. Other people, and if you Google,
Okay.
if you Google Piedra, if you Google these words, you get alternate meanings of it.
All right.
One, sometimes peanut, sometimes pebble.
Okay, well, I guess that it was posted in Spanish, so that's what's going to get shown. And then if somebody wants to offer the translation that pulls up when you hit the C translation, we'll see what that says. And then if you want to offer evidence of another translation, you may do that. Okay?
Yes, we don't need to, well, Your Honor's in charge, of course, but I'm not intending to hold up the proceedings to wait on that translation right
At
now.
some point before we present it before the jury as a translation, let's find out what it's going to show up as. All right, what's next? I've lost my link. Okay, which one's next?
I don't, in my notes, I don't have any objections under Act 171. Now, there's a whole bunch of search warrants and things of that nature that I assume are not going to be admitted into evidence. But
Let's check.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, that assumption is correct. Okay.
so, am I correct that generally in 171, the take home is you guys are going to be admitting those phone calls? Is that essentially when it really comes down to it?
Only one, yes, one of those calls.
You know which one?
This is the call that we'll be introducing, is the call in which Mr. Eppinger calls Mr. Sumlin on February 22nd to seek permission from Mr. Williams in order to harm Wyeth and harm Rayshawn Bennett, try to harm him again since Mr. Myrick could not complete the task.
What am I looking at?
In page one, excuse me, in Act 171.
Uh-huh.
There are three, like, audio looking
Yes,
It
files.
is,
Those are jail calls
okay.
between Eppinger and Sumner.
Okay. Hadn't we already done these?
yes.
I don't recall that, but
You're out.
myself and Ms. Hilton, I both have very different recollections of this, and I think we're both
Okay,
coming from an honest place. but
so we'll just listen, I guess. I don't know if we listened before. Some things had transcripts.
I don't believe that I'm gonna have any issues with the call. I wanna make sure that I know which one I know that.
Okay, so we're probably due for a restroom break shortly. So maybe whenever our restroom break is, you can listen to those three or review them.
I think they're only using one.
Oh, super. Listen to that one, see if there's anything objectionable. So that will come back to.
Act 180 didn't open for me. I believe it to be.
I know what it is. It's the video from the jail. Where they're videoing the news story.
Oh, then that's already been admitted, correct?
No, it has not been admitted, but we litigated it a little while ago. This is, Your Honor, the video in which Mr. Rodalius Ryan is in jail and Christian Eppinger gets a bond and Christian Eppinger, Rodalius Ryan says F the DA, F Ms. Davenport, he puts up the YSL sign, and the court, we believe, yes.
Yeah, it's him on a phone showing himself watching
Yes,
that's
Your Honor.
admitted.
Is that an overact?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, Your Honor, I do think probably the analysis, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but the analysis, I get it to Rico, but the analysis of the admissibility of things for Mr. Ryan sharing from prison about Mr. Eppinger. Probably the factor balancing might be a little different now that Mr. Ryan is
Still
not
a
here.
co-conspirator,
Okay.
so it's not different.
All right, thank you.
What's next?
You're right. The Eppinger jail calls, we don't have to litigate again. And then the other thing is the Adams MMS content highlight. Your Honor, you can recall when we did litigate this previously, this was the Verizon text messages that had all the different colors, and we were supposed to narrow down what we're going to use. And Mr. Shard had launched the objection that in one of the text message, it said SB, the states that we would take that out. We did, and we provided an updated spreadsheet. So we
And
think
you have or you will?
we have. Your
Okay,
Honor.
and based on the updated spreadsheet, is there anything we still need to litigate?
This is just more, I'm wondering how logistically we're going to do this. I assume, I'm under the belief that the state is no longer seeking, if they were ever seeking to introduce the color coded exhibit.
Yes, I mean, it'll be a demonstrative, Your Honor. This is the Verizon text messages that we litigated before. I believe Mr. Steele had objected to the Verizon text messages coming in. The court ruled it in. And these are text messages between Khalif Adams and Demikion Garlington attempting to set up the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett. Because of all the different conversations, we do think that we need to highlight for the jury the relevant conversations in varying colors so that they can understand the
fine.
conversation.
So last night I went through like 200 pages of conversation, which is the I guess the raw conversations before they consolidate them. Am I correct that you guys are, I know you're introducing the whole conversations, but as far as publishing to the jury, it's just going to be the focused conversations involving the individuals that are involved in those conversations, Myrick, Adams, and Garland.
Yes, it'll be everything surrounding the planning, ultimate execution, and the aftermath of the stabbing of Mr. Bennett.
Okay. And my main concern with this, and the state, I believe, has addressed it, that there was a hearsay statement that had my client's name in it, and I've been told that's being redacted and taken out. So
That's my understanding also.
And I believe that is the end of my concerns about
Okay,
folder 6.
okay.
So the next one is folder 90.
Okay. Oops, there's more than 190. Yeah, now I know. I'm just waiting for it to download, but it doesn't seem to want to. Maybe I'll start over.
Yes.
All right, it won't open for me, so somebody's gonna need to maybe send it to me some other way. I'm trying to open it from what is in our saved files, Miss Percifield, and it's not working that way.
I can resend it, Your Honor.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know why it just isn't doing anything. It's not your fault. All right, well, while I'm waiting for that one, what's the next one gonna be? The next folder, like when I get 90 a different way, I'll try to open it.
The remaining folder 94, Your Honor.
Which one?
94?
94. Officer Samba?
No, 94 investigator, it says investigator Verizon. It says 94 placeholder investigator Verizon.
All right, they might be saved differently for me. Y'all just send me the link and I'll try to open it. Viverito. There are a bunch of subfolders. What should I be looking at?
So, you said it was 94 or did you get 90? Okay, 90, great.
Yeah, I don't see a 94 at all. So y'all might want to go ahead and be sending that one over as well.
So, just to speed things up, under 90, I don't have, we had the summons jail calls. I'd be interested if the state is planning on using all of the summons jail calls.
This is the wiretap, so no. So this is,
okay, the
that first folder is the wiretap.
Okay. Are you planning on using anything for summons wiretap?
Yes, we also included that on the pared down list we sent you yesterday.
All right. 115 is already in. 141, I don't have a problem with. 152, I have no objection to. My problems begin where it says drinks murder.
I'm sorry, but which subfolder am I supposed to be in?
It's count 49 through 54. Chanel drinks.
Thank you.
Commercial.
So which one now?
And so under drinks murder,
Mm-hmm.
it's a bunch of pictures.
Right.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. There are no, to my knowledge, Investigator Viverito did not, through reports, lay out the work that she did. So we have a folder with a bunch of random screenshots
Right.
of random people. And then what adds to the confusion is there's a date up top. When you look at the file, there's a date, but then if you look at the post itself, oftentimes there's another date. This most of the litigation that I feel we need to do today, from my perspective, is in this folder. It's probably about 30 different pictures.
Okay.
And I just think a lot of it is hearsay. A lot of it is people that are not testifying.
Okay.
And I think we need to figure out what we're doing with this, and to the extent the state knows when it was actually posted, when it was collected, and if they can provide some context to this. And I'm going on the assumption that Investigator Viverito pulled them. I don't know if that's.
That is accurate, Your Honor. And I think for efficiency purposes, this count 49 through 54 folder is also inclusive of the March 2022 folder. And I'm not sure if Mr. Shard has objections to the content in the March 2022 folder. And so it may be best to just go to that folder and go through the items in that folder if there are any objections in the March 2022 folder.
So everything in here is in March 22, but everything in March 22 is not here.
Correct.
Awesome. How do I get to the March 22?
It's in that same folder. It's the last folder. So if you come out.
Okay, yeah, March 2022.
Yes.
And we're going to need to litigate each of these things. Y'all intend to use all of these things?
There are some.
How many items is this approximately?
196 items.
Okay, you certainly do not need 196 more photographs in, do you? You don't?
No,
I cannot imagine that you would.
you're right. You're correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And what we need to do, we're looking at it now, we realize some might be duplicates. So
Are there any of those?
I guess I should have made y'all come to court yesterday and do this.
Well, I would try with the one where you have a specific objection, and then we'll work from there. That would be a good one.
Well, I have specific objections to anything that is not posted by my client or can be considered, or ruled upon by the court that it's an 801c3 statement. I would have objections to anything else coming in to trial at this point. Obviously, there could be some exceptions, but I'm looking at the first one, and it's just like, again, there's no context. I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's like inboxing me, asking paperwork on Jermaine Little, A.D. Higgins, picking me out of the lineup. I don't even know what this is. And then Shell Cal is having a conversation with a boy. I just don't know what this has to do with anything. You know, if it does, then I'm all ears. But
So, Your Honor, just generally, the items in the March 22 folder are items between either YFN gang members or YSL members in the weeks beginning between March 3rd, 2022, up until about March 17th, 2022. So this entire folder is screenshots of Instagram conversations that were occurring in the midst of what was brewing to be the ongoing war, especially after Mr. Bennett had been stabbed in the jail. So Mr. Bennett's stabbing in the jail trickled this iteration of the war that we believe.
And remind me when the day of that jail stabbing.
So that was on February 9th, 2022. And then the media, there was a bond motion filed, and on March 3rd, 2022, an emergency bond motion for Mr. Bennett. And that was publicized around that same time. And so it was immediately following the publication.
Okay, and so is there any cross communication between the two groups? Or is this going to be YSL communications and Why are the other gang is communication?
Which majority of the things in this folder are going to be posts that further the gang's violent reputation. It's going to be antagonizing the rival gang through these posts, as well as kind of which were used to like flaunt and fuel the gang war that we kind of.
All right, well, it's an awful lot of them. So can y'all narrow it down to what you feel like would show what you're seeking to show?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without, okay.
And can I just use this first one to just illustrate my concerns, Your Honor? It's just like, it says image 0609. I can't see, I have no idea other than, I think I probably know Michelle coming up like this. I have no idea who is speaking. I have no
Maybe
idea.
that'll be when they don't end up one.
Right, but this is just my general concern, it just gotta be improved. I don't know how this would be admitted to evidence. We don't know a date.
Yeah, I don't see a date.
So Your Honor, there are. a few-
I don't want to litigate things we're not going to ultimately need to litigate. So y'all go and, because you haven't already figured out what you actually need instead of dumping all of it. Figure out what you actually need, provide that to the defense. And at some other point, which might be Monday, we'll litigate the admissibility of it. So that's this March folder. Is there anything other than March 2022 folder in this folder number 90 that we still need to reach?
No.
Okay.
That's
So-
good. And 94 is shorter.
Okay, so,
But I have questions on 94.
all right, so we need to come back to that. We need to come back to the folder 171 that had to do with Eppinger and someone. We need to come back to the I deleted Instagram portion from this morning. We are at this point going to move on to folder number 94 and see what it is within that.
Yeah, Ms. Hilton, I have a question about folder 94.
Yes, sir.
The first folder is labeled, it's got some numbers, Diamante Kendrick, and it's a phone dump. But I don't know what portions, obviously there's an entire phone in there. What portions do y'all plan on using?
Your Honor, excuse me, Mr.
You can call me that if you want to.
Mr. Honesty, I'm sorry. At this time, we don't intend to use your client's phone.
Okay, thank you.
If the change will apply, but at this time, we don't plan on.
I understand. Thank you. If it does change, can you notify me as soon as possible?
Yeah, because there only supposed to be a couple of more weeks at most left to y'all's evidence. So if you're telling him right now, we're not going to use it. You better change your mind really quickly if you then decide we are going to use it.
Yes, Monday at 6 p.m.
Fine.
Yeah, and if you do notify me, if you would just please provide me specifics of that portion which you do choose to use, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, can I share a text that we forgot to go over from the iPhone 13 to Mr. Stillwell? It was included in the large compiling that we sent with Mr. Jackson's former paramour. But this is where he is sending her a text the day that Lucci's staff is saying they just wet Lucci's up. And that was before it became public.
Okay.
So it just gets in further into the gang and how they're all included in the knowledge of them. We believe that's highly relevant to the charges and the acts in this indictment.
Are you going to make an objection?
It is my client's statement for the state's theory. Mr. Weinstein might have an objection on behalf of his client.
sorry, which portion?
We can include the limiting instructions for that, yeah.
Because I don't believe, well, I'll let Mr. Weinstein argue that it's not a statement by a co-conspirator in furtherance. I believe my client is communicating with Ms. Alexander.
We'll make a motion on behalf of Mr. Weinstein.
No.
That should be included.
Yeah, we would need that for sure. I'm sorry, I was consulting with my client on something else at the moment.
It was my fault, I brought that's out of nowhere.
Okay, so nobody has objection to this?
Well, but-
Okay.
I think.
But I would need a limiting instruction, Your Honor. Would you like me to draft that up?
Well, I don't know that I'm going to use your other limiting instruction, because I think it is a little too broad. But I don't understand what this is. So no, there's not, nobody's objecting. And Mr. Weinstein, you're saying you want a limiting instruction, but
I believe the issue is, Your Honor, the state is using this as a statement by party opponent, my client's statement, and I don't believe that Ms. Alexander could be labeled as a co-conspirator, and I don't believe that this would be in furtherance of a conspiracy. So I think the issue would be that it would be admissible against potentially my client for whatever the jury thinks it's worth.
so they just wet Lucci blah blah up is the phone number associated with Mr. Stillwell,
Yes, Your Honor.
saying that to his girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we would not come in under co-conspirator exception and therefore would only be admissible against Mr. Stillwell. We use the word that makes it certainly less.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so what would you want that to, would you want that to be essentially what you sent me before?
The one that was overly broad, Your Honor?
Yeah. would you
Yeah,
like
I'd love for that
Um,
to be used as well.
Okay, you're going to hear about a statement made by, is that a statement?
I have no objections, just
A lyric?
specifically
This
saying
particular piece of evidence is only admissible against Mr. Stillwell.
I don't know if I love that wording, but yes, could be considered, for whatever weight you deem appropriate against Mr. Stillwell, but
Why don't y'all work on one together to get me?
Yes, Your
We'll
Honor.
Come back to the other one. So we need, this is, what is this, do you know what exhibit number this is gonna be?
What is the number? No, Your Honor, but we'll know by, Monday.
Okay, I just wanna,
It'll be a part of.
y'all make sure that somebody,
We'll
not
coordinate.
everybody remind me before it comes in, but I need to give whatever the limiting instruction is gonna be. All right, what's next?
so in 94, there is a folder labeled Ryan
Actually,
Stillwell.
can I stop you for just a second? Because I'm trying to figure out a court order for Tuesday. And
Could-
I have my mind on too many different things.
Could we maybe take a recess?
Let's take a break. And by the time y'all get back, I will have gotten that off my plate.
And I will sit with these
Right.
fine people and see if we can talk through some of
Thanks,
these.
appreciate it. Okay.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna take this opportunity to put this video back on. Oh man, did I get rid of it? Oh, here we go. All right, this is going back to the video. where Shard is cross-examining this guy. And this guy's going to say that the camera went off. I'll just try to play the whole cross. I'm not going to speed it up, though, since we have a little time. I'll play at normal speed.
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Good morning. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. Just briefly, when you were in the office before going to the scene on March 14, 2022, it sounded like you began your work in the office.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding from your testimonies, we have VIC cameras, which can be divided into different groupings.
Correct.
Okay, so we have the city-owned cameras, which record.
Right.
We have LPRs, which take photos.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have businesses on the grid that record as well.
So depending on how the business wants, they can provide access to their cameras, or they can just let us know, hey, there's a camera here. So if an investigation were to go on, instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to go straight here instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time there were no cameras there, but cameras are always getting installed. So at the time of that incident, there were no VIC cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera, and your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
When you say to your knowledge that is correct, have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and then investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to
Y'all catch that? To his knowledge, there's no recording of what happened. They have a camera on that intersection, y'all. Do you understand? There is a camera there. It caught Mr. Cheeseborough. There's an image. It's not on this video, but there's an image of Mr. Cheeseborough there outside of his car, assisting. So even though the camera might have frozen at 10:23, the situation happened at like before that, between 10:05, I guess, and 10:10, somewhere around there. So there should be video out there, or at least, I don't know if it's video. I don't know if this camera's taking still images. There should be something out there, though.
Was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
That I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red.
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this VIC camera system, how long have you been working with the system?
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been It's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in special victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them. But I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018 and 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything from me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been serving, in your position, the DOT camera ever report?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next
Okay,
witness.
so there is an image of Mr. Cheeseborough there. It's not on here though. It's not on this video. But there is an image of him there. So let's take a look and see what this is. This chart.
The jury, what is depicted in Stage 121, Victor?
So basically, it's showing that I was the user and performed a query for the LPR, the license plate reader at Windsor and Richardson. And so what it does is it just gives me a list of every car that went through that intersection. And towards the bottom there, you can see the license plate RKM 9343, which was the vehicle the decedent was in. And it had actually hit Windsor at Richardson, which is just south of Windsor and I-20.
And what time was that?
That was at 9:24 and 7 seconds p.m.
Now, did you prepare a report in this case, Lieutenant Butler?
I'm sorry?
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, I did not.
9:24 to 7 seconds.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Lieutenant Butler, was that the only image from State 64V? Was that the only image that froze that night?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Lieutenant Butler.
So y'all, that's the video we were watching earlier. He doesn't offer a whole lot, but he does offer that nugget that there was a camera malfunction that day shortly after the killing. So that is something that we do know, but we don't know. We don't know a whole lot else. I think that camera, y'all, might be a still images camera. I'm not sure that that's a video camera that froze. I think it might be a camera that takes still images. Camera should show the murder. Yeah, I agree. But as you see, listen to Sharp.
Good morning. My name is Matt 22. It sounded like you began your work. We have LPRs on.
Instead of knocking door to door, it can kind of streamline us to
Sharp
go straight
asked
here
him
instead of walking a whole neighborhood or whatever the case may be.
Directly, and he said,
And then we have Department of Transportation cameras. Are those part of the VIC system?
Well, we just have access to it. Like, they're not controlled by us, they're controlled by the state, but the state allows us access. Like, we also have access to Atlanta Public Schools cameras as well.
Okay. So let me ask you this. To city-owned cameras that record, were there not any city-owned cameras at the corner of 20 and Windsor Street?
Not at the time, no. Not that I could locate.
What do you mean not that you could locate?
Well, we zoom in and out, and at the time there were no cameras there, but cameras are always getting installed. So at the time of that incident, there were no Vic cameras there.
Okay. You did locate this Department of Transportation camera. And your testimony is it just froze at 10:23 p.m. just as Mr. Cheeseborough showed up?
Correct.
Okay.
So y'all, that license plate, we saw that license plate reader. That was like an hour before the murder because it was at 9 something. No, excuse me. That's not correct. Mr. Cheeseborough showed up, about 30 minutes after the murder? 20 to 30 minutes. No, we're not on lunch. We're on a break. They're on a break. So still that license plate reader was not when Mr. Drinks was getting killed. He must have been traveling through that intersection at that time.
And we don't have any recording of what happened at that location as seen by that camera from 10 o'clock to 10:23.
To my knowledge, that is correct, yes.
That's the strangest
When you
thing.
say to your knowledge,
To me, the fact that the camera froze, I mean, that's inconvenient, but those sorts of things do happen from time to time. But the question is like, okay, if it wasn't frozen before that and the murder took place before that, then there should be some kind of images from that time frame. And this guy's like, nope, not from that time frame either. That's the strangest thing to me.
knowledge that is correct. Have you checked with the Department of Transportation?
No, I handled the scene and the response, and the investigation gets turned over to the lead detective.
Okay. And going back to, was that the only LPR you ran?
This query?
Yes, the query of, what is it, corner of Richardson and Windsor?
Yes.
Is that the only LPR that you personally ran?
I ran this, and then I also did the tag itself to see where else it would hit.
Okay.
And so there was another query, but this one most related to that geographical area.
Understand. The only individual car that you personally looked into or queried was the red
Correct.
Versa.
Right.
Okay. And finally, this Vic camera system, how long have you been?
Well, y'all, that's it. I don't know what we can really take away from that. I mean, something doesn't seem right. There's a lot, but that's the weird thing about these situations that really interest you is that once you start getting into the details, it's often the case that they don't add up, y'all. It's just common. It's common that the details don't add up the way you would expect. Why they weren't more interested in that third car, that's a big question. If they have a license plate reader at the intersection, it seems like they would be able to determine all 3 cars that went through. I think that's how they found out it was Shannon, if I'm not mistaken. So it is very strange.
Working with the system.
I mean, everybody on the department has access to it. So from day one, I mean, anybody can log in and use it. I mean, however, since it's been in existence, so I don't remember when we first started getting it, but it's been some years.
When you say some years, when approximately, you said from day one?
I mean, I can't give an exact date, but I was in special victims back in 2018, and we just started getting them. But I really started using them mostly when I was in homicide, which was 2019.
Okay. And now, are you saying you started using them, or that's when they were available?
I don't know the go live date on it.
Okay.
But my most interaction was probably between 2018 and 2019.
How about LPRs?
LPRs, the same. Those actually came out a little before, and it was on a different program, but still the same.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Weinstein, anything from me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, any
Also,
redirect?
y'all,
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, for the years that you've been
one of
serving,
our,
in your position,
I think one of the, hold up.
No.
All right, thank you for your time. You are
All right.
excused.
So y'all seen that. I think one of the one of our watchers sent me this. This is from today. So let's watch it. Oh, the heck up. How do I? Oh, crap. I took that off. The regular network. Who are you, regular network? I don't know your name here. But let's watch this that the regular network sent me. Something that Hilton said.
He was murdered is a member of YFN. We have other pictures that are going to feel overly prejudicial because of what is happening between these two gangs for the days leading up.
Between these two gangs, except that you have yet to establish that Mr. Drinks was in a rival gang. You're saying you're going to be able to do that?
We're going to be able to show that he was at least associating with individuals. The individual Barter, who he was with the day that he was murdered, is a member of YFN. We have other pictures that are going to come out very soon, that will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him saying, "Rest in peace." That is when they learned of his association with YFN, and again, specifically, the individual who is known as Barter.
Oh, hold up. That's kind of significant, y'all.
Overly prejudicial because of what is happening between these two gangs for the days leading up.
Between these two gangs, except that you have yet to establish that Mr. Drinks was in a rival gang. You're saying you're going to be able to do that?
We're going to be able to show that he was at least associating with individuals. The individual Barter, who he was with the day that he was murdered, is a member of YFN. We have other pictures that are going to come out very soon, that will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him saying, "Rest in peace." That is when they learned of his association with YFN, and again, that is when they learned of his association, posting him saying, "Rest," initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him saying, "Rest in peace." That is when they learned of his association with YFN, initially on day one. However, very soon that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one.
What?
That show that come out very soon, that will come out through investigation. We have other pictures that are going to come out very soon, that will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him saying, "Rest in peace." That is when they learned of his association with YFN, and again, specifically, the individual who is known as Barter is also Christian Johnson. That is the person who was in the car with him. So the state will establish that there was an association, at least with a
I got to go back and listen to this whole thing in context, because she keeps saying they, and I'm sure she knows who she's talking about, and maybe the judge knows who she's talking about, but I don't know who the they is. If the they refers to Shannon, then this would just blow her whole case wide open. If the they refers to the detectives, the they could very well refer to the detectives, and then that would make sense. It would make more sense. You still have to go and put it back with everything else they've said, that the prosecution has said. So you really don't know if the they she's talking about is Shannon and them. If it's Shannon and them, then you like, what? That wouldn't make any sense. But if the they that didn't know that there was a YFN connection refers to the detectives who were investigating after the fact, then I could see it. So I don't know what the they really would be. I'm gonna play it one more time, see if we can get some more context here.
Overly prejudicial because of what is happening between these two gangs for the days leading up.
Between these two gangs, except that you have yet to establish that Mr. Drinks was in a rival gang.
We
You're
have-
saying you're going to be able to do that?
We're going to be able to show that he was at least associating with individuals. The individual Barter, who he was with the day that he was murdered, is a member of YFN. We have other pictures that are going to come out very soon, that will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him
Are y'all?
saying,
She's
"Rest
talking.
in
The they
peace."
she's
That
talking
is when they
about is
learned
the
of his
investigator.
association with
The they she's
YFN.
talking about there is not Shannon and them. She's talking about the investigator didn't know who it was. So thank you for this clip. It does sound like initially she's saying that Shannon and them didn't even know who it was, but I'm thinking what she's saying is, because remember when they being the detectives, when they came across Drinks, they didn't even know who he was. They had to run a fingerprint. So the detectives, for the gang people, Drinks wasn't on their radar. So they did not, the detectives, the police, they didn't have Drinks on their radar. So they didn't even really know how he might fit into the whole gang narrative until they being the police, until they start seeing Drinks's name show up on social media referencing his death. And then the police are able to put together that Drinks is associated with YFN. So I don't take this as being Shannon didn't know who Drinks was, and Shannon or YSL didn't know what his affiliation was. She's saying here that the detectives didn't know who Drinks was. The detectives didn't know what Drinks' affiliation was until they started seeing him pop up on social media. So that is the they that she's talking about here. I think the judge, that's clear to the judge. It just wasn't clear to us maybe. So good, fine, but I think she's talking about the detectives. Sorry, but I had to do, okay. We're just coming up with this clip where it looks like Hilton is saying that Shannon and them didn't know who Drinks was when Drinks was killed. But I think what she's saying is that the detectives did not know who Drinks was. They didn't even know who he was as it relates to the whole Atlanta gang scene until several days later, a day or two or whatever it was later, when his RIP started showing up. And then they were able to piece together that he was associated with YFN. So I'm going to play it one more time, but I think the they she's talking about is the detectives, not YSL.
Overly prejudicial because of what is happening between these two gangs for the days leading up.
Between these two gangs, except that you have yet to establish that Mr. Drinks was in a rival gang. You're saying you're going to be able to do that?
We're going to be able to show that he was at least associating with individuals. The individual Barter, who he was with the day that he was murdered, is a member of YFN. We have other pictures that are going to come out very soon, that will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day.
So she mentions investigator Viverito. Then she immediately says after the murder, they didn't know. Who's the they? It's not Shannon. It's not YSL. The they who didn't know who he was were the investigators. See?
They did not know who he was initially on day. That will come out through investigative Verizon, we believe, that show that after this murder, they did not know who he was initially on day one. However, very soon they saw other YFN members reposting him.
See? So the investigators are monitoring YFN social media. Then they start to see YFN people, the investigators start to see YFN members posting about Drinks. So that's how they were able to put together that he has some YFN connection. The investigators know.
I hear a rumor through Ms. Persfield that y'all in the break have been able to talk about everything that was still outstanding and either have come to agreement or have significantly narrowed things, and whatever is left is going to be short enough to deal with after court on Tuesday. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to, the state intends to give the pared down version of the March 2022 folder over the weekend. And then we'll be able to discuss if there's any objections to it, and then be prepared for argument on Tuesday.
Write myself notes. Okay, and y'all, the defense will come up with a proposed instruction for the text from Mr. Stillwell to his girlfriend about drinks being dead.
Lucci, you're on.
Lucci, whatever, sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
My bad, Lucci.
We'll take care of that, Your Honor.
Okay, the one before that, that was the song lyrics from Mr. Stillwell. First of all, so your proposed is the general, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others. When this happens, the evidence may be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it is offered and not against any other defendant or for any other purpose. That's fine. That's just kind of the general law. During the testimony of the next witness, you're going to hear about statements. I definitely do not want to call them statements. So maybe lyrics, what? Sung, rapped, by, just lyrics by.
Lyrics uttered, spoken, rapped.
Words spoken with a beat.
I would rather not. Words spoken with a beat. Lyrics.
Song lyrics of defendant Stillwell, by defendant Stillwell.
The state is, that the state asserts is defendant Stillwell. I don't know if we should instruct them that it is definitively. I'll say that I am not, as part of my defense, going to be claiming it's not, but out of abundance of caution, maybe.
Okay, how about just certain song lyrics? You are to consider those lyrics Did you copy, yeah, Mr. Short on this also, you did, okay. Can y'all work on this one as well, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I am not sure that, the reason I said it's maybe overbroad is that you're saying that those can't be considered in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of Mr. Kendrick with respect to any charges.
You'd like to leave the RICO count out
I
of
just
that?
don't think that that's legally accurate. Yeah,
Okay.
so.
We'll try to more narrowly tailor that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And I know we had talked previously, we thought we were getting to the Ryan conviction first, so I talked specifically about the language for when Mr. Ryan's conviction came in, but now that conviction won't come in, but we still have the possibility of a guilty plea conviction for Mr. Kendrick being admitted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think I shared with y'all that language. It was kind of Kendrick on the top and a version of it on the bottom for Ryan. But anyway, I will if I haven't yet. But I would think it would be, and I don't know whether I could either say a guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick or a guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick for whatever it was for. will be admitted for your consideration and may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63, which is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. You may not use this conviction in your consideration or deliberations against any other defendant in this case. Now that we only have one, I could say that, or I could just say against Mr. Stula. Any other defendant in this case. Okay. It is not evidence of anything against the other defendant. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. I'm going to have to look back at, what is the conviction for? What is the guilty plea conviction for?
Which one are we going to be?
No, it's 15 SC, we'll pull it 14011.
No. John, what else can we do before I left today? If I had the opportunity, I was going to go through and
That'd be great.
get all those for Mr. Winfrey, for my client.
That'd be great.
For Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Nix.
Let me ask this, is it an overt act? Whatever he pled guilty to.
They are overt acts, and that's essentially the problem is their admissions. I mean, at this point, I would argue that Mr. Nichols' guilty plea should really not be in evidence because it doesn't have any probative value to anyone else's case that's
Well,
sitting here at this point. And same with Mr. Winfrey for that. And
If they're overt acts, though, and they're alleged to be in furtherance of the RICO conspiracy, then you are right. The convictions themselves are not. But what I'm trying to figure out, and if like, for instance, Mr. Kendrick's, whatever he pled guilty to, is also an overt act, could y'all?
It is, it's for the October 1st, 2015 incident.
Which overt act?
It is over at number
Was it 58 or 59?
58. Well, no, 58 is the gun charge.
58 is the gun, 59 is the criminal street gang activity.
Overt act or count?
Over at
Overt act.
Okay. Overt act 58?
56, well, all 56 to 59 is the same incident, so it would be really over.
What did he plead guilty to? 56 through 59?
Yes.
Okay, I think I'll just pull up his guilty plea.
He was the entire indictment, which was a conspiracy to commit murder, theft, possession of a firearm, and participation in criminal street gang activity.
And did that participation in criminal street gang activity, was that specific? I don't think he did.
I don't think that's accurate.
I
Can
don't
take
think
a look
so
at that?
I don't think he pled guilty to the gang count at all.
So you pled guilty to conspiracy to commit a crime, participation in criminal street.
To commit a crime or to commit murder? We've got, I mean, thank you. We actually have, I'm sure, somewhere the guilty plea. I'll make sure that it is not something you didn't plead guilty to. So many folders in this case. Conspiracy to commit a crime, 1648.
Aggravated assault. It's conspiracy to commit a crime, which was aggravated assault. That's what's represented in count 1 of that indictment. participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm or knife and commission of a felony, theft by receiving stolen property, and BGCSA. Let me make sure he's trying to all counts. He's one through. He's all counts. He's 1 through 11. So there's, let's see, 2 counts of BGCSA, another fleeing and attempting to elude while driving. He pled guilty to the entire indictment. All 11 counts.
Okay, y'all have it listed. Y'all have count 50, I'm sorry, not count, but overt act 56 as him having committed the offense of conspiracy to commit murder, which I realize that maybe y'all could arguably prove that, but that's certainly not what he pled guilty to. So, death by receiving, possession of a firearm. Where's the gang count? Okay, and the gang count that he pled to, I just wanted to see if it specified which gang, and it does not. So, and your 59 is specifically YSL, but that's not what he pled guilty to either. Okay, but anyway, so there's obviously evidence that came in aside from his guilty plea, which hasn't come in yet, but presumably will come in. And given that it's alleged to be an act in furtherance of the RICO conspiracy, the conviction can't come in against anybody other than Mr. Kendrick. But I was going to, and I hadn't sorted it yet for Mr. Kendrick, but I know for Mr. Ryan, you know, y'all were presenting evidence of the murder. And you have presented some evidence aside from the guilty plea to this attempted, whatever, conspiracy to commit aggravated assault and or murder. And so I was going to say something like, to the extent the state offers evidence aside from Mr. Kendrick's guilty plea conviction to attempt to establish count 1, any other such evidence aside from Mr. Kendrick's guilty plea may be considered against each defendant, because that's true. Again, as to count 1, yeah, okay. So I'll be happy to make some adjustments so that this reads like what I just said and send that out to y'all for any comment or correction or improvement that y'all might want to suggest. And then I think that'll get us to the end of what we need to do today on the record, and then y'all are certainly welcome to stay. We're not at 5 o'clock yet. We're just almost to 4 o'clock to find the evidence and then to organize the evidence, agree upon the exhibits that have already been admitted, whatever you might want to do. That's ultimately going to need to be done at some point.
And I was going to request a report from council if I took the evidence from this room over the weekend, or
I don't think we can do that. That has to stay, whatever's been admitted has to stay with the court reporter. Right? Oh, well, right, like guns and drugs and things, y'all still have possession of. Okay, so, I mean, I don't mind if everybody wants to come to agreement, I don't mind. Are you talking about just to take it home and organize it?
I thought or
I'd really rather y'all look at it together.
Yeah, and I don't have, I think it's probably unwise, and it's nothing personal against Mr. Abate, of course, but I was just being selfishly thinking about closing, and we need to figure out where different things are. And then, of course,
I would highly recommend that y'all stick around and try to get the evidence that's been admitted already organized together.
okay.
And I know that,
Can we take it to the jury room to just? Oh, that's right, because they got their stuff in there right now. Can we take it to that side room, just so we can have something to spread it out on?
as long as Ms. Weaver ends up with custody of it again when y'all finish, and as long as y'all are all together with it. And I don't mistrust anybody. It's just not a good practice to. Yes, you can also do it here in the courtroom. And this is just a lawyer exercise anyway, right? So we're done for the day. Y'all don't need me. You don't need your clients. This is just y'all getting organized. Okay.
Your Honor, may I just put one brief thing where I talked with defense counsel for the ankle monitor company.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Atkins.
You're welcome, Mr. Sherman.
Yes, what's the next?
No, there, Your Honor, on witness number 19, which is listed as Charles Floto Ankle Monitor Company, the state was going to be using Doug Bailey for that same position as records custodian. And I talked with defense counsel about that. So I didn't want the court to be caught off guard with a name that's not on this list that's replacing this records custodian.
Okay.
So let me just put this on the record, Your Honor. My client was wearing an ankle monitor at the
Right.
time of all this happening. In my view, and this has already been litigated, but I just want to put on the record, in my view, we are not disputing that Mr. Stillwell is at the BP on video. So I don't think his whereabouts, to the extent that an ankle monitor clarifies anything, it's not really made any more clear by the ankle monitor. It's not really a dispute
Are
in
y'all
this
going to
case.
stipulate that he was at the BP?
Well,
before and after.
So the state, I believe, wants to bring out where he was through his ankle monitor. My argument was,
Getting the windows tinted.
Or the car clean.
Is it going to show that? Oh, that would be interesting.
well, so I have objected on the record for
Because it's going to show that
that
it was an
he's-
ankle monitor.
he had an ankle monitor, and I objected under 403.
All right, but don't we know anyway that he got arrested on, oh, wait.
I don't think
no,
he was
that
on the ankle monitor for any of these other issues.
Okay.
There was an
so-
incident in Cobb County.
Okay, y'all already litigated it then?
It did, we did, and I just wanted to put on the record, but I think probably if we're just gonna say he had an ankle monitor on, but just leave it at that, so.
Are we just going to leave it at that? Okay.
Your Honor, just very quickly, Mr. Shard and I were just discussing, Investigator Viverito has familiarity with Mr. Stillwell, as well as others, Mr. Garlington, through her time working with the probation department, Mr. Copeland, and just figuring out how to deal with how she knew them. We're going to probably use some language such that she worked for court services, and that's how she knew them, because he doesn't want us to mention probation. But we just wanted to bring that to the court's attention.
How do you feel about that, Mr. Shaw?
Well, I prefer court services. I mean, I don't think that's, I don't want to lie to the jury, but I think that is accurate, but not specific in a way that would prejudice my client.
Okay.
Or the court system.
I mean, court services sounds better than court supervision or what you just said, whatever you said.
Court service is good.
I mean, to me, it does.
To me as well.
If y'all, whatever y'all want to agree to, but
That's fine.
all right. So y'all will stay here with the evidence and sort through it. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell, y'all can go. We'll see y'all Tuesday. Hopefully you got some sleep over the weekend. Okay. All right. We are adjourned.
So this turned out to be a full day, basically. When I thought we were in for half a day, I was wrong. But y'all, looks like we can all get a little jump on the weekend, have some time with our friends, with our families, or just keep watching YouTube. I will be seeing y'all, maybe do a live tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how everything works out. And thank you for our mods. Miss Lily, I don't think you're here. Amy, thanks. Andre, if you're still hanging around, buddy, thank you. Thank you for everybody who's joined up as a member. We have Ontario. We have This 504 Girl, Dear Woke Christian, Slim Life. And thank you for our supers. Peter Ortiz dropped a deuce. Then a dub. Hair Alchemist with the $1.99. Cami Phillips with the $9.99. I thank everybody. I'm going to sign off, and I will see y'all maybe tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. If not, then we'll see you another day. See y'all. Bye.